17 CF 841. I see the prosecutors are here, but the defense table is empty. So, any news that you've...
No, sir. Our witness is here in the waiting room, ready to go this morning.
Okay. Well, we haven't received any phone call this morning, so the pattern appears to be continuing despite my admonitions. So we can't very well get started at this point. So we will step down and await word of his arrival at some point in time. It may be necessary to issue a capias. I mean, if he's not at the appointed place at the time prescribed within fairly large parameters, have to take the next step. Don't really want to do that. Well, here Mr. Tucker's graced us with his appearance. I was just talking about the pattern repeating itself. If I didn't know better, I'd swear you were doing it intentionally, sir.
Your Honor, if I didn't know better, I'd swear the universe hates me. No, I was going to be on time today, and I get into my Lyft ride. The lady doesn't speak English. I tell her to go over to the courthouse, drop me off in the front. She couldn't quite get it and dropped me off back here. So it took me a little bit longer than normal. And yesterday, like I said,
We're not going to go back into yesterday's situation. So here you are,
yes,
avoiding any issuance of a capias or any of those measures. So let me see. Do we have jurors in the jury room?
Yes, we do.
All 14 of them?
Excuse me, Your Honor, is there any way we could address a few housekeeping issues beforehand?
No, it depends on what they are, sir. What is it that you'd like me to address?
When we did the hearing on the motion in limine, there were a couple things that I addressed in my motion, and we addressed at the hearing. And I'm thinking they're becoming a problem at this point. I noticed that the prosecution has gone from calling me Mr. Tucker to the defendant constantly at this point, which again can be prejudicial. You know, and
There's nothing wrong with them calling you the defendant, sir.
I understand.
You are the defendant.
I am.
Neither one of those are interchangeable. They're not obliged to use either term. So
well, I mean, except for it does kind of put an image into the jury's head, I would imagine.
Well, the accurate image. You are charged with these crimes. You are the defendant, and there is absolutely nothing untoward about them referring to you in that position. So, as much as you may not like it, that's not a problem.
Okay. Well, again, I guess that's something I'll have to debate later. The thing is, Your Honor, not only is that an issue, I know when I did the motion in limine and we had the hearing, the court also assured me that, my ignorance as far as, representing myself and being an attorney, not being an attorney actually, was not going to become a constant thing for the jury. That it wasn't going to be used as prejudicial.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it has become a constant thing, I think.
Well, only because you've demonstrated it. I have taken extreme measures, which has not been difficult, not to point any errors out in front of the jury. Yes, when the jury's not here, I have, when I felt it a factor, to mention that fact. But in terms of the jury present, you cannot give me, or I would like you to give me one instance where there's been one reference to your lack of a legal license as having been brought up.
about the subtleties of the lawyers? The lawyers are much more subtle, and because of their experience.
Well, sir, when you see something objectionable, please object, and I will make a ruling. But I honestly, at this point, cannot
Your Honor, I wasn't actually
unearth something in my mind that I can recall where the prosecutors have disparaged you because you're not a lawyer.
Well, Your Honor, and I wasn't bringing this up as a, I wasn't looking for an order or anything like that. I was just trying to make the court aware of, how I'm feeling and what I've seen, and if Your Honor, just to make you aware, that's all it was. If I wanted to, make it an issue, I would have filed something or, something like that. I'm not trying to make anything an issue. I'm just trying to make the court aware. That's all.
Okay, well, you have, and I have been, and like I said, if there's something that you believe is contrary to one of these points, then you certainly can make an objection and approach the bench and be heard as to the merits.
Okay, thank you. I just, like I said, just wanted to make you aware of how I was thinking and what I was thinking.
Okay, so we have your next witness standing by.
Yes, sir, we do.
Who would that be?
Travis Johnson.
All right. Bring the jury in, please. Thank you. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. Welcome back to Courtroom B in the Freeman Justice Center. It's good to see you all here. Thank you for being on time. This is the case of the state of Florida versus Franklin Tucker, 17 CF 841. And where we left off when we were last in session was the presentation of the state's case in chief. And we're going to pick up where we left off. So, State, do you have your next witness to call?
Yes, sir, we do. The state calls Travis Johnson.
Travis Johnson. Okay, sir, if you'd please come through the gate. Zip right up in front of the witness stand there. That's good, right there. Turn, face the clerk, raise your right hand. No, the
Over
clerk.
there, Travis.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, have a seat on the witness stand. Please speak up loudly and clearly so everyone is able to hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can
Thank
proceed.
you, Judge. Thank you. Good morning, Travis.
Good morning.
Could you state your full name for the record, please?
John Travis Johnson.
And Travis, how old are you?
I'm 46 years old.
And do you live here in Key West?
I do.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm a painter, but I'm a disabled veteran at the moment.
All right. You were a veteran?
Yes, sir.
When did you do your military service?
From 2004 to 2007.
Where were you stationed?
Multiple places, mostly in Fort Benning.
Did you go overseas?
I did twice.
Where'd you go?
Kosovo and Afghanistan.
I'm sorry, sir?
Kosovo, and Afghanistan.
Okay. And Travis, as we go through the morning, I just would ask you, try to speak slowly and into the mic so we have a good record of what you're saying, okay?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Are you nervous this morning?
A little, yes.
Okay, if you need some water or anything, just let us know, all right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Travis, I want to take the jury back. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Mesquite, Texas, which is a little suburb outside of Dallas, Texas. I spent most of my life there. I was born in Chilliwack, British Columbia, though. I was born in Canada. Don't have much recollection of that.
Okay.
But I left home around 17. We've traveled multiple places and joined the military around 26.
All right. And you did your stint in the military from what years again?
From 2004 to 2007.
2004 to 7. So in 2007, when you got out of the military, where did you locate yourself?
I ended up in South Carolina for a little while, back into Dallas. I think roughly around 2010, I ended up in treatment for PTSD and some alcoholism and some other things.
Okay. Do you have addiction issues?
I do.
And is it just alcohol?
No, it's not.
What other kind of addiction do you have?
For the longest time, I had a methamphetamine addiction, and also I smoke cigarettes, and I smoke marijuana, and I drink alcohol, of course.
All right, fair enough. Now, at some point during your travels, did you make your way to the Florida Keys?
I did.
Okay, and when was that?
It was roughly 2016. In 2015, I did end up in a national PTSD program in the Miami VA. That's what gave me the attraction, really, for Florida. So after I was finished with that in 2016, I got lucky and got hooked up with a woman that wanted to start a snuba franchise down here, which is like a snorkel scuba.
It's called Snuba?
Snuba, yeah, that's what it's called.
All right.
And that was my plan, was to come down here in 2016 and start a business with her, because I'd been awarded 100%. I'm now basically semi-retired. So this was my place of
And did you, in fact, make your way down here then?
I did.
And were you along with her?
I was.
What was her name?
Her name was Crystal Barrett.
Okay. And this was 2016, you said, right?
Yes, roughly August of 2016.
And where did, when you guys got to the Keys, where did you set up?
I landed in Big Coppet. It was, I think it's about 10 miles outside of town. It didn't last very long. Due to unforeseen circumstances, our relationship dissolved, and I ended up on the streets. I ended up having to find another place of residence and a different venture, and that's what I did. So I ended up on Smathers Beach for about a month.
Living on the beach?
Living on the beach. And this is where I made friends with an individual by the name of David Gross.
Okay.
And this was he became a pretty close friend, helped me stay safe, stay off out of jail. And
now let me ask you, Travis, this is somebody you met while you were living on the beach?
This is somebody I met living on the beach.
So you were essentially homeless at that point?
Yes, I was.
Living on the beach?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you befriended this man named David Gross?
Yes.
And did David Gross also live on the beach?
He did.
All right. And at some point, did David Gross find another place to live?
He did. I met a female, a romantic interest in roughly September of 2016, right after I'd got off of the beach, when I was no longer homeless. And we had our life together for almost a year. I left Key West in June of 2017 with her to go stay in her house and get it ready to be sold. And then we were going to snowbird back down here and start over again at the end of the summer.
So let me just make sure I understand correctly, sir. So you met this new woman?
Yes.
And you guys relocated, you left the Keys?
We did.
And where'd you go?
We went to Detroit.
And why did you go to Detroit?
This is where her home was.
And did you live with her in Detroit?
Yes.
And how long were you in Detroit with her?
Just the summer, 3 months.
And this is
roughly 4.
And this is the summer of what? What year are we in now?
2017.
Okay. So the summer of 2017, you're in Michigan with her.
Yes.
And at some point during that summer, what happens?
Well, at the end of the summer, when season is supposed to start back up again, Hurricane Irma hit. It was rather devastating, and some friends of ours' home was destroyed. It kind of changed our plans of coming back down here together, and I made the decision to come back down here alone and to help some friends rebuild their home. And I roughly came back here, it was October 28th or 29th. It was the end of Fantasy Fest of 2017.
End of Fantasy Fest of 2017, right?
Yes, yes,
You came back down to the Keys.
yes.
How'd you get here?
I drove.
And what did you drive?
I drove my 2016 Dodge 1500 pickup truck.
What color's your truck?
It's a dark blue. It almost looks black, but it's a pearlescent blue.
Okay. And you drove that down here to the Keys?
I did.
And this is after the hurricane.
Yes, it was.
Were you, you just told the jury you came down here to help a friend rebuild their home.
Yes.
When you got to the Keys, did you make contact with that friend?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Phones were displayed. The phone services weren't that great down here. It was a destruction zone. It was like a war zone down here. So it was not real easy to locate him. I didn't immediately locate him, but I did locate my friend David Gross.
And this is the friend who you had met the summer before.
Yeah, this is the individual that I met on the beach.
Okay. So you hooked up again with David Gross.
Yes.
All right. And take us from there. What did you and David Gross do at that point?
Well, I coincidentally ran back into him at the beach, but he wasn't living on the beach. He had acquired a residence over in Stock Island, known as the Warehouse. It was not really zoned for residential, but it was home for him. And it was also a place for me to, I guess you could say, reconnoiter, get my stuff together to figure out what I was going to do from that point.
Did he invite you to come there and stay?
He did.
Now, you said the residence was known as the Warehouse,
Yes.
and that's in Stock Island?
Yes, sir.
By the way, Travis, everything you're testifying to today, did that happen here in Monroe County?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Now, you said David invited you to come and stay at the Warehouse. Is that right?
Yes.
And describe for the jury, if you can, this place that you're referring to as the Warehouse. Is it an apartment?
No, it wasn't really an apartment. It was more of a business establishment with, I guess you could say, a residence built into it. It was a storage facility, a garage, and once you went inside, there was a set of steps that went upstairs and kind of laid out to a little dining room with 3 offset rooms to the side. And then below that was another garage, and at the very back of it was another apartment complex.
Did it have running water?
Yes.
Did it have bathroom facilities?
No.
Did it have electricity?
No.
And so this is not a designated apartment building, is that fair to say?
No, and it had suffered extensive damage from the hurricane as well.
So it's just I guess,
A flop house.
flop house, lack of a better word?
Yes, sir.
Now, when David invited you to come and stay there, was it just you and he staying there?
No.
How many other people were staying there?
Quite a few. There was 2 other couples and a bunch of random people that just kept coming and going.
All right. And did you decide to take him up on his offer to go and stay there?
I did.
And this would have been when? Just so we're keeping track of on the calendar. Where, about what time? Was this still at the end of October?
No, it's around November 3rd or 4th now. I believe a few days had transpired. Yeah, it was Fantasy Fest was over, and it was into November now.
Okay. And now you're staying at this warehouse. What's your plan at that point, Travis?
I didn't really have much of a plan at this point. It was I was in limbo. I was in party mode now. I couldn't find the people I was looking for. I found a buddy of mine that I hadn't seen in a while, and
So
I had a lot of money in my pocket.
You had a lot of money in your pocket?
I did.
Where was the money from?
It was from number one, I'm a disabled veteran, so I received a rather healthy sum of money each month. And I had saved money from working in town, and Shayla was rather well off herself. So
Now you said,
I was not hurting.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. I didn't mean to.
I was not hurting financially at that point, no.
Okay, so you had money.
Yes.
And I guess your original intention in coming to Key West wasn't panning out. Is that fair to say?
No, it was not.
So you had just said to the jury that you were kind of going into party mode.
Yes.
What does party mode mean for you?
Drinking and smoking
Smoking what?
pot and smoking anything I could get my hands on at this point. I was in full, I guess you could say, relapse. You know, I was back in my addiction.
Had you been clean and sober prior to coming back to Key West?
Yes, I had.
So now you're back in full party mode. Are you partying with David Gross?
I am.
Are you partying with anybody else in that warehouse?
Yeah, every now and again, Rory Wilson would come upstairs, and I guess to get away from his girlfriend, and he would hang out with us for a little while. I didn't really get too personal with him at this point. You know, wasn't real concerned with making friends at this point. I was just trying to have fun.
So you said this man that you I guess, became acquainted with was named Rory Wilson.
Yes.
And was he also staying at the warehouse?
He was not staying in the apartment that I was in. He was in the downstairs apartment that was at the back of the warehouse facility.
Okay. But still in that same building?
Just in the same building, yes.
Sorry, may I show you the judgment approach the witness?
Yes, you may approach the witness.
Thank you, Judge. Having already shown it to defense counsel, Travis, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as M as in Mike for identification. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
And who is that in the photo?
That is Rory Wilson.
Is that how he appeared to you when you knew him?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I seek to move in what's been previously marked as M.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit the state's next in order being
11.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so this man that you became known to you as Roy Wilson, is that right?
Yes.
Living downstairs?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he'd come upstairs every once in a while to hang out with you, is that right?
Yeah, well, not specifically with me, because I didn't know him. He did with David, though, because they were neighbors.
Did Rory have a street name or a nickname?
Detroit.
Okay. Did Dave have a nickname?
He did.
What was his nickname?
Detroit.
So you had two Detroits there?
Yes.
All right. So you come upstairs and through his communications with David, did you become acquainted with Roy Wilson?
Yes.
Did you guys ever party together?
Yes.
Smoke dope together?
Yes.
Drink together?
Yes.
Did you guys ever, and other things did you do for entertainment? Did you guys play cards or anything?
Dominoes.
Dominoes?
Yes.
Roy Wilson used to play?
Yes.
Now, you're there with David, right, living upstairs? And you become acquainted with this Roy Wilson, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever become acquainted with someone who became known to you as Tyrone Tucker?
Not at this moment, no.
All right. So, how long are you staying at the warehouse now? You're just kind of hanging out there?
I think I'd been there for roughly 5 days now. I believe the date was November 8th because it sticks in my mind because the police officers, Monroe County Sheriff's Department, at this date came into the residence.
They came to the warehouse?
They came to the warehouse.
Were you there when they came?
I was.
And was David Gross there?
He was.
And what about Roy Wilson? Was he there?
He was not.
So when the police officers came, was it daytime or nighttime?
It was daytime. It was early in the morning.
And what did they do when they came to the house that day?
Well, I was sitting at the dining room table watching a movie on my phone. It was, like I said, it was rather early. It was around 9 o'clock. And the stairwell where I was sitting, the stairwell that goes down to the front entrance, I look over and there's two police officers walking up. I didn't know what was going on. I looked at them and I said, "Excuse me, can I help you?" And they basically just told me to be quiet. They were looking for somebody. They came into the residence, and I had been smoking pot that morning. I had a glass pipe sitting in front of me. And as they said what they were looking for somebody, I reached down and grabbed it, put it in my pocket. They didn't like that too much. They stopped me immediately, told me to put my hands back on the table, and arrested me for paraphernalia at that point, and proceeded to arrest everybody else that was in the house as well because everybody was on probation that was in there.
All right. Did they take you into the station?
They did.
All right. And did you go to jail that night or that day?
I did.
And how long were you in jail then on that situation?
For 6 days.
And then at some point you were released?
I was.
Okay. And did you, once you got released, where'd you go?
I went back to my truck. I went back to the warehouse.
Where was your truck while you were in jail?
Parked out in front of the warehouse.
All right. And when you got out of jail, you said you went back to the warehouse?
Yes,
And was your truck still there?
it was.
Was there anything done or damaged to your truck when you got back?
Yes, there was.
Let's tell the jury about that. What did you discover?
When I got back, like I said, this is a brand new truck. I was very proud of it. It was pristine. And the whole passenger side of my truck had been knifed or keyed or scraped. It looked like somebody just raked it from bumper to bumper, from as far as the paint was the top of the vehicle down to the bottom of the vehicle, all the way to the back of it. Thousands of dollars worth of damage. My tools were stolen. Almost every single piece of construction hardware that I brought was gone.
Where had those tools been?
Some of them were upstairs in the apartment, and some of them were downstairs in the bed of my truck.
What about your personal things, like your clothes and things like that?
They were upstairs as well. I had a foot locker, a big trunk, probably about 3.5 by 2.5 by 18, maybe 20 inches deep. And this was where my personal stuff was. And this was inside of the residence.
And the Foot Locker was inside the residence?
Yes.
Not in your truck?
No.
Is it something you had unpacked into the residence when
Yes.
you decided to stay there?
Yes.
Did you take it upstairs to where you were staying?
Yes.
And when you got back from jail 6 days later, was it still there?
It was, but nothing that was in it was of any value was still in it.
Okay. Now, when you came back from jail, was Rory Wilson there?
Yes.
All right. And he was the guy living downstairs, right?
Yes.
What about David Gross? Was he there when you got out?
No.
What happened to him?
He was in jail for probation violation.
All right. Did you return to that upstairs unit to I guess, to continue living there?
To continue to figure out what I was going to do, yes.
And do you remember the date you got out of jail?
Yes, November 14th.
November 14th, and this is of 2017?
Yes.
All right, so now we're at November 14th of 2017. And you're out of jail now, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
Do you make contact again with Rory Wilson?
I do.
And at that point, do you become acquainted with somebody known as Tyrone Tucker?
I do.
And how did that come about?
They were both standing on the front porch whenever I arrived and began to notice this, I guess you could call it vandalism to my truck, and realized that my tools were gone. And this whole time, Mr. Wilson is stating that he's looking out for me. He collected some of my stuff so the crackheads didn't get to it. I wasn't real impressed with this, and I called the police. Number one, I needed to file a report on my truck. I needed to get my insurance going. So I called the police to come back and do an investigation. And unfortunately, it was the same individuals that had arrested me.
Same police that arrested came out to take the report?
Yes.
And did you file that report?
I did. They told me, I filed what I could with them, but they told me that I would be in contact with a detective would be in contact with me soon.
All right. Now, you said that Rory Wilson was standing on the front porch with another man.
Yes.
That man became known to you as Tyrone Tucker?
Yes.
Is that the first time you met him?
Yes.
Take a look around the courtroom, Travis, if you would, please. Do you see that man sitting in here today?
I do.
Can you identify where you see him sitting?
Yes, he's sitting right there.
And just so our record is clear that you are pointing to the defendant sitting at the defense table.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that the man that became known to you as Tyrone Tucker?
Yes, sir.
And he was standing with Rory Wilson that day?
Yes.
And did you have like a formal introduction to him, or is it just he
No.
was there, you were there, and you started hanging out?
Well, one of the things that kind of stuck in my mind is that Mr. Wilson referred to him as the only white man in the Keys named Tyrone.
Okay. So that was kind of your introduction to him?
Yes.
And did you continue partying when you got out of jail?
I did the best I could, yes. I wanted to stay comfortable and as, which is a retarded term, but as clear-headed as possible.
Understood.
And yeah, I just tried to return as business as normal. I was told not to leave by the police officers due to now a suspended driver's license. I'm out on bond. I have an investigation, open investigation on my truck. So for lack of, a better place to go, I had to stay there.
And by staying there, did you continue with your partying?
Of course.
Smoking?
Yes.
Drinking?
Yes.
Playing dominoes?
Yes.
Now, who were you hanging out with now? David Gross is gone, right?
Yes.
So who are your partner, or who are your pals, I guess, for lack of a better phrase?
Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson.
All right? Do you the three of you hang out together?
Yes.
Drinking together?
Yes.
Smoking dope together?
Yes.
Again, what kind of drugs did you guys smoke together?
We were smoking Molly. We were smoking crack cocaine, pot, cigarettes, drinking alcohol, beer.
Now, who supplied these drugs? Like, where did they come from?
Me for the longest time. I mean, me for the next 3 days. Yes.
Your money.
Yes.
So you're supplying the dope, and you and these new friends of yours are reaping the benefits of it.
Yes.
So that goes on for a couple of days?
Yes.
All right, Travis, at some point, does the money run out, or does your money run out?
It did.
All right? Does that mean that the dope ran out?
Yes, it does.
Was Tucker or Wilson, were they working at that time?
No.
Were they staying in that warehouse?
Yes.
I mean, for all intent and purposes, living there as well?
Yes.
All right. Wilson, you said it was living downstairs, is that right?
Yes.
Where was Tucker living?
He was staying upstairs in the bedroom next door to where David Gross's bedroom was.
And are you staying upstairs as well?
Yes.
So do you have an opportunity to spend a lot of time with Tucker?
I did have the opportunity, but we didn't spend every waking moment with each other. Of course not. That wasn't practical.
But you're both living upstairs, right?
Yes.
Do you see him a lot?
Yes.
At some point you said the part of the drugs or your money ran out, right?
Yes.
Did Tucker or Wilson have money to contribute to the continued partying?
No.
All right. At some point, does the need arise for you guys to figure out how to get more dope
Yes.
and more money?
Yes.
All right, tell us about that. How did that come about?
I guess this was November 17th now. We had spent most of the day apart, me at the beach. I don't know what Wilson and Tucker were doing, but I would say around 5:30ish, 6 o'clock, I went back to the warehouse. And
You'd spent the day at the beach.
yes.
All right.
And
Were they at the beach with you?
No, I was by myself.
All right.
And I went back to the apartment, and Tucker was there. Wilson was not. I don't know what time it was, but it wasn't dark yet. And Wilson shows back up, rather excited.
Why was he excited?
Because he had just heard that someone down the street had, somebody at Burger King, this is what I remember specifically, that somebody at Burger King had just told him that somebody had a large amount of money and cocaine, and told him where it was and that he wanted to go get it.
And when he told you this, did he tell you this while you were at the warehouse?
Yes.
And where in the warehouse did he tell you this? Were you guys upstairs, downstairs?
Upstairs.
So he came upstairs.
Yes.
Where was Tucker there when Wilson made this announcement?
Yes.
And where was Tucker?
Sitting at the dining room table with me.
So the three of you are upstairs now.
Yes.
And Wilson brings this news to the warehouse.
Yes.
Did he share with you and Tucker where this location was that had the dope and the drugs? I'm sorry, the drugs and the money.
The treehouse. That was the only reference that he'd made.
All right. Were you familiar with something called the treehouse?
No, I wasn't.
All right. You were not familiar with it.
No.
Did you become familiar with it?
Only after this scenario.
All right. And once Wilson identified, may I have that mark, please, madam? Thank you. Once Wilson identified this location, did you guys, or did you weren't familiar with it, right?
No.
So how did you become familiar with it?
By going over and looking at it, by driving by it and surveying it.
All right. Did you guys do that at that moment in time?
I don't know if it was at that moment in time. The sun had gone down. It was dark at this point. The first trip that we went over there, it was dark.
It was dark?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I approach the witness.
Yes.
Having previously shown defense counsel to be marked as ends in November, take a look at that photo, Travis. Do you recognize it?
I don't recognize the photo, but That's a daylight picture of the treehouse area. I've never been in that area, so I don't recognize that per se, no.
Fair enough, but do you recognize the structure?
Yes,
And what is that?
the treehouse.
Okay, is that how it appeared to you back in 2017?
No, again, like I said, I've never seen it in the daylight before. I did not know.
You saw it at nighttime?
Yes, I've only seen it at
Other
nighttime.
than the fact it's a daylight picture, is that the structure known to you as a treehouse?
Yes.
Subject seeking to move in was been previously marked as November?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit as next in order for the state being what, 12?
Yes.
Okay, Travis, let's tell the jury what they see in this photograph.
I see a clump of trees and a wood structure, and looks like a large amount of trash collected around it, maybe even a generator.
Now, can you see the structure buried in the trees?
Not very well.
Is it pretty much hidden from view?
Yes.
And the first time you ever heard about this place is when Wilson told you guys about it, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So he tells you about it, and you've never heard of it before. So you said you guys did a drive-by or a drive-over. Is that fair?
Yes.
How did you guys get over there?
My truck.
You drove?
Yes, sir.
Did they ride with you?
Yes, sir.
And when I say they, who do I mean?
Wilson and Tucker.
Wilson and this defendant sitting here.
Yes.
So they jump in the truck with you?
Yes.
Do you drive over there?
Yes.
And do you drive by the structure known as the treehouse?
Yes.
Does Wilson identify that as the location that he got information on?
Yes.
Do you stop at that time or do you just drive by?
I just drove by.
Could you see anybody at that structure at that time?
No, sir.
Any human beings walking around or anything?
No, sir.
Were there any cars in front of it?
No, not at this point.
Okay. Daytime or nighttime at this point?
This is nighttime.
So you guys do, I guess what you call, do you stop or do you continue driving?
I continue to drive.
And you do this once around, I guess.
This is the once around, yes. Before we went back to the apartment.
Well, that was my next question. After you did the once around, where did you go?
Back to the apartment.
And when you say the apartment, you mean the warehouse?
The warehouse, correct.
Okay, and what's the purpose in going back to the warehouse at this point?
At this point, for them to change clothes and to, I guess, put on darker clothes and go back.
Now, had a plan been crafted or hatched as to what you guys were going to be doing?
A rudimentary plan. I wouldn't say like a plan had been hacked. It was more or less Wilson wanted to go get this lick because he had a baby on the way, and he needed the money to pay his cell phone bill.
And I'm going to stop you right there, Travis. Don't mean to interrupt, but you said a lick.
Yes.
For the jury's benefit, what does a lick mean in your vernacular?
Well, in the slang terms, it's a come up. It's a robbery or a way for someone to make some money illegitimately.
So it's a lick.
It's a lick. Yeah, it's called hitting a lick.
And so Wilson wants to do this lick and get the money.
Yes.
And is this discussion had between the three of you?
Yes.
And tell us about that discussion. Like what you said, Wilson wanted to do this. What was he saying?
He wasn't really saying much. He just was adamant that we go do this.
All right. Was this defendant involved in that discussion?
Somewhat, yes.
Was he there when Wilson was talking?
Yes.
All right. And did they identify what your role was going to be?
Just to drive, yeah.
And you say just to drive. How did that come about? What did they say to you?
You're going to drive us over there.
In your truck?
Yes.
All right. Did you agree to drive him over there?
I did.
And what was going to be your benefit? Did they ever give you one?
Yes, some gas money for my truck.
And that's what they told you you'd get out of it?
Yes.
When the three of you had this conversation, were there any details about how this was going to play out?
No, sir.
You know, any details about who would go in, who would stay in the car, anything like that?
No. No, I mean, obviously I was going to stay in the vehicle. It's my truck. You know, I'm not going to just let somebody I don't know drive my truck.
So was there any discussion about you going inside?
No.
Was there discussion about Tucker and Wilson going inside?
It wasn't really a discussion. It was just a known fact that this wasn't something that was discussed. Those two were friends. I was not their buddy. I was an outsider, you know.
But you did agree to drive him over there.
I did.
So after you do the once around on the tree house, you came back to the warehouse, you said?
Yes.
And when you came back to the warehouse, what did you guys get out of the truck?
Yes, I stopped up front, and they got out and went inside.
And when you say they, you mean
Tucker and Wilson.
Tucker and Wilson. Did you stay in the truck?
I did.
And what was their purpose in going back inside the warehouse?
Darker clothes, mask, weapons.
And how long would you say they were in the warehouse until they came out?
Maybe 5-10 minutes
And where were you during that time?
in my truck.
Waiting for them?
Yes.
Now, you said about 5 or 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And they came back out eventually?
Yes.
Had they changed clothes?
Yes.
What were they wearing now?
Mr. Wilson was wearing all black, long sleeve shirt and gym shorts, black gym shorts, and a mask. And Tucker was wearing long pants, long shirt, and a mask. And both were carrying weapons.
Okay, so let's break it down. What color was the clothing they were wearing?
Black.
And let's take Wilson first. You said Wilson had on dark clothing?
Yes.
Long pants or short pants?
Shorts.
And dark shirt as well?
Yes.
And you said he had a mask.
Yes.
What kind of a mask? Can you describe it for the jury?
A demon mask. That's just the most horrible, evil-looking demon mask that you could. I basically describe. It was horrible.
And when you say he was wearing the mask, how was he wearing it?
On top of his head, it had like a little chin strap, and he was wearing it like you would, like a birthday mask or something like that. One of those little birthday hats, just perched on top of his head.
Pulled down in front of his face?
No, it was just sitting on top of his head like a hat, with the strap underneath his chin.
All right. Judge, I'm going to show defense counsel Mr. Marcus Lima.
So I'm going to assume it's in there. I'm going to assume it's in there.
Judge, at this time I approach.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Johnson, go ahead and open up the bag and take a look in there. Tell me if you recognize that item. This is what-
Just leave it in there.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
Let's take a look at it while it's in the bag, counsel. You see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
You recognize it?
I do
What do
recognize
you
it.
recognize it as?
The demon mask.
The demon mask.
Yep.
Is that the mask that Wilson was wearing when he came out of the warehouse?
Yes, it is.
Any question about it?
No,
Does that mask appear now as it did to you when you saw it on top of his head that day?
it does.
Judge, at this time I seek to move in with the previously marked as Lima.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Admit states L for identification into evidence and states 13.
Yes.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes.
All right, so you described this demon mask, right?
Yes,
Is that it?
that is it.
And that's the mask that Wilson, you said Wilson had on, right?
Yes, correct.
On top of his head.
Yes,
And he had this on his head when he came out of the warehouse.
yes,
And Wilson's the one with the picture we saw a little bit earlier, the African American man. Is that
yes,
right?
correct.
Did he have a weapon when he came out of the warehouse?
He did.
What kind of a weapon did he have?
He had a pipe,
And how do you know he had a pipe?
because it was in his right hand.
All right? So he comes out of the warehouse wearing this on top of his head and a pipe in his hand, is that right?
Yes,
And when he walked over to your truck, did he get in your truck?
yes, he did. He got into the front passenger side.
He gets in the front. Now, let's talk about this defendant, Tucker, Tyrone Tucker. Did he come out of the warehouse as well?
He did.
Describe his clothing, if you would, please.
He's wearing long black pants, boots, and a long sleeve black shirt. And a mask.
I'm sorry?
And a mask.
And describe for the jury, if you can, the mask that he was wearing.
It's considered like a neck gaiter or a neck buff. It's just like a tube of fabric that you pull down over your head, and it stretches up around a mask. I don't know if you guys are familiar with them, but they use them a lot down here in fishing. to, I guess, block the sun. And it said Jägermeister all over it.
Said a neck gaiter that said Jägermeister.
Yes.
Now, did he have it pulled up over his face?
No, he just had it around his neck. It was crumpled up around his neck at this point.
All right, and you saw that on him?
Yes,
And did you see if he had any weapons?
he did.
What kind of a weapon did he have?
He had a knife in his hand.
And how do you know he had a knife?
I could see it in his hand.
Was he carrying it when he came out of the warehouse?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to make sure I don't lose my way here. All right, so you said he was carrying a knife.
Yes.
You saw the knife?
Yes.
Can you describe it for the jury?
It was roughly this long. I guess you could say about 10 to 12 inches long. Black and red handle with a metal pommel, double-edged, serrated on one side, sharp on the other, smooth on the other.
Judge going to show defense counsel what's been previously marked as kilo.
I said, when is the seal broken? When is the seal broken? It was broken before. But it's open now. Okay, now just the heck, you just opened it up. It's not sealed. No, yeah, actually, just for a second, just because I want to clarify here.
The defense is asking for a sidebar.
Okay. You can approach.
Okay, having shown what's been previously marked as kilo to the defense counsel, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Travis, I'm going to ask you to open this box, please. Don't take anything out of it. Just take a look inside of it and see if you recognize it. Okay.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
To be the knife.
Which knife is that?
The knife that Tucker had in his possession when he came outside.
And how do you know that? Did you see the knife at that time?
Yes.
The knife that you're looking at now, which has been previously marked as kilo, is that the knife?
Yes, sir, it is.
Does it appear to be altered or changed in any way from when you saw it in Tucker's hand that night?
No, sir.
Judge, at this time, I see moving kilo.
Right, is there any objection?
No, sir.
All right, then. Admit states K for identification. That would be number 14
Yes.
for the state.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Okay, Travis, let's take a look at this. Is this the night that you saw?
Yes, sir.
Is this the night you saw on the day of the crime?
Yes, sir.
And who was in possession of this knife?
This was Tucker.
Okay. And you remember this being in Tucker's hand
Yes.
when he came out of the warehouse?
Yes.
All right. Now, let me ask you, Travis, tell us more about the plan. What was your understanding of what the plan was when you got over to the warehouse?
They were just going to go inside and take the money from this woman and the crack and come back. And we would go back to the hotel. I mean, back to the warehouse, the house.
And again, your job was to wait for them in the truck.
Yes.
Do you remember if they were wearing gloves when they came out of the house that day, out of the warehouse?
Do not remember.
Don't remember if they had gloves or not?
No.
Now, they come out, right?
Yes.
You've already described what they're wearing and what they're armed with. Do they both get into your truck?
Yes.
Where does Tucker get in your truck?
Behind me in the back seat of my truck.
And Wilson gets where?
In the front passenger seat of my truck.
Is that where he was on the previous drive around?
Yes.
And is that where the defendant was sitting on the previous drive around?
Yes.
Now, once they got back in your truck, what did you do?
I proceeded to drive back over to the treehouse.
And just so the jury has an idea of how long this would take, how long would that drive actually take from the warehouse to the treehouse?
About a minute.
Close.
Maybe less. It was very close.
And you drove back over there, is that right?
Yes.
Daytime or nighttime?
Nighttime.
Describe the lighting if you could. What's the lighting in that area by the treehouse?
Very poor.
Illuminated well?
No, not at all.
Can you see the structure at all?
No.
When you pull over there, do you see anybody else there when you pull over there?
There was a black vehicle out front, yes.
All right? And when you guys saw the black vehicle, what did you decide to do?
To drive around the block.
And why is that?
Hopefully they wouldn't be there when we came back.
So did you drive around the block?
I did.
And about how long did that drive around the block take, if you recall?
Maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3.
Okay. And did you come back to the treehouse then?
I did.
And when you did, were they still in the truck with you?
Yes.
And when you came back to the treehouse, was that car still out in front?
No, sir.
Was there any car out in front?
No, sir.
Were there any people around?
No, sir.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do when you came back to the treehouse after the drive around the block?
I stopped in front of the gate. They, being Wilson and Tucker, exited my vehicle. I pulled forward about another 50 meters from the gate and stopped at a stop sign.
And,
Off to the side of the road at the stop sign, not in the road at the stop sign, but on the side of the road.
okay. And when you stopped there, what was your intention at that point?
To wait for them to come back out.
Now, when they got out of the truck, were they both still wearing those masks?
Yes.
And did they both still have those weapons in their hands?
Yes.
Again, what weapon was Wilson carrying?
A pipe.
What about this defendant?
He was carrying a knife.
Okay. Do you see them go into the gate?
I watched them go through the gate, yes.
And at some point, did you lose sight of them?
I did.
All right. So then, at this point, you're sitting in the truck. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
How much time goes by until something happens next?
I don't know exactly how long. It didn't seem like very long. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe less. And somebody comes running out of the gate with a flashlight, screaming, "Help, help, help, call police." And
Were you
then
able to see that person?
I could see them. I saw them in my rearview mirror. I didn't particularly get a good look at them. At this point, I'm thinking, I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with this. And before I could pull away, I look in my rearview mirror again, and I see Tucker exiting the gate and running after my truck. As he is, he's fumbling around on the ground, dropping stuff, trying to stuff it back into a black bag that I could see he's got in his hand. And I round the corner and I take off back to the apartment or the warehouse.
Now, you said the first man came out waving a flashlight and screaming for help.
Yes.
Could you make out facial features on that person?
Negative, no.
Did you ever find out who that was?
I believe it was a Todd O'Quinn.
All right. And how long after Todd O'Quinn came running out of that gate did you see Tucker come out of that gate?
Seconds. Maybe 10, 15 seconds, not long.
Now, when you saw Tucker come out of the gate, you said you saw it in your rearview mirror?
I saw Tucker in my rearview mirror, then turned around and observed him. But I was also in the process of removing myself from the scene.
So you actually turned around and also made visual contact?
Yes,
And when you turned around, did you see him?
I did.
And how do you know it was him?
From what he was wearing and the direction he was running, which was towards my truck.
And is that the person that you knew was Tucker?
Yes,
Is that the guy who had just gotten out of your truck?
yes.
And he said at this point he was fumbling with something. Explain that. What was he fumbling with?
Oh, he had a bag in his hand and stuff kept falling out of it onto the ground, and he kept reaching down trying to stuff it back into the bag as he was running after me.
And at that point, what was your intention?
To leave?
Did you wait for him?
No.
What'd you do?
I drove back to the apartment,
To the warehouse?
to the warehouse.
Again, how long would that drive take?
Not long, it was about 200 meters.
And at that point, what kind of reaction did you have to what you had just seen coming out of the warehouse? I mean, coming out of the treehouse?
Fear, I guess you could say, uneasiness. I really, for lack of any knowledge, I was just nervous. I didn't know what had happened. So
And you said you went back to the warehouse.
I did.
When you got to the warehouse, did you go inside?
I did.
Parked your truck there and went inside?
Yes.
And did you go upstairs or stay downstairs?
I went upstairs.
And how long, at some point, did Tucker show up at the warehouse?
He did.
How long after you got back to the warehouse did Tucker show up there?
Not long, minutes.
And he arrived there, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when he got there, where did he go?
He came upstairs as well.
All right? Do you remember him coming up the steps that day to the second floor?
Yes.
And did you guys talk at that point?
We had some words, yes.
And what, if anything, do you remember the defendant? Was he still wearing the dark clothing?
Yes.
And did he have that bag that you saw him fumbling with? Did you see that in his hand?
Yes.
What about the weapon? Do you remember seeing the weapon?
No.
Do you remember seeing if he had gloves or not?
No.
And you didn't see the weapon at that point?
No.
But you saw this bag?
Yes.
All right. Did he come upstairs with that bag in his hands?
Yes.
And what did he say to you when he got up the stairs that day?
What the fuck, man? What's wrong with you? Why did you leave us? Why did you fucking take off?
Was he mad that you had left?
Yes.
And did he direct that anger at you?
Yes.
All right. And what was your response to him?
I don't want no part of this. I'm going to walk for a walk. I'm going to get a pack of cigarettes. I'll be back.
Did you ask him what happened inside there?
No.
Didn't ask him.
No.
Were you curious as to what happened in there?
Yes.
Did you have a feeling about what happened in there?
Not one of super negativity, no. Not one of murder for sure, no.
But he was angry. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Mad at you.
Yes.
Was he screaming at you or shouting at you?
No, it wasn't screaming or shouting, but it was definitely directed disappointment. There was intention.
What was he mad about?
Me abandoning them.
All right. Did you ever see Wilson come out of that structure that day?
No.
Or, I'm sorry, that night after when you saw Todd O'Quinn, then you saw this defendant. Any other, did you remember seeing Wilson come out of there?
No.
Now you're back at the warehouse now. Defendant's upset with you, right?
Yes.
You said you decided to leave.
Yes.
Where did you decide to go?
I decided to walk down the street, down to the Tom Thumb, which is literally, I guess, the halfway point between the treehouse and the warehouse, to get a pack of cigarettes, kind of take a breath. And
All right. How'd you get there? Did you drive or walk?
I walked.
And was anybody with you when you went there?
No, not when I went there.
At some point on the walk to the Tom Thumb, did you run into Wilson?
I encountered Wilson. Yes, I did.
Where did you encounter him?
Walking across the street in the parking lot of the Tom Thumb.
And is that the first time you'd seen him since he'd gotten out of your truck to go into the treehouse?
Yes, sir, it was.
When you saw him at the Tom Thumb, did you guys talk to each other.
We did.
And did you ask him what had happened inside that treehouse?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
Not to worry about it.
Did he give you any details about what happened?
Negative. None.
Do you remember how many times you asked him what happened?
Once.
And he said, don't worry about it.
Yes, sir.
And that was it. You accepted that.
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you push him for more, Travis?
Lack of desire to know what really went on in there.
Did you get your cigarettes?
I did.
And was Wilson there when you got your cigarettes?
He was.
And after you got your cigarettes, what did you do?
Walked back to the warehouse.
And did Wilson walk with you?
He did.
What did you guys talk about on your way back to the warehouse?
It was a pretty quiet walk. There wasn't much exchanged at all.
At some point, you guys arrived back to the warehouse?
Yes.
And take us through that. You get to the warehouse, where'd you go? Bottom floor, upstairs?
Went back upstairs.
When you get upstairs, is this defendant still upstairs?
He is.
And so now the three of you are back together again.
Yes.
Is there any conversation between Tucker and Wilson about what happened inside that warehouse?
No, sir.
When you ran into Wilson on your way to that Tom Thumb, when you ran into Wilson, did he have that mask anymore?
No, sir.
Mask was gone?
Yes.
What about that pipe that he had in his hand? Where was that?
Gone.
No pipe and no mask.
Nope.
When you saw Tucker back at the warehouse, did he have the knife yet?
No.
Do you remember seeing the mask or the neck gaiter that he had that said Jägermeister?
No.
Neck gaiter was gone and weapon was gone.
Yes.
Now, you guys are all back together again on the second floor of the warehouse, right?
Yes.
And you said there was not really a conversation going on about what happened?
No, sir.
And at some point, do they start talking about what they got out of that warehouse? I'm sorry, out of that tree house?
Not so much talking about it, but pulling the stuff. Wilson had like a tin. It almost looked like a snuff can that was in his pocket. It was full of crack cocaine. And then there was also...
Whose pocket was that in?
It was in Wilson's.
And he produced that tin?
Yes.
And what did he do with it?
Set it on the table.
Is it on a table that was upstairs in the warehouse?
The dining room table, yes.
All right. And what else? Did he unload his pockets at that point?
He had some money in his pockets as well, yes.
Do you recall how much? Or approximately how much?
Well, not when he immediately pulled it out, but when he was sitting there counting through it, it didn't look like any more than about $200 or $300.
$200 or $300. And that's money you saw him pull out of his pocket?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did he have any money in his pockets before you went to the treehouse?
No.
I mean, what was the purpose of going over there?
To get money and to get drugs.
So now he's got this money in his pocket. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
And you see him produce that money?
Yes.
And this tin?
Yes.
What's inside the tin?
Crack cocaine.
How do you know it?
Because I know what crack cocaine looks like.
And did you look inside the tin?
Yes.
Now, this defendant, was he there as well?
Yes.
Tucker was there.
Yes.
Did he produce any spoils of the robbery to you at that point?
No.
At
Just the
some-
bag that he emptied it on the table. It had nothing in it but personal effects.
All right, let's talk about that bag. Is that consistent with the bag that you'd seen him fumbling with when he came out of the treehouse?
Yes.
And is that the bag that he had back at the warehouse?
Yes.
And you said he was emptying the
Contents.
contents, I'm sorry, emptying the contents onto this table as well.
Yes.
What kind of stuff was in that bag that he was emptying out?
Pens and notepads and feminine effects, more trinkets than anything, nothing of any substantial value.
It appeared to be the stuff that the stuff that would belong typically to a female or typically to a male.
Typically to a female, yes.
All right, and at some point, did you receive anything from the take? I guess, for lack of a better phrase.
I did.
What'd you get?
I got a $50 bill for gas.
Who gave you that?
That was received from Tucker.
Tucker gave you that?
Yes.
And where'd that 50 come from?
From the wad of money that Wilson had.
That he pulled out of his pockets?
You guys say yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
So you got a $50 bill out of the take,
Yes.
and this defendant's the one that handed it to you.
Yes.
And do you remember anything distinctive about that money that was handed to you?
It smelled like perfume.
Perfume.
Yes, sir.
Is that a yes? Okay.
Yes, sir. I apologize.
It's all right. Anything else in that bag that you recall? You said there was makeup or something? Is that what you said? Just pads and paper and things like that?
Yes.
No other drugs or anything in that bag?
No, sir.
All right, so now you got your, I guess you got your gas money, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said there was crack cocaine in that tin.
Yes.
So did you guys at some point start smoking that crack cocaine?
We did. Another individual had showed up during all of the end of this after, we had divvied up the money and the crack was there. A gentleman by the name of Scott Perryman, big guy. And
Scott Perryman?
Yes. I was kind of relieved to see him. He was a friend from the beach. And at this point, me and him exited the warehouse and went downstairs outside to where my truck was and to have a beer. And I started to make some phone calls to Shayla. This was my fiance at the time. And this is when I encountered Penny Phelps and the SWAT team as they were moving through the neighborhood.
All right, Travis, so how long were you and Tucker and Wilson upstairs until this other guy showed up?
Maybe 15 minutes?
And you said his name was Scott?
Yes.
Was he also staying at the warehouse?
Randomly, yes. Occasionally, yes.
All right, so he stops by, it's somebody you recognize from the beach. You guys step outside.
Yes.
When you step outside, where is this defendant and Wilson at that point?
They're upstairs.
You leave them upstairs?
Yes.
So you said you went outside and you started making some phone calls?
Yes.
Called your girlfriend?
Yes.
What's going through your head at this point?
I just want to go home. At this point, I'm just really not enjoying my present company, not enjoying my situation, just not real sure about my safety. I just wanted to go home.
Are you concerned about what happened inside that treehouse or what may have happened?
Somewhat, but no, it wasn't pressing.
And you said at some point the police come upon you and your buddy while you're outside in front of the warehouse.
Yes.
And do they make contact with you?
They did.
All right. And did they talk to you about anything?
Yes, they asked me if I'd seen anybody running by in dark clothing, black male. I, of course, hadn't seen anything of that nature, so I didn't affirm her, request. But I did ask what had happened, and she just told me there was a fight up at CVS.
Okay.
That's where I left it.
Did you start connecting the dots that she's asking for information? This could have something to do with what just happened, or?
Yes.
And at some point, did she start talking to you about the charge or the report you filed on your truck?
No, not at this point. No.
Okay. So you don't really confirm anything for the police at that point in time?
No.
But they move on then, is that fair?
Yes.
And they move on. How long are you and Scott outside having this break?
When they move on, we went back in within probably 2 or 3 minutes after parting ways with the law enforcement.
You go back upstairs?
Yes.
And who's upstairs when you get up there?
Wilson, Tucker, me, and Scott Perryman.
And what do you guys decide to do when you get back in there?
Start smoking crack.
All right. All four of you are smoking crack at that point?
Yes, sir.
And I guess the party continued, huh?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. Now we're talking about November 17th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And how late in the night did you guys smoke crack that night?
Till about the sun came up.
And when the sun came up, what, if anything, did you do?
Well, I of course went to sleep for a little while. I woke up. The warehouse was empty except for me and Scott. And I decided at this point that I was going to find a way to remove myself from this scenario.
And so what'd you do?
I went to the beach.
Smathers Beach?
Yes, sir.
Is that the beach you typically hung out at?
Yes.
And when you left the warehouse that day to go to the beach, do you remember if Tucker was still there?
No.
You don't remember, or he wasn't there?
There was nobody there but me and Scott.
The next morning we're talking?
Yes.
And was Wilson gone as well?
Yes.
So you go to the beach that day, right?
Yes.
At some point, do you come back to the warehouse after your day at the beach?
Yes, later that evening.
All right, and now we're talking about the 18th, is that right?
Yes.
Now you come back to the warehouse, is Tucker there?
This day I don't remember the 18th very clearly, or the 19th. I know that I was in shambles trying to get my stuff together.
Why, Travis? Why do you say you were in shambles trying to get your stuff together?
I didn't feel safe anymore. I didn't want to be around these people. Shayla was really upset with, the scenario and the way it was planning out, wanted me to come home.
And Shayla's your girlfriend up in
Yes,
Michigan?
Yes.
And so what's your plan at that point?
Well, she suggests to me that I make contact with a contractor that she knew from her working at Mangrove Mamas, an individual by the name Martin Ochoa. And she had made contact with him and arranged for me to have a meeting with him to get some work, to make some extra money, and to possibly have a place safe to go from where I was.
So this is something that Shayla arranged for you?
Yes.
And were you able to make contact with this Ochoa guy?
Yes, I was.
Was this on the 18th, the day after the event?
No, I believe this was the 19th.
All right. And you said you don't remember much about the 18th. Do you remember running into Tucker and Wilson at all during that time?
No, I do not.
You said you made contact with this Ochoa person, correct?
Yes.
Where did you guys make contact?
At Mangrove Mamas.
All right. And how did you get up there?
My truck.
And you made contact with him?
I did.
Did he have work for you?
He did.
And where was that work going to be?
In Big Pine.
And what kind of work was he going to be offering you?
There was paint work, there was roofing work, construction, basically refurbishing and rebuilding a house that had been damaged in the hurricane.
And did you tell him you'd do the work?
I did.
And did he also offer you a place to stay?
He did.
And did you decide to accept that offer?
Absolutely.
And what was the offer? Where were you going to be staying?
I was going to be staying in the house that I was going to be working on in Big Pine.
Did you return after this conversation with Ochoa? Did you ever go back to the warehouse?
I did.
And what day are we talking about now?
This, I believe, is the 19th as well.
Now, you said you went back to the warehouse. Do you remember if it was daytime or nighttime?
It was the daytime.
When you got back there, was Tucker there?
He was.
And what about Wilson? Was Wilson there?
No, he was not.
All right. And did you have did you have any interaction with Tucker when you got back to the warehouse that day?
Slightly, yes. Not prolonged. It was more in passing because I was packing my stuff, trying to get out of there.
All right. And do you remember the nature of that conversation? Do you remember what he was saying?
No. I
Did
really
you guys
don't.
talk about anything happening at the treehouse?
No.
Now, at some point, you became aware of somebody having been stabbed there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, it is.
Tell the jury how you became aware that something like that had happened at the treehouse.
I was out at the beach, and I guess you could call it the Coconut Telegraph. There's lots of homeless people that hang out at Smathers Beach, and of course the news had gotten around, and they were telling me about what had happened, and I realized that this was the scenario that I was involved with.
And this was when the Coconut Telegraph, is this when you went to the beach the very next day on the 18th?
No. I didn't hear about it until the 19th.
Until the 19th?
Yes.
All right, and then you heard about it, you said through the Coconut Telegraph.
Yes.
Did you hear about it before you went to meet Ochoa, or did you hear about it when you got back from Ochoa?
When I got back.
And did you put it did you put it together that was the situation, or that was the event from a couple nights before?
Yes, I did.
Did you become aware that somebody had been killed during that event?
Yes, I did.
And did you become aware of the name of the person?
No, I still hadn't become aware of the name of the individual.
Do you know Matthew Bonnet?
No, I do not.
Never met him?
Never met him.
So when you find this information out, do you ever confront this defendant about the information that you had obtained?
No, sir, I did not.
Why not, Travis?
Fear. Simple fear. I didn't want to put any attention on me for anything at this point.
All right. So then did you made contact with Ochoa, decided to take the job, right?
Yes.
So when you come back to the warehouse on the 19th, do you begin packing your things?
I did.
Why do you do that?
Because I'm leaving.
To go do this job?
Yes, to move out of this apartment, to get away from this whole scenario completely.
Okay. And do you ever see Wilson before you leave?
No.
And you said Tucker was there that day when you packed up.
Yes.
Did you pack up all the things that you had unloaded inside of that warehouse?
Everything that I could possibly identify as mine, yes.
What about that Foot Locker that you had unloaded? Did you pack that back up?
Yes, I did.
And where'd you put it?
It got put into the back of my truck, the bed of my truck.
Now, while you were packing up, did you have like exclusive control over that Foot Locker?
No, sir, I didn't.
Were you keeping an eye on your truck the entire time?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Was anybody helping you pack your things?
I did get help from Tucker initially when I was able to move my footlocker out of the apartment. It was quite heavy, so he did help me get it into my truck.
Who helped you?
Mr. Tucker.
Defendant sitting here?
Yes.
Did you tell him where you were going and what your plan was?
No.
Did you tell him you were leaving?
Yes.
Did he ask why you were leaving?
No.
Did you share any of the information you'd obtained about what had happened at the treehouse 2 nights before?
No, sir, I did not.
At some point, do you get your truck loaded up?
I do.
And do you ever see Wilson again before you leave for the new job?
No.
And do you ever become aware that if they had been taken in or not on this situation?
I did become aware that that Wilson had been arrested, yes.
All right. So then you go in, you get in your truck, you have all your stuff at this point, right?
Yes.
And where do you go?
I went to Big Pine, to the house on Enterprise Road.
And that's for the job for Ochoa?
Yes.
And do you remember the date when you did this?
I believe it was the 20th or the 20th. I don't remember exactly what day it is, but I knew it was the day of the raid. Whatever the day of the raid was, when they were arrested, it was that afternoon that I left.
All right, so let's talk about the day of the raid. What are you talking about when you say the day of the raid?
There was a search warrant executed on the warehouse.
Were you there when it was executed?
No, sir, I was not.
Had you left already?
Yes.
And did you become aware of this raid?
I did become aware of it, yes.
How did you become aware of it?
When I went back, I think my timeline's a little messed up. When I went back to collect my stuff, the raid had already occurred. And that's where I encountered, what was her name? His girlfriend, the pregnant woman.
April?
April. And she was asking me where Rory was, what happened to Rory, and I said, he's in jail. And Tucker's not. I mean, I didn't know what else to tell her. I didn't know what had happened.
And April was Rory's girlfriend?
Yes, the pregnant girlfriend, yes.
And this is when you're getting your stuff to go to Big Pine?
Yes.
The raid has already happened?
Yes.
Wilson's not there?
No.
Is Tucker there?
Yes.
And you asked Tucker how he's there and Wilson isn't?
I wasn't concerned with that, no.
All right. And when you heard about the raid, what was your reaction to that?
I got to get out of here. It was one of dire need to leave, to flee.
To get out of that location?
Yes.
Were you worried about them tracking down to you?
Yes.
So you take off for Big Pine, is that right?
Yes.
And you get to Big Pine, you use your truck to get there?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do when you get to Big Pine?
I unloaded my truck into the house so that I could do personal inventory of all my belongings that hopefully I had retrieved from the apartment.
And you're back at the house. You said you unloaded everything. Were you by yourself or was somebody with you?
I was by myself.
Were you feeling relieved?
Yes.
Why?
I had escaped. I was in a safe place as far as I knew that they didn't know about, that nobody knew anything about. It was just me.
Okay.
So I felt like I had removed myself from the situation.
Did you unpack your truck?
I did.
Into that house?
I did.
And did you start unpacking your things?
I did.
Okay. Did you discover something inside your footlocker?
I did.
All right, let's tell the jury about that. While you were unpacking your things, did you attempt to unpack your footlocker?
I did. I opened my footlocker, and right there in the top of it was the black backpack, the bag that Tucker had emptied onto the table in the dining room the night of the incident.
The bag that you saw him coming out of the treehouse with?
Yes.
The one he was fumbling with?
Yes.
And how did you know it was that bag?
It was that bag.
Okay.
That's, for lack of better words, it was right there. I didn't put it there. I knew it was what it was.
Was it there when you packed your stuff into your trunk?
No.
Do you know how or when it got put in there?
I have no idea.
When you saw it, what was your reaction?
What the fuck? Why is this in my bag? Why is this in my box?
Okay. What'd you do with it?
I panicked and I grabbed it and I looked for the closest thing near me, which was a closet, an air conditioner closet, opened the door and I threw it in, shut the door behind it.
Was it just like a regular clothes closet, or
No, it was an air conditioner closet. It was a mechanical closet.
like where the air conditioning unit is housed,
Yes.
and you threw it in there?
Yes.
Out of sight, out of mind?
Yes.
Were you concerned that that was in your footlocker?
Yes.
And did you continue unpacking everything else?
I did.
Now, how long were you up there? At some point while you were up at Big Pine, did you receive a phone call from the police?
I did. I received a phone call from Miss Penny Phelps informing me that they had some information and possibly some stolen property of mine from my police report on my truck, and also that there were detectives that wanted to take some video and some pictures of my truck and issue me the formal report for my insurance.
And did they indicate to you that they had some things from your truck?
Yes.
Were you excited to receive that call?
Yes, I was.
Why?
I wanted, number one, I wanted the police report for my insurance purposes, and number two, I was hoping they found some of my tools. I don't buy cheap tools.
And you had just taken on a new job, right?
Yes.
Were you going to need those tools?
It would have been nice to have them, yes.
Did you make arrangements, or did the police make arrangements with you about how you should all meet up to talk about what they had?
Yes, they wanted to come to me. They wanted to come to where I was. And number one, I didn't really want to be driving around blatantly with them knowing that my driver's license was suspended. So, I mean, yes, I was driving, but I don't want to be in front of a cop. Yeah, I got a suspended driver's license. Let me just drive where you guys are. So, no, they came to where I was and did their investigation on my truck.
Travis, how long were you in Big Pine before the police came out there to pick you or to talk to you about your truck?
Not even 2 hours.
So the same day you arrived,
Yeah. Yes.
hadn't even spent a night there yet?
No.
Had you unpacked that footlocker already?
Yes.
Had you hidden that bag in that
Yes.
air conditioning closet?
Yes.
Did the police come out?
Yes.
They photographed your truck?
They did.
At some point, did they ask you to come down to the station with them?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
To identify stolen property.
And did you agree to go?
I did.
And how'd you get to the station?
They drove me.
Okay. All right, so they drove you down to the police station, is that right?
Yes.
And do they, at that point, is your truck completely unloaded?
Yes.
You don't have anything else in the back end of it?
I don't have anything in it.
Okay, so you unloaded all your stuff.
Yes.
All right, and you get down to the police station, they bring you in?
Yes.
Did they ever show you the items that they wanted you to look at that they thought might be from your truck?
Yes, they did.
And what was it?
It was nothing of mine.
Nothing of yours?
No, it was not. Nothing belonged to me at all.
Did you tell them there was none of your stuff?
Yes, it did.
Okay, were you annoyed?
I was very annoyed
Why?
because I had made a specific list of items that I was missing, and none of these items were even remotely what I had described. So yes, I was frustrated. I felt like my time was being wasted.
Fair enough. Did they, after you said that wasn't your stuff, did they drive you back to Big Pine?
No, they did not.
What happened next?
I was brought into a room for questioning
About what?
about the September 17th, or the November 17th incident at the treehouse.
And they started questioning you about it?
Yes, sir, they did.
All right.
Mr. Mansfield,
sir.
I think this would be a good time to take a morning
sorry, Ted.
break. No problem. Just seems to me it's a logical break,
Okay.
about time to give the jurors and everyone a break. So we're going to take our morning break. This is one of those where you don't have to stay in the jury room. Just follow the usual procedures and instructions. Let's be back at 10:45, and we'll pick up with the continued examination of the witness. Stand by.
Yes, sir.
All right, the jurors are gone. We're going to take a 15-minute break. You can take a break also. We have the rule of sequestration of witnesses that's been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony with anyone. Okay, so attorney, defendant, are all back. We have the jurors in the jury room. Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson, you can come on up back to the witness stand. So we can bring the jurors in.
Thank you, sir.
I'll have some water while you're at it, please.
No, I'm good.
It's a good idea. Okay, so you all can have a seat. Apparently, you don't have to stay standing. We'll just wait for the remaining juror to return. Please be seated, everyone. All right, so welcome back to court. Pleasant. The witness is back on the witness stand, still under oath, subject to continuing direct examination. So you can proceed, Mr. Mansfield.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Travis, so now you're at the police station, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me, and you went down there to look for some items from your truck, right?
Yes.
But now they flipped the script on you.
Yes.
They're talking to you about what?
About the robbery and the murder.
All right. And do they continue questioning you about what happened there?
Yes.
And do they start presenting you with different pieces of evidence that they've got
Yes.
about what happened there?
Yes, sir, they did.
All right. And what is your reaction to all of this as it's happening? Are you in shock?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm being implicated.
All right. And did it surprise you when you got down there and you realized it wasn't really about the stuff from your truck, but it was something else?
Yes, it was rather surprising.
And they questioned you for a while. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, they did.
Remember how long?
No.
Hours, minutes?
Hours.
And ultimately, you end up giving them a statement. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You give them a statement about everything that happened.
Yes, sir.
And you also, in that statement, tell them about your involvement in
Yes,
what
sir.
happened.
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you arrested?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what are you charged with?
I was charged with murder and with robbery.
At any point during this process, did anybody explain to you what the principal theory meant?
No, not at this point in time.
When did you realize what that principal theory meant and how it affected you?
After the first meeting with my public defender.
All right. And you became aware of that premise under the law?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, I'm going to switch gears here for a minute and have you take a look at some videos that we have in evidence. Okay, Judge, just so the record is clear, I have obtained from the clerk what's been marked into evidence as number...
Number 7.
7?
Exhibit 7.
Okay, it's Exhibit 7. I'm going to hand it to my... Yes. All right, so now that we have somebody who's much better on computers than me, Chris, let's bring up the first one, which is going to be, the electric.
Okay, so the jurors can see the screen all right. They're nodding affirmatively. And Mr. Tucker, presumably you're in a position to see it as well?
Sir.
All right.
Chris, if you just pause for a second, please. All right, Travis, we're looking at what's in evidence as State's Exhibit 7. Now, going back to 2017, when you're at the station, do you remember how long, do you remember approximately what day this was that you were down at the station?
November 22nd, I believe.
Okay, so it's a couple days after the stabbing.
Yes.
Now, at some point, do they ask you to look at videos as well?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to have you take a look at here. It is what Exhibit 7. And Chris, if you just let it play through the first one.
Well, can he see it all right?
I
there?
cannot see it very well.
I'm sorry, Travis. You're right, Judge. I apologize. Travis, if you need to step down, I can have you just stand next to
That's
it.
okay right there. Yes, I can see.
No, it's been okay, but the trouble is, he can see it, but I don't know if the defendant can see it, so...
Why don't you come down, Travis? Step down.
Let's put it back where it was. And
There you go.
Mr. Johnson, you can step down, just speak loudly, because you don't have the mic now, and if you need to position yourself so you can...
See it from right here. If I turn this direction, I can see fine. Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Do you recognize that neighborhood, Travis?
Yes, sir, I do.
Where is that?
That is the neighborhood right directly outside of the warehouse. To the left is the warehouse, where that intersection is. It's maybe 100 yards.
Chris, pause.
That is me.
Who's that we see walking there?
That is me.
That's you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Where are you heading at that point?
To the Tom Thumb.
Now, is this you as you were walking with Tom Thumb after the event had happened?
Yes.
Is this when you left the warehouse?
Yes.
And again, why did you leave the warehouse?
This was after the discussion me and Tucker had, and I went to the Tom Thumb to go get cigarettes.
Okay. And that's you?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, Chris, if we play, just let him walk through. Now pause again. Now, if we look at the timestamp on this, it's military time is 2016, so we're looking at what, about 8:16 in the evening
Yes, 8:16.
and 42 seconds. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And would this be before or after you had taken Tucker and Wilson over to the treehouse?
This is after.
How long after?
Maybe 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. All right, Chris, go ahead. And again, where were you heading as we see you walking in this video?
To the Tom Thumb grocery store on the corner.
Chris, let's take it to the next, what's the next timestamp? 2019. Okay, let's go to 2019. It's a minute later, 2 minutes later. There we go. Let's play from there. Now it's 8 minutes, and pause for a minute, Chris. Thank you. Now it's military time. It says 2019. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So now we're looking at what, 8:19 in the evening?
Yes, sir.
A few minutes from after the other video, right?
Yes, sir.
And go ahead, Chris, play. Go ahead and pause. All right, so we see 2 men walking there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And who are those 2 men? Can you identify them?
Yes, it is me and Mr. Wilson.
All right. Now, you can't really see facial features, right?
No, sir.
How do you know that's you and Mr. Wilson?
I remember the walk.
And that's the man you knew as Rory Wilson, rather?
Rory Wilson, yes, correct.
All right. And where are you guys walking from? Where are you coming from as we see it here?
The Tom Thumb grocery store.
And where are you heading to?
Back to the warehouse.
All right, Chris, go ahead and play. Okay, that's going to be it for this video. If we can go to the other one on the drive. Now, what, if anything, are we, the vantage point where we're seeing right now, what are we seeing, Mr. Johnson?
This looks like the marina that was next to the warehouse.
Okay. And again, proximity to the warehouse would be, like, where would the warehouse be as we look at this vantage point?
Back the other direction. The lights of the building in front is the CVS, and that would make the warehouse directly opposite in the opposite direction of roughly 200, maybe 300 meters.
Okay. And Chris, if you can take us to the first timestamp that I wrote down there, please. Okay, let's play it from there. Stop. Oh, sorry. Gotta rewind just a few seconds for me now. Now we see a truck, or we see a vehicle pulling in there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is my truck.
How do you know it's your truck?
From the situation and the time, yes. This is my truck.
Now, pause again. If you watch the lights over in here, if you could just rewind. A second or two. Watch, but maybe to the right of the boat there, you see, is that your truck going through?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't appear to stop, does it?
No, it does stop. I do stop just out of frame.
Is that consistent with the first drive-by that you you did that height?
Yes.
We can't see if the truck is stopped here or not, can we?
No, sir.
Okay. That's just other things. That was your truck we saw pull through there, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Manager. Your Honor, could I move up just a little closer? I'm still having trouble seeing. Can I just stand on the edge of the table here? Or
Yes,
something like that?
now you can position yourself so you're able to see.
So now we're just watching the video. The truck is pulled by already, correct?
Yes.
Travis?
You can also put your chair up there if you want to.
There's my truck again. Two individuals just
I'm
walked.
sorry, but you have to wait till you're asked a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Chris, what's the next time, Sam? 1945, 20, 19, 51. Okay, let's go to 1951. But, I think I just missed one. Oh, we missed the 1954. All right, let's go back to that one. Okay, Travis, we just see something again, don't we?
Yes, sir.
What did we see?
My truck again.
Now, if you look to the right of the boat, what did your truck do this time?
Stopped right there.
Just back up just 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Is that your truck?
Yes, sir.
Look to the right of the boat, what do we see?
Stop.
Right? Is that consistent with having to drive around first and pulling up the second time?
Yes, sir.
I know, on that boat. Good pause, please. What do we see there?
Two individuals walking.
Can you see their facial features?
No, sir.
Is it consistent with Wilson and Tucker getting out of your truck and walking toward the treehouse?
Yes, sir.
What's our next step? Now, 51, so about 5-6 minutes later, let's go to 1951. So we're going to go 5 minutes ahead of the video. That's fine. Travis, what do we see through the side of the boat there?
Looks like headlights.
Okay, is that consistent with your truck?
Yes.
All right.
I understand, and that's why it was referenced consistent with, but it's... Understood.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, I'll work on it. Now what time, Travis, is on the timestamp?
19:51 and 3 seconds.
So now we're talking about, what, 7 minutes after we saw the 2 minutes? 6 minutes?
Yes.
What do we see there, boss? In the background here, if you go back just 1 second for me, please, Chris. You see a person going up the hill.
Yes, sir, it did.
Does it appear that they have a flashlight in their hand?
Yes, sir, it did.
Awesome. Is that consistent with the person you saw running out of the treehouse with the flashlight screaming for help?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you can't see facial features on that, right?
No, sir, I cannot.
But is it consistent with what you remember seeing?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you said that was named Tyrone Quinn, right?
I believe that was his name, yes.
What do we see right there?
See another individual running.
Focus in here. What? Okay. Right there. What do you see?
See an individual running.
I can't make out a facial feature, can you?
No, sir.
Is that consistent with Tucker running out of that gate?
Yes, sir.
Is that consistent with what you remember seeing when you turned around and looked and saw him fumbling with the bag as he ran out of the gate?
Yes, sir.
Appeared to be dressed in black.
Yes, sir.
What direction does he appear to be running towards?
My vehicle, sir.
Your vehicle. Would that be consistent with where your vehicle had been parked?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Now, that's an evidence. The night back in 2017, well, Travis, before I ask you that, let me ask you another question. At this point in time, you guys had run out of drugs, you said, right?
Yes.
I mean, that was part of the reason why you were doing this, you said, right?
Yes.
How long had you been out of drugs?
Roughly 36 hours.
All right, so prior to all of this happening, had you guys been smoking dope?
Yes.
And how close in time were you smoking to when this was happening?
Probably 24 hours.
Okay, so
Maybe a little more.
I'm sorry?
Maybe a little more.
Okay, so is it fair to say that directly prior to this happening, you were not under the influence of any drugs?
No, sir.
It had been 24 hours since you guys smoked something.
Yes, sir.
How about alcohol? Had you been drinking prior to this happening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How close in time were you drinking to when this event occurred?
I probably had a beer in the truck with me.
Okay. Anything, I mean, were you so intoxicated that it affected your perception of what was happening?
No, sir.
Were you so intoxicated you couldn't tell or you couldn't really see what you said you saw coming out of the treehouse?
No, sir.
So your level of intoxication didn't affect your ability to perceive,
No, sir.
and you hadn't done any drugs?
No, sir.
Not, at least not prior to this, directly prior.
Correct.
Now, taking it back to 2017, when you were down at the station, you gave them a statement, correct?
Yes.
After the statement, did they ask you to watch videos?
Yeah, they did.
And did you in fact watch those videos?
Yes, sir, I did.
Are they the same videos you saw here today?
Yes, sir, they are.
Now, back then, they asked you about your ability to identify in those videos, right?
Yes.
Let's take the first video we saw where you identified as yourself walking towards Tom Thumb.
Yes.
And then you were coming back with Wilson, right?
Yes.
Back in 2017, when you watched the video, did you make a positive ID?
I did.
All right. Was it an unwavering ID, or did you kind of vacillate back and forth?
I was vacillating, yes.
And why were you vacillating?
Fear.
Were
I'm
you
scared.
Scared?
Yes.
Why were you scared?
Because I was realizing that they had video evidence and I was being implicated, that this was, I was caught. I was, yeah, I was scared.
Were you surprised when you saw these videos?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you saw the videos, had you already given your statement, or was your statement yet to follow?
I gave my statement. They used these videos, I guess, to corroborate what I had already told them.
Okay. And so referring to the part where it showed you walking down the street, you said you ID'd yourself, but you vacillated. Is that fair to say?
I did, yes.
And at the time when you were watching it, did you know it was you?
Yes, I did.
And you vacillated again, why?
Again, out of fear. You couldn't clearly see facial expressions or facial features. So by me vacillating, I was hoping to, I don't know, somehow convince them that maybe it wasn't me, or convince myself that it wasn't me. But I knew it was me.
And were you surprised when you saw these videos?
Yes.
Now we talked about the other one that showed you walking. Let's talk about this video here. When you saw this video, did they ask you to identify your truck?
Yes, they did.
And were you able to identify your truck?
I was, yes.
Again, was that an unwavering identification, or did you vacillate?
Again, I vacillated.
And why did you vacillate?
Again, because I knew it was me, and for lack of wanting to outright admit it was me, I wavered and, I can't really tell, those kind of attitudes.
Now, as far as the two men that we see coming from your truck, can't make out facial features, right?
No, sir.
As you sit here today, can you say that's consistent with what happened that night?
Yes, sir, it is.
And again, these videos were shown to you back in 2017, after you gave a statement.
Yes.
After you watched these videos and you kind of gave your vacillating identification, what did they do next to you?
A few minutes went by and they charged me with murder.
Okay, you were charged.
Yes.
Judge, if I can just have 1 second to talk to my trial partner.
Yes.
All right, Travis, so you were arrested that night, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you were charged with murder,
Yes, sir, I was.
and you sat in jail for a long time
Yes, sir, I did.
while this case made its way through the criminal justice system.
Yes, I did.
About several years, actually, correct?
56 months.
56 months, you have it down.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, and I'm going to talk about April of 2022. In April of 22, at that point, you had a lawyer representing you, correct?
Yes, correct.
And at some point, were you approached about potentially cooperating with the state and becoming a state witness?
Yes, sir, I was.
And is that something your lawyer approached you with?
Yes.
And through that communication was a meeting set up between you and my office to talk about what you knew from this crime.
Yes.
And again, at that meeting, were you once again asked to give a sworn statement as to what happened?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you give that sworn statement?
Yes, sir, I did.
And where did that take place?
It took place in the first appearance room, which is an office off of the main lockdown facility in the jail.
And you were still in jail at that point, right?
Yes, correct.
Travis, from that night that you went down to the station from Big Pine, did you ever get out?
No.
So that night you went in and you were in the entire time?
Yes.
Consistently until this April of 22?
Yes.
All right. And you sat down with your lawyer, correct?
Yes.
Somebody from my office?
Yes.
And a police, a member from the police department?
Yes, sir.
did
Detective
you-
Weiner, I believe was his name.
I'm sorry, sir?
Detective Weiner, I believe was his name.
All right. And were you asked to give a sworn statement about what happened that night?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
And after that was done, did your lawyer talk to you about potential cooperation in this case?
Yes, sir.
And what the deal would be, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, what deal did you get, sir, in order to cooperate and testify on behalf of the state?
I was given credit for time served, which was almost 5 years. Then I was also put on supervision, probation, for an additional 5 years until the completion of this trial.
Okay. And is one of the terms of your probation that you cooperate with the state in their prosecution of this matter?
Absolutely, yes.
And did you accept the terms of that deal?
Yes, I did.
And what did you ultimately plead to in order to effectuate this cooperation?
The murder charge was dropped, but I did plead to aggravated robbery with a mask while armed and aggravated battery with a deadly weapon while masked,
Okay.
which are both very serious charges as well. But
Of course. Now, did your lawyer ever explain to you, even though you weren't the person that went inside, you were guilty?
yes,
And that was under this principal theory?
yes,
And you accepted the deal and you went ahead and took the terms, and that's where we're at today. Is that fair to say?
this is correct, yes.
Has everything you've testified to today been the truth as far as you know it?
As far as I know it.
Travis, at this time, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'll tender the witness.
All right. Cross-examination?
Your Honor, I was wondering if we could take like an early lunch so that when I do my cross, we can just go ahead and get into the cross and not break it up.
No, I think that we've got ample time to get well underway here. If you need 5 minutes or something like that, but
I expect it to be a long cross. That's not as
well, I understand, but we've got a good chunk of time to get started, so I'm disinclined to break for lunch now.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Actually, grab it. Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Judge, I'm sorry, before we start, I'm going to return the drive back to the clerk.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know if Mr. Tucker would care to move the podium a little bit, or...
And actually, if you want to leave that up there, that's just fine. I planned on pulling those exhibits anyway, unless you want.
All right, so
Maybe we can go back
they're
here.
going to be used, then we might just as well keep them...
That's what I figured.
Well, where they're at.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me?
Something sitting right there. Thumb drive sitting right there.
Where did this one come from? This one was mine.
It's a copy, Judge. It's a copy just so...
This is not mine.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Mr. Johnson, let's go start off back at the beginning where Mr. Mansfield started, okay?
Okay.
Now, you gave us a little bit of your history prior to that. You said you were in the military,
Yes.
right? And again, where was that? Where did you serve?
I served in Kosovo and Afghanistan.
Okay, Kosovo and Afghanistan. Do you ever kill anybody?
I have done my job.
That's not what I asked.
I have
you ever-
done my job.
Have you ever killed
I was an
anybody?
infantry soldier. Yes,
Objection,
correct.
Judge, to badgering the witness.
I'm just,
I will overrule the objection. I believe you need to
Yes,
give
I
it
have.
your-
yes, you have. Okay, great. Okay. Now, you also testified that you had PTSD. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And when was that first diagnosed?
In 2009.
2009. Okay. And did you get any treatment for that?
I have.
Okay. And what was the treatment?
I have had multiple issues of treatment through one program in Bonham, Texas, at the Sam Rayburn VA. It was a total inpatient program for roughly 10 months. Came out of that one, went back into another program in 2015, which was in Miami, which was also an intensive inpatient program out of the Miami VA.
So 2009, 2000, so what, almost 2010?
2009, 2010, yes, would be my first initial treatment. And then the second intensive inpatient PTSD treatment was in Miami, at the Miami VA in 2015.
And how long did that last?
For approximately 11 weeks.
11 weeks? So,
I'm sorry, was that weeks or months?
Weeks.
Okay.
Weeks.
and is that the only time you've sought treatment for it?
No.
Okay. Any other ones that were long-term?
Those were the longest term, but I have maintained a continuous outpatient treatment with the Dallas VA before I transferred to Miami.
Okay.
But the last treatment I received was in October of 2015.
Okay, back to the military. What was your MOS?
11 Bravo.
11 Bravo. Okay, so you're
Infantry soldier.
Infantry, yep. Okay. And you said you had a methamphetamine problem at
I
one
did.
point. And how long ago was that?
Years. Probably from the time I was 15, off and on, most of my life.
Okay, so the time you were 15, and I'm assuming you don't have a methamphetamine problem now.
No, sir.
Okay. But you did it back in 2017. Is that correct?
No, I didn't. I was clean, actually, in 2017 from
You're clean.
methamphetamines,
Okay.
yes.
And you said you first came down here with Crystal Barrett, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that she got you a job, is that correct?
No, we were going to partner into a franchise, not so much get me a job as it was going to be a partnership through this Snuba franchise that was, yes, that was quite new at the time. Something of interest to both of us.
Okay. And what did it do? I'm not exactly sure what it is.
It was a combination of snorkeling and scuba at the same time, where tourists, people that were not certified, could come in and dive on a tank with a hose and a regulator, but wouldn't have to be certified because you didn't go any deeper than 20 feet. And anything after 20 feet, I guess you would have to be certified. So this franchise allowed people to come on vacation, experience snorkeling and scuba diving without having to go through all the certifications to do this. So it seemed pretty appealing at the time.
Did you put your money into it?
No, I was never able to get to that point.
Okay. And about how far did you get?
About a week and a half into my journey into Key West before it fell apart.
Okay, gotcha. And that's when you ended up on the streets?
Yes.
Okay, and at the beach?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where you met David Gross?
Yes.
Did you have any other jobs while you were down here?
Yes.
At that time?
No. At this time, no.
Okay. And how long was that, would you say, that you were jobless and homeless down here?
A month.
Month?
Yes, 30 days.
And is that when you went back up to Detroit?
No.
Okay, what'd you do after that?
While I was in the interim from coming here from Dallas, the Snuba, and living on the beach, I had placed an ad on Facebook for handyman work, and I received a call from the Pier House. And this was probably a week after I had removed myself from the homeless situation, had acquired residential security in Marathon, and started working at the Pier House, which would put me at about September End of September 2017, or 2016, excuse me.
Okay, the end of September 2016, and you're working at the Pier House.
Yes.
How long did that last?
Until I left in June of 2017.
Okay, June of 2017. So you left in June of 2017?
I went to Detroit with Shayla.
Okay. And you went back to Detroit, right? And that's where you're from. You were
No,
from before.
I'm not from Detroit.
Okay.
I'm from Dallas, Texas.
I mean, did you ever live in Detroit before?
No, never been there before.
Oh, so this was all new?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Never been there before. And you had met David Gross on the beach, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, September 2016. Okay. Now, when you know, again, the summer of 2017, June, you said, is when you came down here, right? How'd you get here? Who'd you come with? Anything?
In 2017, that was when me and my fiance had departed our residence, which was in Bay Point, mile marker 15. I was living at 19A Circle Drive, which is right behind Baby's Coffee. We had terminated our lease and moved to Detroit to settle her home. She had owned her own home since she was about 22, and she wanted to put it on the market, sell it, and we were going to get married and permanently stay in Key West.
Okay. And again, I think I may have confused you a little bit. I was talking about when you came from Michigan to come down here. You know, how'd that come about?
Like I said, when I left here and went to Michigan with her, our intentions were to stay there for the summer, fix her house, put it on the market, return to Key West for season,
Okay.
which basically was the end of summer on until the next summer. Unfortunately, the hurricane hit in 2017 before we were able to financially organize and return to Key West.
Okay, so I'm clear here. Did she come with you?
No, she did not come back with me whenever
So
I
she
came
didn't
back.
come back with you. Did anybody come with you?
No, I came by myself.
Do you remember a guy named Matthew Gideon?
Who?
Matthew.
Gideon?
Yeah, I think that's how you pronounce his name. I'm not exactly sure.
No, I don't remember this individual.
Would you be surprised that they found his medications in your truck?
No, I wouldn't, because now that I think about it, Matthew Gideon was an individual that was at the apartment complex, and I think the medication they found was Zoloft.
Did Matthew Gideon stay at the warehouse at any given point in time?
I believe he was there for a day or two in the very beginning before I had met you.
And now, let's get to that. You did say that you didn't meet me until a few days before this happened, correct?
Right after I got out of jail.
Would you be surprised to learn that there's phone calls between the two of us in October?
In October? Yes, probably surprised, because I don't remember meeting you until after I got out of jail.
So you would say that probably didn't happen?
No, I couldn't be 100% because, like I said, I don't remember meeting you until after I got out of jail.
Okay. And now, when you went to jail, you know, you said, but how? Please explain that. How that happened again?
How I went to jail?
Yeah.
The police department, like the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, particularly, decided they wanted to come into the apartment. They were looking for somebody, a woman named Valerie, specifically. And I just happened to be right there in front of them with a marijuana pipe in front of me and went to jail for possession of paraphernalia.
Now, I'm shaking my head because I've heard this story before somewhere. But okay, was I living in the warehouse at that point? Or
No.
staying at the warehouse at that point?
No.
Do you remember CJ and Michelle, some other residents at the warehouse?
Who?
CJ and Michelle? David
Never
Gross.
met them, but I do remember the names. Yes, there was a protection order in place between David Gross and said CJ. But I never met the CJ and Michelle.
Okay, so you never met CJ and Michelle, but you knew there was a protective order
Yes,
between
there had been
David
a
Gross
fight. Yes, there had been a fight there previously.
and CJ.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, again, maybe your timeline's off. I don't know, but you know.
Judge, I'm going to object to the commentary.
Okay,
I'll sustain Any objection?
No problem. I'll tell you what. Did I come to stay at the warehouse because of that?
I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember. Okay, so, now. So, but you wouldn't remember any calls between the two of us prior?
I don't remember them, no.
Okay. All right, so now we're going to, let's see, we're in October and November, and let's see, damage from Irma. Now, were you here for Hurricane Irma?
No, I was not here for Hurricane Irma, no.
You weren't here for Hurricane Irma?
Nope.
And so what did you, I'm trying to remember back then, okay. When did you come down at that point after Irma?
I came down, like I said, in October, end of October, which would have been right the last days of Fantasy Fest. 28th, 29th, somewhere around there.
Okay. And you didn't have a job or anything like that, right?
No, not at this point, no.
Okay. And let's see, we got, oh, here's one. You said that you had quite a bit of money.
Yes.
Okay. And that it came from your military background.
From my disability check and from money that I had been saving from work I had been doing in Detroit.
Okay. And you just give us an approximate about how much we're talking about here?
I had about $2,800 in my pocket.
$2,800. Okay. And let's see. We get, okay. Okay. Now, did you find it ironic that you came from Detroit and that Rory Wilson was nicknamed Detroit, and then your friend David Gross is nicknamed Detroit?
Yeah, it was a bit ironic, yes.
And, you know, again, Michigan. But, okay. So, okay. Now, you said you had money, and then you said you did this for $50 worth of gas money. Was that prearranged, or was that afterwards?
It was afterwards.
Okay, so while you're getting ready for this, right, supposedly Rory Wilson and I talk you into this robbery, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, supposedly you saw us put on dark clothes, you know, brandishing weapons. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, there's no amount of money that you're expecting out of this.
No.
Okay, so my question would be, why would you do it?
I wanted to get high.
You wanted to get high. So you're willing to drive for armed robbery. You know this is going to be an armed robbery, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're willing to do it to get high.
Yes.
Okay.
The rationality of the thought process isn't very clear when you're in full addiction.
I would imagine not. How long were you in addiction?
At this point?
Entire life. Have you ever sought out treatment?
Yes, we just discussed that.
No, I talked about your PTSD treatment. I'm talking about drug
It's a
treatment.
combined diagnosis.
It's a combined diagnosis?
Yes, I actually have 3 diagnoses.
Okay.
And the treatment that I received is continuous for all 3. PTSD, bipolar disorder, and drug addiction.
Okay, I'm not a medical or psychologist, but is there different treatments for those things, or you say they're combined?
With the VA, it's an encompassed area. They pay attention to the diagnosis of PTSD, of also drug addiction, of also any other side. I guess you could call them side effects of these diagnoses, and it's like a school the way that the VA sets it up. It's not just a drug addiction counseling. It's drug addiction. It's cognitive behavioral therapy. It is dialectic behavioral therapy. It is, I guess you could call it occupational behavioral therapy. There's all kinds of different areas of treatment that they address. So it's compounds
Okay.
quite extensively.
Did they ever give you any drugs for treatment?
They did.
Okay, and what would those be?
I was put on lithium for a while, Zoloft as well, Lamictal. I've been put on Trazodone for sleep, Ambien, Flexeril for TMJ. The list goes on and on.
So quite a laundry list of prescription medications.
Yes.
And were you on those in 2017?
No.
Okay, no prescription medications at all.
No.
Okay. And you weren't in treatment in 2017.
No.
All right. And let's see. Okay. So. Okay. Now, you said that the time you met me, right? I wasn't working, right?
Correct.
Okay. It would have surprised you to learn if I had an employment at that point.
Yes, it would surprise me.
Okay. And let's see. Okay, you said that Rory Wilson came back, I guess, from Burger King. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay, and he tells you about the money, right?
He was telling you about the money.
Oh, he's telling me about the money.
Yeah, you two are the friends. I did not know you two.
Okay. But you're there.
I am there.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
And so you're listening to this entire conversation.
Yes.
Okay, how did he approach me about that?
Sir?
How did he approach me? How did he tell me about the money?
It wasn't a secret. He just came out about it. We were all in the room together. He came out about it. He wasn't secretive about it. He wasn't all cloak and dagger about the information. He was quite excited that he had the information.
Okay. Well, then, I would imagine you would have heard what he said at that point if he's not being secretive. So what did he say to me about the money?
He said that he found out that over at the treehouse there was a large amount of dope and some money, and he wanted to go get it.
Okay. And did he say where he got that information from?
Burger King.
Got it from Burger King. No names or anything like
No.
that? Okay.
No, there were no names.
And what was my response when I heard this money?
You were pretty much down to do it.
Okay. Did I say anything specific?
Not that I can remember. No, not 100%.
Did I ask him how much money it was? What was going to be entailed?
I don't remember.
Okay, nothing. Did you remember?
No.
Okay. But at the same time, we're not being secretive.
No.
Okay. Okay, so, and you said you never saw the treehouse prior to that, is that correct?
This is correct.
Okay. And now, when you went around and did your circle here, right, with the truck that he just asked you about, right? When you went around, did you stop any place?
The first round?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, how about the second round, besides the treehouse?
No.
Okay, so how about the rest of that day? Did you go anyplace else?
On September 17th?
November 17th.
I mean, November 17th, earlier that day?
Hmm?
Yes.
Okay, where'd you go?
It was probably at the beach. It's the number one place that I went to, my sanctuary.
Okay. Beach? Anyplace else?
No.
That's what you know. Okay. Okay. And would it surprise you to learn that the MCSO has in evidence a picture of you going into CVS just prior to the crime?
No.
Wouldn't surprise you, or you would be surprised?
I would be surprised because I do not remember that.
Okay. Now, could you explain, if that picture does exist, could you explain why?
Objection, Judge, to the question.
Well, I'll let him finish the question, then I'll rule on the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. If such a picture did exist, could you explain why it would be?
No.
Sustain that.
Okay.
Sustain that objection.
Now, when you went around the block there, or what you said you guys were checking it out. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Or that we were checking it out?
Yes.
Right. Okay. And, I guess did we see anything along the way? Did we have any discussion along the way?
Not that I remember, not that I recall, no.
And now, when did we go back to the warehouse? You said we went back and got in dark clothes and brandished the weapons, right?
Yes.
Okay, when did that happen? Right after that circle or before that?
It was the first circle.
First circle. Mm-hmm. Okay.
That was the drive-by when we went to, initially, to show me the location of where we were going.
I was just showing you the location, or Rory
Yes.
was just showing you the location, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so that first drive-by, how much time would you say was between that first go-around and when the truck comes back?
I don't know, from the timestamps, it looked like roughly 10 minutes.
From the video?
Yes. because the first one was in the 1900s. That would be 7 o'clock.
Okay, so,
Judge, I'm going to object. There's confusion here. They're referring to two different things.
I may be confused here too, so.
Okay, if the witness is confused, then you need to say so. Other than that,
I'm not sure what two different things we're talking about here. Let me back up, just so that we can be clear. Okay, you went and did this drive-by round, right?
Yes.
And then we went back to the not tree house, we went back to the warehouse,
Yes.
according to you, right? Okay, and about how much time did you think passed between that first go-around and going back to the warehouse?
My ideal would be around 5 to 10 minutes, maybe even 15. I'm not real sure on times
Okay,
as far as that goes, as far as my memory serves.
okay, just trying to get a little timeline here.
Yes.
Okay, and on that video, do you know how many minutes it is between the first go-around and when this truck comes back around and you park?
I didn't do the math, no.
Okay. Now, you said about 10, 15 minutes before you return.
Judge,
Right.
again, I'm going to object to the mischaracterization of the video.
well,
Can we come sidebar?
yes, we can go some.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, and, we need to clarify just something here. Now, when you did that first drive-by, in the video, that we see in the video, that was not your first drive-by on the treehouse, is that correct?
I do not believe so.
Okay, you don't believe so. And, okay, it's hard to ask if you don't believe so. If you did do another drive-by, About approximately, how long would it have been?
About 10 to 15 minutes.
10, 15 minutes prior to that
Yes.
first drive-by? Okay. Now, you went back, come back. Okay, so it would have been 10, 15 minutes from the one we can't see, the one we can't see that's on here.
Correct.
15 minutes from that first one back to the warehouse, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, about how long do you think it took for me and Rory Wilson to put on the dark clothes and come down with the weapons and all that?
Not very long, about 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes to do that. Okay. And about how long is the trip to the treehouse?
30 seconds, a minute. It's not far. It's literally 200 meters away.
200 meters away.
Yeah.
And let's see. Okay, now let's go back to this video for a second, just for a second. Do you mind, John? Can I grab the microphone while I'm up there?
Yes?
Okay, this is a video from Combs. We've all seen it. I believe it's marked exhibit number 6, if I'm correct.
I'm not sure which exhibit is loaded in the...
But it's loaded.
I believe it's number 7, but I still have number 8 and envelope.
I was thinking, wasn't number 7 the Florida Keys Electric video? I might be wrong. I just want to check.
It's on the...
Oh, I'm sorry, you can't even see this. So, okay. We'll worry about exhibits later. Let's just go to this. Okay, Mr. Mansfield suggested that you could see a headlight in here, correct? If you need to get closer, please. And that you could see it in this boat, right? Now, let's back up a little bit. Actually, I don't know if we need to back up, but we'll go ahead. Now, you would agree it's dark, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And does this video kind of represent at least, the visual as far as being able to see dark outside?
Yes.
A little bit more light just because we're seeing the marina here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right. And let's see. Oh, yeah, it's playing. Okay. Forgive me. And let's see. We'll go around. I'm just going to try and skip forward to when your truck gets here, okay? There we go. Got one coming in. Now, you said when you went around that first time, right, that there was a black car that's sitting there,
Yes.
right? And where was it sitting?
If you're looking this direction, it would have been sitting right by the gate.
Right by the gate. Okay, so the gate, if you could show me on this video, it's over this way, correct?
It is roughly in this area right over here.
Okay, that would explain why we can't see it, right? Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Now, when you testified a little bit earlier, did you say that you dropped Rory and Wilson and I off at the gate?
No, you got out of my vehicle a little ways
Little ways
forward
down.
of the gate, yes.
Okay. And about how far is the stop sign here? I don't know.
The stop sign from one of my memory serves is almost like right here. You would maybe another 25 meters.
25 meters. Okay, so not very far.
Not very far.
Okay. And I still haven't seen your truck come up. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see. Now, when we supposedly get out of here, supposedly we get out of here, right? You said you watched us go into the gate, correct?
Yes.
And about, let's see, that's 25 meters. You got your truck here. And about how far is that gate away from where your truck is?
50 meters.
About 50 meters. Okay. Let's see, I still haven't seen a truck come up. I'm just inching it forward because I don't know where the exact timestamp is here. But let's see where we got this truck. I think it's 1933 or something like that. Might be.
It's 1943.
1943, see? Good year. All right, so just a little bit more forward. Okay. That's still 33. So a little more forward than that. 34. Oh, so this thing doesn't go very fast. Okay, got this. It was going a little bit slower than I thought. I'm going to take your word for this and go to 43. It's almost the end of the video. Gotcha. Anyway, you should be coming up here in a second, right? If it's 1943, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, while we're waiting, while you were in jail and you're going through this, did your lawyer go over all these materials with you?
No.
Okay. Did he go over any of the evidence in the case with you?
Some of it, yes.
Okay. I should have. Now, you testified that when you were up in Big Pine, when I shouldn't say the cops, when the officers came to see you up in Big Pine with your truck, right? Now, you had emptied your truck out into the house already?
Yes.
Okay. And that they came under the guise of?
My stolen property and the vehicle damage report that I filed.
Okay. Did detective Pitcher, I would imagine, because if I remember correctly from my knowledge, did what? Oh, I did see that. Thank you. Anyway, let me back it up a little bit.
About 20 seconds.
About 20 seconds. I don't think it's that much. Hold on, let's go back a little bit. There we go. I think that's about it. I got it. All right. Should be right here. There we go. Got the motorcycle and then the truck, right? I'm assuming that's a motorcycle, but. Keep going. Well, apparently 1943 is not our number. There we go.
There it is.
There we go. Okay, so that is your truck, right?
Correct.
Okay. And again, we can't see anybody. We've all been through that. Nobody in the truck, right? We can't see anybody.
Correct.
Okay. Now, this is more towards the point. Let's go here. Okay. And this is when you park, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we're assuming that you parked right here, right?
Right out of view.
Okay. And let's see. Now, are your headlights still on?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Okay. Wow.
You wouldn't see them anyways because of the direction they were pointed.
Okay, so when Mr. Mansfield had you point out headlights on the boat, where were you pointing at?
I was pointing at the glare on the front of the boat.
This one right here?
Yes.
Okay, this right here.
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at this. Okay, let's go forward. Does anybody have time stamp for the next one? I don't know. Let's go ahead and we'll maybe move it forward a little bit here. That glare is still there, right? It's glare right here, right? That's the headlights, right?
It looks like a glare, a light glare.
Okay. Well,
I don't know if I could specifically say they're headlights, but it does look like a light glare.
Well, Mr. Mansfield believed they were headlights.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, good. Let's see, let's get closer here. Oh, I think we might be getting there. Now, you said when you went back around, though, you came around the first time, and then the second time, though, the black sedan or black car was gone?
Correct.
Okay. Getting close. It's towards the end. glare's still there, correct?
Yes.
Just check. See if we can pick up that one. There we go. Okay, hold on. I just stopped it and paused it. I know it's got to be hard for the jury to see, but again, Todd O'Quinn with the flashlight. You guys can look at it later. But is that
Sustain that.
Is that
That's
the same?
testimonial. Please disregard that. Let's get jurors. If we have a question, we can certainly go with that.
Travis? Is that what you identified as Todd O'Quinn running with the flashlight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's Todd O'Quinn running up the hill. Now, this is when you said, correct me if I'm wrong, that you got spooked and took off, right?
Yes, in process of taking off,
In
yes.
the process of taking off. And in the process of taking off, you said you looked back, saw me with the backpack, and
Yes.
I'm stumbling, grabbing things, right?
Right, correct.
Okay. So you're taking off while you're doing that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, okay, so let's keep playing here. So he runs up the hill. Now, it's a pretty long time right there, right? He just ran up the hill. He's over here by CVS. If that is what we're still saying is Todd O'Quinn,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now, the glare that Mr. Mansfield said was headlights, is that still there on the boat?
It is.
Okay. Now, there's not much left of this video. Glare's still there?
Yes.
Okay, and I think this is the end of the video, or at least for this video. Okay. Now, it went all the way to the end of the video. Did that glare ever move?
No.
Okay.
No.
So if that was indeed your headlights, that means the truck never moved.
I'm confused. What are you
Well,
getting
if
at?
Mr. Mansfield is correct, and that is headlights that's in the glare there, right, and the glare doesn't move, you would have to assume that the truck doesn't move.
The glare was facing the wrong direction for it to be my truck anyways. My headlights were facing the other direction. The glare is coming in from it looked like a reflection off of something. I don't know. I know that my truck was headed the other direction.
The truck was headed the other direction.
Yes.
So wait a second.
That way.
Okay, wait a second.
With the reference to the frame,
Hold on.
the way the vehicle
Let me
comes
back it up.
through.
So, let me back it up for just a second so that I can get a clear picture here too, because I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. Let's go back a little bit. And we don't need to see, all we need, I just want directions here. Okay? Okay.
Okay.
Now, okay, we all agreed that this is a truck going this way, right? A truck going this way. Where were you facing that was different than that way?
I wasn't.
Okay, so I'm confused.
My truck has
here.
never changed orientations. My truck came through the frame from the left to the right, never changed orientations, and continued out of the frame to the right. Because the street where the stop sign is 2nd Avenue, and it turns right and goes right directly to the warehouse.
Okay, and so your truck is facing this direction, right?
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Mansfield said he thinks this glare here is your headlights, and you agreed with him. Is that correct?
It could have possibly been. I agreed because the possibility at the time looked like it could have been my reflection of my headlights. Correct.
Okay, but you would agree if that is your headlights that the trucks did not move.
Your question doesn't make any sense, bro. This is a situation where my truck goes through, the headlights look like they're reflected off the boat. The boat obviously has a reflection from another light source, not my truck. So we can eliminate the fact that those lights on that boat are not my headlights. Okay? He did ask the question, do you think those are your headlights? It's possible they could have been a reflection, but are they? No, they're not. My truck is heading the other direction.
So you're disagreeing with Mr. Mansfield now.
There's objection now. Asked and answered. We spent 5 minutes on what Mr. Mansfield says.
Okay, we'll just overrule the objection, have the final question on this area, and that'll take care of it. So,
Okay.
if you want to repeat it, go ahead and repeat.
Thank you. Again, Travis, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. You agreed with Mr. Mansfield initially that this reflection could be your headlights.
Correct.
Okay. Now we are saying you disagree, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So, Mr. Tucker, is that basically your inquiries on
That
this?
was my inquiry for now, Your Honor. Yeah, that's all
On
I
this-
need for that video.
I'm just saying, I think it's a good time to break for lunch.
I would agree, Your Honor. I would agree.
Okay, so, thank you for your patience and attention during our morning session. Members of the jury, it's time for lunch. You know, the usual instructions apply. Let's say 1:25, we'll return and resume at this point. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you then. Okay, so we'll be back at 1:25 and go from there. And again, Mr. John,
I need that video.
okay, the clerk would like to get the video from the machine. You don't discuss your testimony. Anybody want any other instructions other than to tell him during lunch not to be talking about his testimony with anyone?
No, Your Honor.
No, that's fine. And just, Mr. Johnson, if you could just be out here by 1:15 so we can pick up on time, that'd be great. Appreciate it, thank you.
All right. 1:25, we'll return. Okay, please be seated, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Judge.
So, is Deputy Ricchio getting the jurors? All right. Hopefully that juror will join us here very soon. Excuse me?
He's about all 14 jurors.
All right, thank you. Tell me when he's got him in the jury room ready to go, hopefully soon.
Judge, you wanted to bring the witness in now and have him get back on the stand?
Might just as well. I see him back there. Come on back up, Mr. Johnson.
All jurors in today.
All right, so let's bring him in the courtroom then. Thank you. Be seated, everyone. Good afternoon, members of the jury. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. As I told you before the lunch break, we were going to pick up from where we left off, which was the cross-examination of Mr. Johnson, who's on the witness stand, remaining under oath. So, Mr. Tucker, you can proceed.
I think where we left off is the video, so let's get back to the truck for just a second. When you drove to the treehouse that night, what route did you take?
Straight up 2nd Avenue.
Right up 2nd, right? Now, would that be the same street in the Florida Keys Electric video?
No,
That's not the same street.
no.
Okay. Now, you said that was you in the video, though, right? In the Florida Keys Electric video, when you walked up there to go get cigarettes,
Yes,
you walked back with Rory Wilson, correct?
correct.
Okay. What was Rory wearing at that point?
Same clothes he was wearing when we left. Black shorts and a black top. Long sleeve
Black
shirt.
shorts, black top. Not to be gruesome, but did he have any blood on him?
No.
Okay. Okay. And according, again, to your story, I returned to the house prior to that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did I have any blood on me?
No, sir.
Okay. And let's see. Now, you testified that you turned around while you were driving away and saw me running down the street collecting things. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, did you? It wasn't easy to see. I mean, again, is it dark out?
It was dark, yes.
It's dark, okay. And you're trying to drive while you're looking around, right? Because you got scared, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long would you say you looked back?
Maybe 5 seconds.
5
maybe
seconds?
3. This is
Something like that? Okay.
maybe a second and a half. I don't know. My perception of time is not perfect.
Would you agree it's hard to drive when you're looking backwards?
No.
Okay.
Considering I was making a right turn, my angle of view, right turn, I still have peripherals. I was Very aware of what my surroundings were.
Very aware of your surroundings.
Yes.
So you looked back when you went to make the turn, not when you first took off.
That's where I was at the turn. When my truck was stopped at the stop sign, it was an immediate right turn. There was no much forward, no further than maybe the length of my vehicle to make the right turn.
That's where the stop sign is.
Correct.
Right? I think you said about 25 meters.
50 meters from the gate.
50 meters from the gate, but I mean from the corner, I think you said about 25.
Okay, according to what question?
This is when I asked you how far you were away from the corner. Remember,
When I dropped you
showed us
guys
up here.
off, I was about 25 meters from the gate. Then I pulled forward after you guys exited my truck and stopped at the stop sign, right off on the side of the road.
Hold on a second. And didn't need all that. I just want to clarify.
Judge, to the commentary, Judge, you asked the question, the witness was answering it.
Okay, we'll sustain the objection.
Okay. I was asking a very specific question. And, okay, you just told me a second ago that it was 50 meters to the gate. Now, I just asked you about the 25 meters to the corner. You just said 25 meters to the gate, which is...
From the initial point of drop-off of my truck,
Okay.
where I stopped and let you guys out, was approximately 25 meters.
To the
When
gate
y'all
or
got
the-
out of my truck,
to the gate
I
or the
pulled
corner?
forward another approximately 25 meters to the stop sign. So between the gate and the end of the street is about 50 meters.
Okay.
From my peripherals, my point of view, my range estimation, and my memory is approximately 50 meters.
Okay, so you pulled up
Yes.
after we supposedly got out.
Yes.
And let's see. Now, when you said you saw Rory when you're walking with him back from the Tom Thumb or the
Yes.
Priest's area, right? Now, just to clarify, is the Tom Thumb right before you get to the treehouse?
It is at the intersection of 2nd Avenue and I don't believe I know the name of the cross street, but it's right there in front of the firehouse.
Right in front of the what?
The firehouse.
Oh, the firehouse. Okay, so, just to keep the order correct here, it is Tom Thumb, the firehouse, then the treehouse.
Yes.
And it's not very far, correct?
No.
Okay. Okay. And let's see. Now, you said when you saw Rory Wilson, no conversation between you and him about what had happened.
I asked him what happened.
Okay, and what did he say?
Don't worry about it.
Just don't worry about it. That's all he said?
Yes.
Okay. And did he say anything when he got back?
About the situation? No.
Okay. So just no more conversation about it
No.
for the rest of the evening?
No.
Okay.
You know that. We didn't talk about it at all.
Didn't ask. Okay. So, and let's see. Now, you said that Rory Wilson pulled out a tin that supposedly had crack. Is that correct?
Well, it wasn't a tin per se metal, but it looked like a snuff can. Yes.
Like a snuff can. Okay.
Yes.
Like a
A
Copenhagen.
round container that had a lid on it.
Like Copenhagen or something like
Sure.
that, right? Okay.
Snuff.
Snuff, okay. Okay, and let's see. Now, you said that, again, when we supposedly went in there and changed clothes and came out armed, that Rory Wilson had the mask that was shown to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that supposedly I had a neck gaiter, right?
Correct.
And you described that in very specific terms, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if I remember right, you said it had Jägermeister. Was it just one big word, or was it a bunch of...
A bunch of little words, Jägermeister, repeatedly all over the whole thing.
Okay. Okay. And let's see. Now again, just again for clarification purposes, you said that I was the one who had the money, correct?
That you had the money?
That I had the money in my pocket?
No.
Oh, it was Rory Wilson who had
Yes.
the money in his pocket.
And
Okay.
the tin.
And the tin. So he had the money and the tin.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, now, let's move on to the next stages for a second. You said you went to the beach the next stage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and how long were you there?
Most of the day.
Most of the day. Okay. And now, I think you testified that you were freaked out or something like that.
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you went to the beach.
Yes.
Okay. Now, and let me make sure I've got my dates here correct. But you didn't start moving until the 19th, is that correct?
The 19th, I know it was the day of the raid, whatever day that was. If it's the 19th, then that was the day, or if it was the 20th, that was the day. I'm not exactly sure when the raid occurred, but that was the day that I started getting my shit out of there, yes.
Okay. And you started getting...
My belongings, my personal effects, yes.
Okay, and is that when I supposedly helped you move your trunk?
Correct.
Okay, so that would be either the 19th or the 20th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would you be surprised if I told you the raid happened on the 22nd?
Again,
21st,
I told you it was the day of the raid. I don't remember exactly what day it happened on.
Okay. So you were freaked out on the 18th, but you chose to leave on the 21st.
Yes.
21st, 22nd.
When I actually had the ability to leave.
Okay. But I helped you
Because I didn't
pack on the
have any-
19th, correct?
The days are fuzzy, Mr. Tucker. I know that it was the day of the raid. If this was the 19th, the 20th, the 21st, or the 22nd, I know that was the day that I decided to leave.
Okay. Well, I guess what my question is if you were freaked out on the 18th, why would you wait until the 22nd, 21st, 22nd?
Didn't have anywhere to go.
Okay. And now, you also testified that when you got up to Big Pine and you discovered this backpack in your footlocker, right? That you chucked it into a closet, correct?
Yes.
And did you open up the closet, throw it in?
I just opened the closet and put it down and so, yeah, threw it inside of it.
Okay.
It's not a big closet.
Okay. Is there anything else in the closet?
Yes, an air conditioner.
Okay. Good. Now, would you be surprised to learn that former Detective Malone already testified that it was underneath of the AC vent? It looked like it was placed under there on purpose.
Objection, Judge, that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
Well, let's hear the full question because I didn't know that we were at the end.
Did you not just chuck it in there? Did you actually shove it up underneath the vent?
There's about 2.5 feet in between the bottom of the air conditioning unit and the bottom concrete of the slab of the house. That's plenty of room for me to toss it in there and toss it under it, Mr. Tucker. There was no, I guess you could say, hiding, but yes, removal from my presence.
I'm not very familiar, but again, would you be surprised to say, if I told you Danielle Malone testified that it was only about this high?
Judge, I'm going to object to the
Yeah,
question.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, now, when I supposedly got back to the treehouse, what happened? I supposedly got back, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, I mean, obviously, I would have had to have gotten back somehow.
Yes.
If you left me there,
Yes.
right? Okay. Are you aware of how many video cameras there are around the warehouse?
Not even a clue.
All right, now, you also testified that when the police showed up, you had a discussion with Penny Phelps.
Yes.
Okay. And you were out there on the patio or the porch or whatever with Scott, right?
Yes, I was actually pushing a toolbox into the center of my truck after I had gone through it looking for a pair of pliers.
Oh, you were looking for a pair of pliers, okay. And what did Penny Phelps have to, did she ask you anything? Did she say anything to you?
Yes, she was concerned about what I had maybe witnessed in that portion of the area. If I'd seen anybody run by in dark clothes, African American in color. And, I asked her what it was in reference to, and she said that there was a fight up the street at CVS.
There was a fight up the street at CVS.
Yes.
And, but you didn't tell her anything, did you?
No,
Okay.
there's nothing to tell her.
And now, if I remember correctly, after your truck got keyed and you were robbed, apparently, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you change the locks on the door
At the,
at the warehouse?
I did.
Okay. And were you the only one with the key?
No,
Okay. Who else had a key?
Mr. Wilson,
Mr. Wilson had a key.
he did.
Okay. But I didn't have a key.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, back to when I supposedly got back. Did I meet you upstairs or did I meet you downstairs? Did I meet you outside the building?
Upstairs.
Upstairs. Okay, how did I get in?
You have feet, you walked.
Just
The door
testify.
wasn't locked.
Okay, door wasn't locked.
No.
Now, were you scared at all when again you just gotten done taking off? You said you were scared there. Were you still scared when you were upstairs?
I was a little nervous, yes.
Okay. But you didn't lock the door.
No.
Okay. Now, okay, so you testified you were scared. You get there, you're still scared. When you go, okay, when do you decide to go for cigarettes?
A few minutes after you showed up.
After I showed up. Okay. Okay. And now, okay, so I show up, according to you, and you go get cigarettes. Now, are you scared at that point?
I mean, I'm trying to understand your
I'm trying to-
explanation of fear, of scared. I've been in numerous stressful situations, and yes, I was nervous, but a level of fear that I think you're trying to achieve, me agreeing with, is not what you would call fear in the sense of, oh no, what am I going to do? No, it was more or less, this situation is not of my liking anymore. I do not trust you or Tucker or Wilson anymore, and yeah, I want to be away from the scenario as quickly as possible. That's my level of fear.
Mr. Johnson, I wasn't looking for anything specific. I was just asking.
It's all right. We'll overrule it.
Okay. Okay, so you just said that you apparently can handle fear. Is that correct? You've
Yes.
been in
Objection has
situations.
been answered.
I didn't ask it yet.
Overrule the objection.
Thank you. So you've been in situations where you can handle fear, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you have the ability to remain calm during these kind of situations.
I don't know about calm, but I know how to function somewhat under stress, yes.
Function somewhat under stress. Okay, cool. Now, is that from your military experience?
Yes.
Okay. 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 Now, can I ask you again, did you go back to the beach on the 19th?
I went back to the beach several times.
Several times between the night it happened and the night and the day or night when you left?
When I left the apartment, it was during the day.
During
Yeah,
the
when
day.
I left permanently, when I went to Big Pine, it was during the day.
During the day. Okay. And you did say you had a conversation with April Walker, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you see me that morning?
You were upstairs, yes.
Okay. I was upstairs.
Yes.
Okay. Did I have a conversation with April Walker that you know of?
You may have, but I didn't hear it. I didn't see it.
That's all I was asking you. What?
Yes, I didn't hear it or see it, no.
I got you. But you did have one with her prior to you leaving, and what was that about again?
Where Rory Wilson was and where I was going.
Okay. Now, you weren't there for the so-called raid, right?
No,
Okay. And where were you at the time?
I was at the beach.
At the beach. Okay, so back at the beach. Okay. And when did you get there approximately? I mean, did you get there while they were still conducting this raid, or did you get there after it was over?
I got there after it was over.
After it was over?
Yeah.
Okay. So you didn't talk to anybody at the raid or any of the police?
No, that night, like, I want to say late at night, before the sun came up after the raid, Miss Phelps and Detective Fernandez and another detective came in wanting to look into the ceiling.
Okay, so they came back a second time?
Yes.
Okay.
And they got my permission to look into the ceiling.
Okay. And did they find anything?
No.
Did you have any conversations with any of the officers at that point?
Yes, about my truck.
Okay, about the truck.
Yes.
Now, at this point, you still haven't offered them any information that you were involved, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay. Back to fear again for a second. I believe you testified that you didn't ask me out of fear. Is that correct? You asked me what happened.
Repeat the question?
I'm looking at the testimony that you've given, and you said you didn't ask me what happened because you were afraid.
I didn't ask you what happened, correct, because I was afraid of the answer. I was afraid to know anything.
Okay, you're afraid of the answer, but you weren't afraid of me.
Not really particularly, no.
Okay. And let's see. Okay. How many times did you go back and forth between the warehouse and Big Pine?
And Big Pine?
Yeah, where you were moving.
Once.
Just once.
When I left to go to Big Pine,
It was just
the
once.
first time and the only time that I had been to Big Pine.
Okay. Now, did you go up there to get the job with?
I went over there after I had secured the permission to stay there and the job
Okay. And how did you secure that permission?
from Mr. Martin Ochoa.
Okay. But was it via the phone or face to face? I mean, how did that happen?
Face-to-face.
And did he meet you someplace or?
I met him at Mangrove Mama's.
Okay. And I'm not exactly sure. I can't remember. Where's Mangrove Mama's?
Mile marker
located?
20.
Mile marker 20. And where's Big Pine?
Mile marker 50.
Mile marker 50.
Or in between there. I'm not correct. I'm not sure, but I know it's further away than mile marker 20.
Okay. And you said you didn't see Wilson again except for after that first night, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, chance for discussion. All right. And did you ever look into the backpack when you found it in your footlocker?
No.
Never looked into it.
No, I didn't look into it whenever I found it, no.
And you said, again, after you got to Big Pine, the police contacted you through Captain Phelps giving you a phone call. Is that
Yes.
correct? And do you remember, again, what they told you?
Yes, they wanted to conduct more of a follow-up investigation on my truck, take pictures of the vandalism, and get basically a statement from me, what I experienced.
Okay. All right. And you said they did their investigation on the truck at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, so what did that entail?
Them walking around it with body cams and taking still frame images of my truck and opening the doors and looking inside of it as well.
Okay, so they opened the doors, they look inside. Did they take anything?
No, there was nothing in it to take.
Okay. And let's see. Okay. Now, let's see. Okay, if my memory serves. Okay, you said that you got scared and you took off when you saw Todd O'Quinn with his flashlight running up the hill, right?
Correct.
Now, why didn't you get freaked out when he came out the first time?
What?
Todd O'Quinn came out twice.
I never encountered him but one time visually. I never met the man, never saw the man, never communicated with the man. The only thing I saw of Tyrone Quinn, didn't even know it was him until he ran across the street, flashing flashlight, screaming, "Help, help, help, police."
Okay.
That's what I remember of that individual.
Well, I didn't say you met him. Back to that, you encountered Tyrone Quinn?
Visually.
Okay, visually. And as we've gone through the video ad nauseum now, he comes out twice. So that
Once
one,
again, I'm going to object to these questions. Are
Well,
vague
I'm
or
going to
misinterpreted?
sustain the objection
Okay, I'll
because it's not
rephrase.
a question.
No, I'll
it's
rephrase, Your Honor.
commentary, so...
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Travis, did you watch that video? I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson, did you watch that video?
Yes.
How many times have you seen it?
How many times have I seen that video? This being the fourth time.
Fourth time. Okay. Now, I actually had to look this up because I didn't know. What is vacillated?
It means to shift back and forth. It's a vacillation, almost like an oscillation. It's iffy, fickle, not quite sure.
Okay, so does it mean your story changed?
No,
Okay, so your story didn't change.
no.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. And you said after you saw the Florida Keys Electric video that you got scared because you thought you were caught, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And now, did they show you that video? Yeah, I think Mr. Mansfield asked you this, but just for me, did they show you this video when you were at headquarters after they brought you in?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And what did you say when you saw the video?
At first, I was unsure if it was me or not because I didn't want to admit that it was me, and I was curious about my shoes, that they may not be the right color. But I was in grips and in shock of the fact that they had me on video, and I was vacillating between whether or not I wanted to own this and confess or hope to God that they couldn't ID me when I knew in my mind it was me.
Okay, so
That's my vacillation was, oh shit, I'm caught. Do I admit this now? Or do I process it and eventually admit it, which I did.
okay, you eventually admitted. When did you admit this?
Later in the questioning.
Later in the questioning?
Yes.
Okay. And forgive me again, the vacillating thing. So you couldn't decide whether or not you wanted to tell one story or another.
No, it's not a matter of whether I wanted to decide to tell one story or another. It was whether I wanted to decide to admit that that was me or not. That that was me that was participating, that that was you and Mr. Wilson getting out of my truck. All of this was me processing the fact that I am caught. And do I want to spend the rest of my life in prison for this? So I need to tell the truth.
I very much understand.
So that's what I did.
But okay, if you're not going to admit it, then what are you going to do?
Hope that the evidence clears me because it's not concise without me admitting it was me.
And the same thing with the Combs video or Cosme video. What did you say when you saw that video?
No, it could be me. It might not be me. You can't see the truck. Yes, this again is vacillation. Shock that I've been on camera, recorded, knowing that's my truck.
Okay, knowing you could be implicated.
Yes.
And as you just said, that you could do a life sentence, correct?
Yes, I could be charged with murder.
Okay. Now, were you ever offered any deals prior to Mr. Mansfield meeting with you?
Years ago,
Okay. Could you please tell me the circumstances behind that?
my public defenders offered me a deal of 15 years to
15 years.
testify against you and Mr. Wilson.
Did you ever take that deal?
No, I did not.
Did you ever testify?
I did not at that point, no.
Did you ever testify prior to Mr. Mansfield's offer?
A testimony, no. Statement, yes.
Okay.
The original statement I gave when I was arrested.
The original statement you gave when you were arrested.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Did you ever do a proffer just prior to my bond hearing?
Prior to your bond hearing? When was your bond hearing?
This would be January of 2019.
No, I proffered in April of 2022.
2022.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever speak with Colleen Dunn?
Me personally?
Yes.
One time.
Okay. And what was the nature of that conversation?
Objection, Judge. It's hearsay.
We'll need to approach the bench here.
Why did you meet with Colleen Dunn?
It was the beginnings of a possible deal.
Possible deal. And what year was this?
I do not remember.
Okay. If I remember correctly, you were arrested at the end of 2017, right?
November 23rd. I was
November 23rd.
charged, yes.
And,
About midnight, actually, was the time.
okay. And then, so was this deal in 2017 or was it in 2018, 2019?
Objection, Judge, to the characterization.
Characterization as a deal?
Yes.
We can
Okay.
restate it as terms of a conversation.
Yes, sir. When did this conversation occur? Was it when you first got arrested or was it later?
It was about 2 years later,
About 2 years. So that would be
approximately.
about 2019, right?
I guess you could say that, yes.
Okay. And did you, let's see. And let's see. Okay. Okay. Now, before Mr. Mansfield offered you his deal, right?
Objection, Judge.
What's the objection?
Can you come sidebar?
Yep. Okay, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, like I said, I started to say, before Mr. Mansfield offered you this current deal that you have, right? You're on a deal right now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe Mr. Mansfield went over some of the terms of that deal. This deal spares you from the life sentence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think Mr. Mansfield said that it's dependent on your cooperation with the state, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what happens if you don't cooperate with the state?
Then the deal is null and void. It's a breach of contract.
Okay. And what happens then?
Then the judge has the ability to resentence me in any way he sees fit.
Okay. Is there a specific term of years?
I believe it was called a hammer clause. Life sentence.
Life sentence. Okay. So if you violate this deal, it's a life sentence.
Possibly.
Okay. Now, did it say anything in there in that deal about being untruthful? What would happen?
If they believed I was untruthful, this would also be a breach of contract.
Now, prior to this deal, again, did you have your attorney file any kind of motions that wanted to suppress your statements?
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't think there was any suppressing of my statements.
Okay. But you wouldn't know. He would have done that without your permission?
I don't believe he would have done it without my permission, no.
Oh, no. So he did it with your permission?
I don't know if he did this or not. I'm not sure. I don't understand the process of filing motions, and I don't remember every single discussion we had at all. These were very short, brief moments that I got to speak with him.
Okay. And so you don't remember this conversation with your attorney?
Objection, Judge. First of all, asked and answered. Secondly, that's not what he just testified to.
Okay. I will sustain the objection.
Maybe I need to be a little clear. You said that you had numerous conversations with your attorney, short, correct?
Short conversation.
Short conversations.
Yes.
But were you aware of what your attorney was doing for you?
Yes.
Okay. And what if I told you that, would you be surprised to learn there was a motion to suppress filed for you?
No.
Okay. And it was not, you said if your attorney did this, that you would have been aware, correct?
Yes, pretty sure I would. I spent a lot of money on my attorney to handle this so that I wouldn't have to. I
And this
gave him
is-
full reign to do what he thought necessary as a defense attorney should be. The process of filing motions, I don't understand the procedure of law, so I'm not going to say I understood exactly what he was doing, but I know he was in my best interest. That's all I can really say.
And this is Seth LeVay.
Seth LeVay.
And who was your attorney prior to that?
Kevin McCarthy, I think is his name.
Do you have a lot of discussions with Kevin?
No.
And was he a court-appointed attorney, or did you
Yes.
pay him? Okay. And do you remember when you retained Mr. LeVay?
2019, I believe.
2019? Let's see. Okay, and let's see. Let me make sure we're here. Good here. Now, did you vacillate prior to, giving the current story that you have now to the investigators?
Rephrase the question.
Did you tell them a different story prior to telling them the story you have now?
I have not changed my story.
Okay. Never?
There might have been some inconsistencies. Yes, I'm pretty sure, but as far as the baseline of the story, nothing has changed.
Okay. Now, this is even when the investigators first brought you in, you told them this story.
Yes, I've been saying and maintaining my participation in this event the entire time, and the individuals involved with me.
Okay. So made no attempt to tell a different one.
No.
Okay. And, okay, after you gave investigators this story, did you ever say anything different then? Did you ever give another story after this?
My story has been fairly consistent. There might be some inconsistencies, but as far as the truth goes, the truth doesn't change. Mr. Tucker, I have told the truth from the beginning.
Okay. And to be clear, did you come up with this story on your own?
My story is the way that I told it. The narrative that was recited by Officer Pennyfelds, who I'm sure you're referring to, she's a good detective. She may have done things wrong, but she figured this out. And I was caught, and I admitted to it. she had laid out the entire narrative to me, and I agreed with her because she was right.
Okay. That wasn't what I asked you.
But this is exactly
I asked
what
you,
was asked.
Excuse me. I asked you, did somebody else come up with your story?
No, she did not come up with my story. She understood the case and understood the nature of what had happened and explained it very clearly what she understood, and she hit it right on the head. And I told her in my own words
Okay.
what she had basically just narrated to me because it was the truth.
Okay. It's truth. Okay. What I was saying is, did she tell you your story before you told it to her?
Objection, Judge. Ask
No.
the answer.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
She did not tell me my story. She told me a narrative that she had come up with that was on point with my story, which I then told to her. Not verbatim for what she told me, but the truth as she had figured it out. She just needed me to clarify what she already knew. And that's what I did, Mr. Tucker. I clarified what she already knew to be truth.
Okay. So you said she gave you a narrative. What's the difference between a narrative and a story?
Semantics.
Semantics. Okay, so did you offer any parts of that story prior to her giving it to you?
I did not.
Okay, but it went along with your story.
Again, semantics, Mr. Tucker. The narrative she explained and the statement I gave are consistent with each other because they are the truth.
That may very well be. We'll see.
Objection to the commentary.
Sustained.
Mr. Johnson, you say it's semantics. That, well, would you have gotten around to telling this story had Penny Phelps not given it to you?
Yes.
Objection, Judge. Improper question.
Yeah, he already answered it. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. So you were going to tell it anyway?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you did say that you were scared, correct?
Yes.
That you were scared of a life sentence.
Yes.
Okay. Now, and then former Captain Phelps, she offers you the story. Are you scared then?
I wouldn't say scared, in shock more or less.
In shock. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And now, when you vacillated on the videos, was this before or after Penny Phelps gave you the story?
Judge, I'm going to object to the characterization that Penny Phelps gave him a story.
Okay.
That he's clarified that's not what happened.
Okay. Gave you your narrative.
The videos were shown to me after my statement to corroborate what I had told them was truth.
Okay.
This is when they began to understand that what I was telling them was truth, because they had video evidence to verify my statements.
Okay. Now, you just testified, though, that you vacillated during those video, but you were scared that you were going to do life and vacillated, right?
I was scared I was caught, yes.
Okay. This is after you supposedly told the truth to Penny Phelps, correct?
This is all a process of all these emotions happening at one time, Mr. Tucker. There's not a separation and identification of each emotional occurrence for me to say, oh, it was truth, oh, I was scared, oh, I wasn't. The compounding of all this and the realization of me being in their office, being questioned about this murder, being shown videos after I admitted that I was a part of this to corroborate my story, after I came to grips with the fact that I had been caught. Yes, there was fear. Yes, then there was also reconciliation in my mind. I need to face the consequences of my actions.
Okay. You need to face the consequences of your actions, correct?
Yes, and this is how I did this.
Okay. I guess where I'm having trouble here. You told the truth, is what you're saying, to Captain Phelps.
Yes.
Right? But then you vacillated later when you watched the videos.
I did.
Okay. So you
I did not know they had these videos.
Okay, but if you told her the truth, then why does it matter?
The simple fact that I didn't know they had the hard evidence right there, it was a shock to the system, Mr. Tucker. To sit there and see yourself on, oh, I don't know if that's me or not. Yes, I know it's me, but do I want to say this? This is what's going on in my mind. So vacillation happens. Okay. Then reconciliation happens. And I told the truth.
Mm-hmm. Okay, did you ever ask for a lawyer when you were there?
Not till it was all said and done.
Okay. Did you ever tell them that your PTSD was acting up while you were there?
Yes.
Now, did they stop questioning you after you informed them that you had PTSD?
No.
All right. Now, you mentioned Captain Phelps. Did she ever bring up my name?
Yes.
Okay. And about how many times during the conversation?
I can't remember that exactly.
Now, is this before or after she gave you the narrative?
I can't remember that's exactly either when your name was referred to, when it wasn't referred to, or this timeline of questioning specifically referred to you in particular.
Okay. Well, again, you said you're pretty good at dealing with fear, because of your former occupation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you have the ability to act calm when you're afraid.
I wouldn't say act calm. There's no acting calm. There's just a level of coping that I'm somewhat able to do. I'm not as good as anymore. Of course, I am 100% service connected. So that does mean that the government has deemed me unemployable due to the amount of stress that I do undertake in situations that makes it almost impossible for me to maintain employment. But as far as my mind and how I deal with stress internally are two different things than my work life compared to my living life, okay? I can handle stress, but I can't handle employment stress. I can handle life stresses because that's all I have to worry about. It's when the compounding two come together that these effects in my mind start to really make me as disabled as the government says that I am. I can't hold a job down, but I still function as a human being in society. I know how to cope with stress just about as well as any other normal person. I've had a little bit more experience than most, and yes, I do have the ability to handle stress.
Okay.
And fear.
I mean, it's very interesting. And did you learn that in your former occupation when you were a soldier?
I've learned this throughout my life.
Okay. And, but yet you freaked out and took off, right?
Yes, okay, do you understand the level when you say freak out? I say, oh shit, I don't want to be a part of this anymore because that's not what we plan to have happen, to have people running out screaming for help up the street. Yes, I panicked. I no longer want to be a part of this. So my choice to drive away was based upon that reaction I saw from that individual running out. I no longer wanted to have anything to do with being a getaway driver anymore.
Well, I mean, I understand that. But again, so you freaked out even though you can handle stress.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
There's a mitigation of fear there.
Okay. And again,
A super freak out would have been slamming on the gas pedal, screeching tires around the corner, and leaving the apartment completely and not being around you two gentlemen at all after this. The mitigation of fear was eliminate self from point A, go to point B, reconnoiter,
okay, so
reevaluate my situation.
So go back and think about it.
What my next plan of action is. Correct.
Next plan of action, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, again, you testified that Rory Wilson came in and didn't have much of a discussion with me, but said that, you know, where the money is, or, you know, they heard, you know, that something about the money with the treehouse, correct? He's the one that brought the money to the, you know, the money issue up, or going to the treehouse.
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear again, you didn't want any compensation for driving there.
I agreed to do it for gas money.
Gas money.
Yes.
And again, you were aware it was going to be an armed robbery, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I have admitted my participation in this from the beginning, Mr. Tucker.
Excuse me?
I have admitted my participation in this from the beginning. That's why I was charged.
Okay. And let's see. So, did Captain Phelps offer you any deals?
No.
And did she ever say something like, I'll take care of you, or, you know, anything like that? Any kind of special?
Judge, he just answered the question.
Didn't say deals.
The objection, it's a subtle difference, so.
She said I would be safe.
Safe. And safe from what?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay, so what would you have to be safe from at that point?
My understanding of her word, you'll be safe today, versus what it was then, is a completely different understanding of what that term meant. And at that point, she meant safe in jail. She didn't mean safe, for say, from you or Mr. Tucker. But it was a politically correct way of her saying, you're going to be in jail now, you'll be safe. That's what I understand it now to have meant.
Just to clarify, you said you or Mr. Tucker. Did you mean me and Mr. Wilson?
You and Mr. Wilson, correct. My apologies.
Okay. And again, we've established that you weren't afraid of me, correct?
No,
Okay.
I was afraid of you two together.
Okay. Did you ever run into Mr. Wilson while you were in jail?
Yes. Not physically, but we were in Alpha unit at one point in time together, yes.
Okay. Did you ever have an altercation of any sort, verbal or physical, with Mr. Wilson while you were in jail?
There was some yelling back and forth in the cells, but nothing.
Okay, and what did you yell at him?
I didn't yell anything at him.
Oh, he was yelling just at you, though?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever go back to solitary again, or Alpha, whatever you want to call it, in jail after you were released from Alpha?
A couple of times, yes.
Okay, and what were those couple times for?
Judge, I'm going to object to the relevance.
Yeah, we'd have to approach.
Okay. Now, let's go to after Mr. Mansfield offered you the deal, what happened?
After he offered me the deal, I proffered, took the deal, was released from jail.
Okay, and about how long did it take you to get released from jail after you signed the deal?
About a month.
A month.
The wheels of justice turn slow.
Sometimes. All right. So you take the deal from Mr. Mansfield, and you agree to testify against myself and Roy Wilson.
Correct.
And the exchange is you're on 5 years probation?
Correct.
Okay. With, if I understand correctly, I think Mr. Mansfield said it, I'm not sure, but you get early termination after appearing today, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you'll be a free man.
Correct.
Now, I know you said your dealings with your lawyer were sporadic or whatever, or short. Did he ever show you any of the discovery in the case?
Judge, I'm going to object. The communication between him and his lawyer is protected.
All right. I don't think, I understand that. I think showing discovery is outside that attorney-client relationship, so I'll overrule the objection as long as we don't delve into the communications, but I mean, what he may have seen about discovery, I think that's a fair area of inquiry.
Thank you, sir. Did he show you any of your discovery?
I already had my discovery.
Okay, so what, you had it in your cell?
I had it from my previous attorney, Kevin McCarthy.
Okay. I wasn't talking specifically about Seth LeBay, but okay. So you had your discovery and you got to see your discovery, correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you ever see the DNA results?
Yes.
Okay. And what did those DNA results say?
Judge, again, that's going to be
To
hearsay.
sustain the objection in terms of, yeah, that's hearsay.
Okay. You said Rory Wilson had a pipe, correct?
Yes.
And that I had the knife, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you testify that the pipe was in Rory Wilson's right hand?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that Rory Wilson is left-handed?
Yes.
Objection, Judge, again, testifying.
I'm asking a question.
Okay, I'll just overrule the objection.
Okay.
Did you answer?
Yes, I did. Yes, I'm assuming I did testify it was in his right hand.
Okay. And are you aware that he's left-handed?
I am now.
Okay. Would you agree that it might be odd for a left-handed person to hold a weapon in his right hand?
No.
Okay. You've had plenty of military experience, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do people often do that? Do they usually hold a
Objection,
weapon?
Yes.
Judge, to the relevance.
I'll overrule the objection.
Based on experience here. Based on your experience, does somebody usually fire a weapon with their left hand or their right hand if they're right-handed or left-handed?
Depends on their ambidexterity.
The ambidexterity.
Correct. The ability to use both hands.
I know what that means. So, that you're aware of, is Rory Wilson ambidextrous?
I'm not 100% aware of what he is,
Okay.
other than a human being.
Okay. And let's, all right. Now, when you were in jail, did they allow you to witness any of the videos or anything like that after that? Did you watch any videos?
No.
Okay. So those are off. And, Ken, did you speak to anybody else about the case while you were in jail?
In passing, sure.
Okay. Do you remember anybody you may have talked to?
I was in there for a long time, Mr. Tucker. I talked to a lot of people.
About
I'm not
the case?
exactly an introvert.
About the case?
It had come up multiple times in multiple situations in multiple weeks, days, months, years that I was incarcerated. Of course, it came up in discussion.
Now, it's safe to say you really wanted out of jail.
Of course I did, as most human beings do.
I get that. as most human beings do, you know, what do you think most human beings would do to get out of jail?
Objection, Judge.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Let me just go over this one more time just to make sure I've got everything here. Okay. And you said you came down around the end of Fantasy Fest, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to object to ask and answer.
Sustain the objection multiple
As I asked it.
times.
Okay. I realize I asked it. Okay. And your girlfriend was Shayla at the time.
Shayla Premer. Yes.
Shayla Premer. Okay. And was she aware of your arrest?
Yes.
Okay. And do you still talk to her?
She passed away last year. No, I do not speak with her anymore.
It's my consensus. Did you speak with her prior to that?
Say again?
Did you speak with her prior to that?
Prior to what?
Prior to her passing?
Yes. She came down to see me
But did
after
you?
4.5 years of being out of touch with each other.
Okay. Did
And
she see
she
you?
died the night she went home.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't hear.
She died the night she went home.
Okay. I'm sorry to ask this, but can you tell me, please?
Judge, I'm going to object
How?
to the relevance.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. What was the question?
I asked how she passed.
Sustain the objection.
Did you ever talk to her about the case?
Yes.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained. It's not relevant.
All right. And let's see. I got here. And just a second. You said there was damage to the warehouse from Hurricane Irma. Can you be a little more specific about what damage?
There's no power. There were holes in the roof.
No power, holes in the roof. Okay. Holes. And were you aware at the time that Rory Wilson was going through an eviction process with the warehouse?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of that?
There wasn't much of an understanding. I was just aware of the process.
Okay, you're just aware of it. And how did you become aware of that?
Because David Gross was also under the same, it was involved in the same process.
Okay, David Gross was getting evicted too.
Yes.
And that is your friend from the beach.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go back to Penny Phelps shows up at the warehouse the night. This is the night of the crime, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said you talked to her, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did they do anything else while they were there?
Objection, Judge. Asked and answered.
Actually, that hasn't been asked.
I'll overrule that objection.
Which incident in contact with Penny Phelps are you referring to?
Night of the crime. When she showed up the night of the crime.
The first interaction with her was not very informative or anything like that, and very short. The second interaction, when she came back after the raid, that was the second interaction that I had with her.
I'm talking about the first one, the night of the crime.
Okay, that was a very short interaction.
Short interaction. And did she ask you if anybody was sleeping inside? Or if anybody was inside?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell her the door was locked?
No.
Okay, you didn't. Do you know if they went into any of the neighbors' apartments?
They did not.
Okay, they did not. Okay. Okay. And why did they leave? Did they tell you, or did they just up and leave?
Their investigation was, she was over. It was over. She just left. The interaction didn't give her anything she wanted, so she left.
Who didn't give her anything she wanted?
The interaction did not give her any information
from
she
you.
could use.
Right,
Correct.
the interaction there. But I mean, okay, was she there for you?
No.
Judge, objection.
Well, I'm trying to understand here.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
I'm trying to just clarify here. Okay. She wasn't at the warehouse for you. So what was she there for?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've been over this
Okay.
ground.
Okay. All right, fine. So she just up and leaves?
Yes,
Okay. To your knowledge? Okay.
yes.
Okay. Did she ask you for a phone number?
Asked me for my phone number?
Yeah.
Of course she did.
Okay, she did. Okay. Okay. And you didn't have any interactions with her until was it the raid, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any interactions with anybody else from the MCSO in between
I do
those
believe I
times?
did. Now that I think about it, I think she did contact me about the eviction scenario that was going on at the apartment
Okay.
and what I knew about it. Because of my association with Mr. David Gross and the fact that he was going through an eviction process as well, I had learned that there was something up with the zoning requirements, that it was no longer a residential area, it wasn't a residential area, it was a warehouse district, this and that, and she wanted to know if I knew anything about that. And yes, I did share what information I knew, who owned the building, and what process of eviction Mr. Gross was in at that stage.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did they take anything from the warehouse when they left after the raid?
When I encountered them, no, nothing else was removed.
Okay. Nothing was missing?
Of mine?
Just in general?
Yours? I don't understand what would be missing. I don't understand.
Again, I'm asking you if there was, were you aware of anything in the warehouse missing when they left?
No.
And you did say they came back a second time, correct? After the raid where you weren't there?
When I was not there, I don't know what happened. When I came back, they showed up one time
Okay.
and left.
Okay.
I did not make contact with them again that night.
Let's see, is there anything else we want to do here? Okay. Your Honor, I think, can I, for lack of a better word, excuse the witness for a moment while we, actually, can we sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay, you can approach the bench. Looks like a good time to take an afternoon break, members of the jury. Let's shoot for 3 o'clock. Again, you don't have to stay in the jury room. Just let the bailiff know who's going to want to go out. 3 o'clock, be available, follow the cautionary instructions, and we'll go from there. All right, so they're gone. So we're here without the jury on the record. So there's some impeachment materials. So in the form of some video or transcript or what?
It's quite a bit of stuff, Your Honor.
Well-
It's everything from documents to video to audio.
Well, again, you know, you have to let the opposition see what is, and if there's an objection, I'd have to make a ruling on it. That's,
Your Honor, again, would you like to excuse the witness for a second?
yeah, if it will somehow or other ruin your element of surprise if he's here, I suppose that would be reasonable. So you're still going to be testifying, but during this session, Mr. Johnson asked you to vacate the courtroom, but don't go very far, you know, and don't discuss your testimony with anyone. All right, so I'm not sure at this particular point in time if I'm needed here because,
Actually, Your Honor, I wouldn't imagine so unless we have a problem.
We'll watch it if we need to.
well, again, I hope this isn't 2 hours of viewing here. It's,
Your Honor, to be honest, I don't know how much it's going to be because I gained more information as we went along here. So I'm probably going to have to grab some more videos now.
well,
Well, Judge, if it's proper impeachment, then I guess it'll be fine. If not, it won't be. We do have another witness here that needs to testify today, so she's our DNA analyst. She drove down from Fort Myers to Tampa.
Actually, Your Honor, if we, yeah, okay.
What is she
In the name of expedition, and because again, I have no problem with Angela Oskowski testifying, I'd actually be willing to pause my cross if they'd like to bring it on.
no, well, that's not a, that to me, that's an appealing option to allow her to testify and to, you know, have more time to.
I would just proffer, let's see what he wants to play here for impeachment. We'll see where that's going. And that might give us a better idea.
Okay.
She's going to be here tomorrow too, so if we need to, we can put her on the stand tomorrow. We also have a medical examiner tomorrow, but it shouldn't be too much for the afternoon to achieve. Who knows?
Well, I know I thought that was the case earlier, but now I'm
I've learned since the last time.
not, yeah, now I'm not as optimistic. All right, I'll come back at 3, but I ask you to keep an open mind about Mr. Tucker's suggestion about interrupting this cross, putting the expert on the stand, finish her, have, like as you know, tomorrow I've got the other dockets I have to deal with, so to the extent that more time would allow you all to assess what the defendant has by way of cross-examination or impeachment, might be a better use of time, but maybe I'm being overly cautious, but we'll see. I'm coming back at 3 to see how far this viewing, this disclosure is going to take you. I was told I was wanted or needed in here. I was told that I was wanted or needed in here.
I figured they did want to go.
All right, Judge, let's start with the first thing, Mr. Tucker. You want to start with the first item of impeachment you want to offer to the court?
Yes, first one was the phone records I showed you that showed that Tron Travis Johnson knew me prior to a few days before the murder, unlike he said.
He's got some phone records, Judge. They're not authenticated in any way, shape, or form, but he suggests the phone records prove that he had talked to Travis Johnson prior to
knowing him, according to him.
Travis Johnson testified that, to his memory, I met you When I said I met you, I don't remember talking to you prior to then. So where's the impeachment?
What he said is he'd be surprised to learn that.
He said, I don't remember meeting you before the day we met.
See, this is where we're having problems, Your Honor. Apparently, we're hearing different things, and they said they would like to get a read back from the court reporter, and apparently I need one too, Your Honor.
Well, what are the records? I mean, what are these records?
Well, the phone records were actually collected during the investigation because they didn't know how this, they
Well-
take everybody's phone records and then you cross-reference and see who's talking to who.
Well, whose phone records are we, I mean, whose telephone is this a record of?
This would be John Travis Johnson's phone and my phone at the time.
In your phone. Okay. And, okay, so,
We don't know each other, how are we talking?
well, you did ask him about it. I thought he was somewhat equivocal, but I don't see a problem if he wants to show that to him and he says, oh, this refreshes my recollection, or, yeah, I guess we did talk. I would overrule the objection to that if, in fact, he can say, yeah, that reflects my telephone.
And there's other impeachment material in there. We didn't take it very far.
This is your opportunity to show them so we can state our objectives as go to the next.
Seems to be our biggest problem is working out what he actually said.
I don't see any big problem. It's implicit in inherent in every trial. It's.
Okay, let's see. And like I said, Your Honor.
You like to turn the screen so we can see the screen?
Yeah, you can do that if you like.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the next one that I offered to them was, okay, I asked specifically if he had ever given testimony or a proffer prior to my bond hearing in 2019. He said no. There was a video of the proffer that he gave right before my bond hearing, literally right before my bond hearing. He said he gave no statements.
Well, what is it that you want to?
Just again, to show that, again, he did make that
What did you want to show him?
so I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. No, it's literally, this is the proffer he gave, and I can't see from here. I'm sorry, it's hard to get a mouse and not be able to see. Okay. This is it. So, Travis the proffer. That's in your book.
This is Detective Matt Pitcher. It is January 24th, 2019. It is 12:08 p.m. I'm with Tyrone.
Okay, so we.
Assistant Public Defender Kevin McCarthy.
All right, so we can stop it right there. I mean, you're certainly not going to. Okay, look. Okay, so he did say that he didn't, to his recollection, provide a proffer, a statement before your bond hearing. I don't know. So.
I think he said, I think timing, he said he's not sure. There was never a proffer. This was a questioning. The detective and the prosecutor were trying to clarify a few things. This was never a proffer as it relates to potential plea agreement. This was a discussion about details that they needed clarified. To the extent that, yes, you did meet with these people, I don't think he denied meeting with Connie Dunn and Penny Phelps. He's never denied that on the stand.
Okay.
He doesn't know if it occurred prior to the bond hearing. He said, well, when was your bond hearing? I don't know. So
I would overrule the objection again, in an abundance of caution. If he wants to, Mr. Tucker wants to show that, hey, look at here, you made a statement, you were with your lawyer, it was before my bond hearing. Okay, I mean, you all can clarify that on redirect, but I think it's within the scope of so-called impeachment that I would overrule the objection. The only question is, what exactly you're going to do to publish this or to show it to them? That's my question.
And Your Honor, I would submit that, okay, I don't need to show much of this video to impeach it. I mean, we just need to know what happened. That's all, right? That's it. Instead of, again, I don't want to play the whole video for the jury. I know you don't.
No,
So,
it wouldn't be.
I would defer to you, Your Honor, as far as how much, or just, how we do this to just, again, to show that it happened when he said it did.
When you
Judge,
suggest,
my only thing is, I think if the defendant asks the witness again, did you ever meet with Dunn and Phelps? He would say yes. The question is, was it on the eve of his bond hearing? Nobody knows when that was. I don't know when it was. The jury doesn't know. I know you know, but nobody else knows. So was this on the eve of the bond hearing? Potentially, who knows?
Well, I also asked him if he made any testimony, offered any testimony.
The deal was not done. There was never a deal with Tommy done. Well,
okay, well, let me.
She approached him with you. He said that.
Okay. Nevertheless, it would seem to me that, Mr. Johnson, I would like to show you this this videotape and I don't think it needs to go more than like 10 seconds or something like that. Do you see the date? Do you see the time? Is that you there? Is that your lawyer there? Is that, you aware that this occurred prior to my bond hearing? I think, just a couple seconds into it with that information on the screen, that should achieve your purpose.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I agree.
All right, so.
Okay, so this one, 12 here. This one, I would submit, Your Honor, we're going to have to listen to the whole thing. And this is because John Travis Johnson says he went around once, right? When they cased the joint, so to speak.
Right.
He goes around once. Black sedan is no longer there, correct? That's what he said.
No, that's not what he said. He said he went around once and came back to the warehouse.
No, okay. I think we're getting confused here because, okay, remember we came up in sidebar about this.
Yeah.
I was confused at first.
Right.
The first time they went up there, apparently they went back to the warehouse.
After they made the checked out the place and came back to the
And then
warehouse.
when they came back, the truck circles around once, and then they, comes back for the second.
Right. After they saw the black vehicle in front, went around again, and it was gone.
Okay, good. Because this is the 911 call, right? This is Gabriella Torini, and she literally, in real time, is talking about seeing somebody jump into that black sedan after, John Travis Johnson supposedly gone, and watching them come from the treehouse, jump in that black sedan, head off the other way down low. So if the sedan's gone, how is she seeing this?
I'm not following what this.
Right, what city? You're in Chuck Island, Big Party? Chuck Island, that's okay. You don't know this guy? No, he just ran he looked back to me and called the police and saying that some dude killed two guys and he was had some fun and stuff. And he was what name? No sure? No sure. Where is he now? He's on the bus block because he's coming up. And yeah, yeah. There's a vehicle that's like where he is, the guy he's got to get police that he's picking up. He's taking away all what kind of vehicle? It is. He's going through that out home. You're talking to the small car, drove up the back. absolutely illegal. And the guy that ran up to you, he doesn't know part of it. No, not all around. Okay.
Stop.
Hey, so what is the, what state?
But my objection is, the person refers to somebody running his
Well, we gotta wait until it's done.
White guy, Hispanic guy, he said he was on hold on. Okay. Well, because the right hand for sure. He said Georgia.
That's why I closed it, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Anyway.
Judge, again, she's asking for a description of who, the man at CVS asking to call 911? Or she giving a description of the person that she sees get into a car? There could be other cars in the area, just not black sedan in front of the treehouse. It's very vague. He gets into a car. She doesn't say it's right in front of the tree. I mean, she's photographs of the street. There's cars up and down the street.
I mean, okay, I was trying to be simple here with this one, but okay, she gives a full statement later about how she saw somebody run out of the treehouse, get into a black sedan that is right below CVS, right where they
Judge, I would ask you to sort of start with just.
Well, it's all right. It's no big deal. I'm just hard to see what the significance of this is.
Well, again, Your Honor, he says it goes right to his credibility. He says he goes around once, the car's gone.
Okay.
Okay, well now it's, again, it didn't just magically reappear.
Well, what did this? Well, first of all, what? Apparently, somebody's making a 911 call, and what are they reporting?
They're actually, this is the person that Tyrone ran to, and wanted 911. So this is after you see the flashlight go up the hill.
Right.
He goes and gets somebody, flags him down for 911. This is the person who called.
Oh, and what does that person say?
She says that she is in real time watching somebody come from the treehouse, get in that black sedan that supposedly isn't there, and go down the other way on Laurel.
No, that could be any vehicle. That certainly doesn't impeach or.
He said there were no cars there. There was no. You specifically made. There's no cars on the street. They were gone.
In front of the tree.
In any event, it doesn't entail any big argument. This doesn't seem to be debatable to me. That's not valid. It's not a direct impeachment. It encompasses many different possibilities, and I don't see where that contradicts what Mr. Johnson said. So I would have to sustain the objection. Yes, sir.
If he said, indeed, because again, it seems like we're going to have to go back here. If he says there's no cars that are on that street when he came back and parked, he comes back and parks, there's no cars on the street, and this is literally seconds. I mean, not seconds, minutes. Maybe a minute, right? Okay, and now there's a car on the street, parked.
It's a city street, right?
I get this, but you get this, Your Honor, but coincidentally, it's another black sedan.
Anyway, I just don't see how that is a valid impeachment, and so I would not have it sustained. Excuse me?
Okay, let's go back to, go back
That's one, just to be clear, our objection on that one is sustained.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, let's do that.
Okay. Let's see, we go to, check on this, Your Honor, just for time sense, okay?
Okay.
So, let's go for something. Yeah. Okay, 2008, that's gonna be on that one. Actually, let me bring this with me, just to make it simple. Now, this is the one with Captain Phelps providing the narrative. Again, he offers no information about the case until Phelps tells him this. And he says, because she didn't tell me anything that I wasn't already going to say, but again, she told it to him before he says it.
So she never denied that.
One step at a time.
What he testified to, Judge, was that when Penny Phelps laid it out for him, that she was spot on, dead on the money, that she got it and she figured it out, and that her version of it was exactly what happened. And then after that, they told him to put in his own words, and then he gave a statement. So again, where's the impeachment? He never denied that Penny Phelps laid it out for him.
Okay, let me just understand. What do you want to present?
Well, Your Honor, it wasn't his story to begin with.
But just tell me what you want to present.
Captain Phelps telling him the story. And he does, right before that, he's lying and telling man she says that.
So you want to play an audio or a video?
It's actually a video. I'll show it to you now. That way you can-
Well, no, I don't need to see it. How long are you?
It's not very long, Your Honor. It's maybe a few minutes.
And so you want, I mean, just want to understand this. You want a law enforcement officer to recite their theory of your guilt, and you want to, I mean, to me, most people would want to keep that out of evidence, but you want it in evidence, a recitation of the law enforcement's theory of your guilt. Just so I'm clear.
Yes, Your Honor, because, okay, there's a big difference between somebody coming up with their own story and just confessing to the police and the police telling them.
Well, I understand, and we heard what Mr. Johnson said, but if you want to play this, I just find it an interesting strategy, but if you want to play it, go ahead.
Take a look at it. Let's see what we've got.
He wants to try and take care of the property. That's too old. Wants the treehouse. The place across from CBS.
What is this now? Is this something else?
She gets into it.
Well, I said you could play it.
You know what?
But I don't.
You don't need to see it.
I don't need to see it.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
I don't misunderstood. You know,
So, but you said that's okay.
I questioned the strategy, but I said okay.
I'm sorry. Your Honor. I misunderstood. I thought you
No,
were going
that's
to play it
fine.
now. I'm sorry. Okay, so let me go ahead and go to this one.
Case going on, you know, with the cause of the eviction.
So let me get up to 20.
So when I do whatever I could get on top of that. Okay, we're going to have to walk around.
All right, here we go. It's John Travis Johnson.
Is this some different evidence now?
Yeah, this is different impeachment material.
Well, different than what you just talked about Penny Phelps. What is this now?
This one, okay, in this one, John Travis Johnson says, I'm the one who brought this, coax, the one who talks about the treehouse, going to the treehouse to actually, there's money there, and, I'm the one who actually brings the deal, not Roy Wilson.
Well,
With what he said in Roy's trial and what he says now, right? Okay, so that would be impeachment.
Okay, there's no objection. All right.
And what time of the day was this session? How long in the day, how late in the day? It all transpired within 30 minutes. Okay. There was boy left for a little while. I think he went first and came back. And he said to Tyrone, this is happening, and they're doing, let's go here, get this money.
No, I know what you're thinking now. Because unfortunately, he says two different things, even in the same statement.
Drives over there, and I was like, I don't really want to be a part of this. But y'all track out there. Okay? So, I did it, and whatever's whatever. I'm not looking for a cut or anything like that. I just, want you guys to just trying to take care of it. That's all I'm trying to do. You're trying to survive. We get it. We absolutely get it. So how much earlier in the day is this talk about going on over there before 8 o'clock at night? Okay. So who knew there was money up in that house, in that tree house? Who was talking about knowing there's money up there? Was there a doubt?
He just switched it from Roy Wilson to
you can interpret it multiple ways. I mean, who knew? That doesn't mean exclusively, but nevertheless, if you want to play the man's statement again, I mean, again, it's hard to understand why, but if you, I assume the state's not objecting.
No objection. Look, it's, again, it's just, okay, but guys changing the story constantly.
Well, I understand. You can. I'm not object. I'm not. They're not objecting. I'm just, here between us, I'm just querying the wisdom of playing a damaging statement over again to reinforce what the witness already said. But you can do it.
Okay, but that's not what you said. You said that Rory Wilson.
I understand how you
Look, I
want to interpret it, but let's keep going here.
Anyway, we'll go back to this. We got, let's see, this one, again, he says he voluntarily, gave up the truth. 2004. 4 seconds. This is close.
Right there, looking out. You just do whatever. Okay. Hold up the camera. And I just, I saw them and I got scared to death of myself. And I went back to the house and they came back and divided up the money between the two of them. They gave me $50 bill, put the money into my truck for gas, and scared to death. It's if I amount and I said anything or did anything sideways or whatnot, I figured the best thing I could do is just try to keep doing what I was doing and be the right guy, do the right thing.
Travis, I can't tell you how happy it made me.
I must be off here because I have something else different here, so I'm going to assume that I'm off. But let's go over here. Okay, and I think we did hear this already where you have been the discussion. Just wants gas in his truck. Okay, let's go back to this was just anticipation, like I said, there's other videos on that too. But okay, he did specifically say that, again, didn't go anywhere else that day, not to CBS. There wouldn't be a picture of him at CBS. I'm serious. So, okay, that's simple one enough, right? Yeah. This is right before the crime.
I can't see anyone.
Okay, is there any objection?
I don't see him on the video yet.
Well, it's not a video. These are pictures that were taken.
Okay, where is he in this picture?
There, sir. Okay. So,
Okay, show him the picture.
okay, good.
All right.
Good. Let's go here. Let's see what else. Oh, this was one. Oh, this is actually one I do have to ask. Okay, here's one. I should probably ask about it, but.
What about everybody else? Can you borrow a truck? Does anybody ever borrow a truck?
No.
Who else is really in that truck without your permission? Does anybody ever lie with you? Let's see. Who else has been in that truck? Big discussion in the truck? What about okay. Right. What about Troy? Have you ever been in the truck? What about Ty? Have you ever been in the truck?
Nope, never been in this truck.
Okay. Good deal. Give me just 1 minute.
Yeah, Judge, this is the part, absolutely. This is the part where he still hadn't owned up to what he did, so he was still denying everything. Go ahead and show it to him, and he'll explain, yes, that's when I was still not admitting to what I did, so that's fine.
Okay.
Because that's the other question I do have is, like I said, I'm going to have to film videos
Well, Mr. Tucker, this is it. This is like it. We're pull more videos.
Well, I mean, he lied about a lot of things, Your Honor.
Well, no, sir. This is the all day apparently. Travis Johnson. You know.
I mean, I'm trying to hear you, Your Honor.
Well, good. I am too, and we're, you know.
I'm trying to
it's just
make it easy.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that would expect me to know exactly what he's going to say.
No, I would expect you to be prepared and follow the basic rules. So again, this is the day. So whatever you have, you know, that's.
Your Honor, again,
Nobody's objecting. You can present.
I don't want to play an hour-long video of lies that he tells prior to prove that that he said, because he says he told the truth the whole time, right? He said he never lied about it.
That's a mischaracterization. But we're not here to cut. You know, split hairs. So anyway, so let's see what else. So far, you've been able to utilize the vast majority of what you want to. So.
Okay. Well, and again, I'm sorry. All right, so I'm just trying to avoid the same problem.
Case going on, you know, with the cause of the eviction. Like, you know, I told him I'd do whatever I could to help out with that. So I don't know why I would have any problem.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I do remember him saying specifically that he never lied. He always told the truth about this.
Mr. Tucker, you can certainly make whatever argument you want to. I don't interpret his testimony in that manner. But be that as it may, just proffer your next item.
My feeling was there was some really bad blood between you and brother. Some very bad blood. No, not at all. When I was trying to figure out what could you have done, I mean, no, look at it too, you know. I haven't done anything to anybody, man. Like you can find anybody that knows me whatsoever. I'm not violent. I'm not aggressive. I don't start fights. You know what I mean? I don't. I don't. I've seen enough violence to last a lifetime.
This is part of what you want to.
That was my feeling when I listening to the details of his side of the story over here. My feeling was, man, this guy must have really brought something to be coming in here talking.
I mean, we can. Again, I don't know exactly how long he goes on like this, but I mean.
Well, I haven't heard him.
I don't know what else you're talking about.
It says like it makes it sound like he's been honest about this. He literally said, "I've been truthful about this the entire time," and no, he hasn't. He told many lies before that. That's the thing.
I didn't hear him claim to be truthful. Was there something on that?
I mean, I did hear that. I mean, I'm not trying to disagree with you as far as our ears. I mean, if we could get it read back, maybe.
Judge, I think the distinction is, once he fessed up, he claims he's been truthful ever since he fessed up. Mr. Tucker has gone back in time before the fess up and found the entire hours where he's not owning anything. And he says, Mr. Tucker, let me finish to the judge, okay? There you go again, talking over people.
Oh, okay. Let's just.
Okay, then go ahead, Judge. He wants to talk over everybody.
Let's just hear what you have to say, and then
I would just like to finish a thought, Judge, without Mr. Tucker cutting me off and opining his brilliance.
Well, we're doing fine thus far. Again, it's
Mr. Tucker has gone back in time prior to Travis Johnson owning up everything, and he's like, oh, he lied about all this. Travis Johnson never denied that he was untruthful in the beginning, but once he gave his story, after Penny Phelps laid it out, he agreed with her, and he gave his story, he's been truthful since then. There's the distinction. So,
okay.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I specifically asked him, did he vacillate? Did he make up another story prior to Penny Phelps giving him his story? He said, I've been honest the entire time.
No, that's not quite what he said, but you know what? Again, you want to play it, you know, if that's some private.
It's important that the jury.
Well, I know what you I know what you think. The only thing is, be careful what you open the door to. I mean, you know, So,
Judge, let me just say, at this point in time, because he's called into question a fabrication,
yeah.
under, I think it's 90.603, I plan on introducing this prior consistency.
I understand that.
So, I mean, he can play this, go ahead.
That's what I didn't say it in terms of the legal phrase, but that I said open the door, so, Mr. Tucker, now you're talking over me. Just to be clear, you can do it, but it is true. Then you're going to open the door to the state being able to, then in their redirect, present statements that refute that. So, in a layman's terms. So in any event, I'll allow it.
Do you mind if I ask Mr. Mansfield a question?
No, I don't.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Mr. Mansfield, just to be clear, I'm kind of curious as to what you'd like to put up here.
Is this behind that microphone or closer to a
I
microphone?
would like to know. I mean, again, I want to know what you know, because you're asking me what I'm going to put on. I'm
I
asking
don't
you
know,
what you
Mr. Tucker, when you get down with your cross, I'll have a better idea of where we're going to go from there. I know what you're going to put up.
Well, again, you said you put something up to refute this. I'd like to know.
Okay, and when we get to that, I will, and if Mr. Mansfield has something, then he'll let you see it. But at this point, I think there has to be some anticipatory, information. All I'm saying is, from what I see, it doesn't appear to me to be inconsistent with the basics, what Mr. Johnson testified to in terms of the sequence of events. But if you want to play it, you can play it. But then the state may be able to present testimony or evidence that rebuts that and shows that, in fact, this is his testimony that refutes that. So, anyway, do you want to put it? You can do it.
Thank you. I'm just giving you.
Well, that's why you need a lawyer, or people want lawyers.
Some of my lawyers are the ones who gave me this advice.
Okay, it's one thing to be given advice, it's another thing to be able to use it and to manage it in the context of a trial.
Spend a lot of time trying to get. I have my vices. I have, the things that I like to do, but I the big difference when he gives us a time.
So, I mean, we've already said he can play this, right? Okay. We don't need to listen to it anymore right now.
Yeah, I just don't. I wish I did.
Set his truck, he emptied it out, and got up to big time. Okay, and actually I'm going to go ahead and try and make this so you can see them all at once. Just make it easy. This would be.
Your Honor, I have no objection to Mr. Tucker playing the entire interview if he felt that's what he wants to do.
All right. What else was we?
This is actually, I'm going to try and make it so you can see the pictures. Here, just give me a second. I'm trying to find where it does that. I'll paint those. Go ahead. Because these are all pictures here. I'm just trying to make it so you can see them all at once. Oh, here we go. Let's go ahead and do large icons. Actually, so extra large icons. There we go. Now this is, he said he emptied out his truck after he got up a big time. This is what was found in his truck when they searched it. There's just quite a bit of material. Lots of stuff.
That's correct, Judge, because once he went to jail, Mr. Ochoa, who owns the house, came and took all the stuff that Travis had unloaded in the house and put all in his truck that was still in the driveway to get all of his stuff out of the house and put it in the truck. So that's why when he went to jail, the truck was empty, but now the truck has all this stuff in it.
I don't know that.
Okay. Okay, so any objection?
No objection at all.
All right. We got to bring the jury in. I mean, they've been waiting for,
I don't want to repeat the problem.
So I'm just curious here.
Here's the question. Are we going to play the entire interview as they suggest?
I'm just curious, like, this may take us till 5. And
Oh, yeah, Judge, we're sending our DNA analyst home. We're gonna get her a room and she's gonna come back tomorrow.
And how much later than 5 we're going today, I don't know, but, you know.
I'd vote for, listen, we work till 5 and we have to break and come back tomorrow and pick it up again. That's probably what we'll have to do.
Okay, so I'm just going to go into my chambers for like a minute, and we'll come out and
I can't hear you, sir.
please be seated. Okay, so Mr. Johnson is around.
Yes, I will.
Back on the witness stand. Let's bring the jury in, please.
Your Honor, if you may.
Sorry?
If I may, before you, I just talked to Mr. Mansfield, and we agreed that we're going to play Penny Phelps' full interview, and again, I'm going to go ahead with everything else, and we'll do that tomorrow, if that's okay.
Do what tomorrow?
Play Penny Phelps' entire interview.
No, I didn't agree. I think we should just keep moving. We have the interview, let's play it.
Right, we're going to 5.
No, I'm with that. I'm with going to 5. It's just, that's a long interview, and we agreed that we would actually play the entire thing.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Well, because neither one of us have the entire thing right now.
I don't know. I plan to go to 5. I've never seen a trial where we waste so much time, frankly. But nevertheless, I don't understand what the concern is right now.
Well, no, it's just, okay, all of the interviews that were taken by the police at the time were chopped up into multiple sections. If we're going to play the entire interview, then we would have to make sure that we have the other sections. We don't have them.
Did you want to weigh in here?
Judge, I mean, it's his impeachment, so I assume he has the interview. He's telling me he doesn't have the whole interview. I'm checking to see if we do, so we can move this process along. And I think we do have it here. Let's pop it in real quick and see.
Sorry, guys.
Mr. Tucker, do you know where the mouse is?
Oh, I was there. I'm trying to get most of the courthouse mouse.
Wait, stop right there. Get down. Oh, let's do it because I don't know what time it is. That's coming. All right, Judge, just so that the record is clear, what we're looking at here is the interview that I believe Mr. Tucker is referring to. Is that correct? David, what happened? What'd you do?
Just stop it.
I'm not keep my...
living in the age of technology.
Zoning section.
Okay, read that. All right? Yeah. And I'm having a hard time verifying some of these things, okay? That's a problem. They serve our country, sound like a good man, you know, I one bad thing about you. Okay, read that. I was just listening. I kind of
It's in somewhere. He's obviously telling a different story here, so.
sometimes we can figure out times where, okay, it's quite a big deal, right?
Pat, same about
Exit. There you go.
That common, is that? Okay, you going to the.
I think it's section 30.
Right, that's why we're getting everything, all of a sudden I'm catching you all the time.
You know, I mean, we're trying to keep a couple things for him to say that.
It's not the site, it's not the site. It's not.
Anyway, is this what you'd like to play?
Your Honor, I'd like to play maybe just before this. I don't think there's too much before this or before Phelps comes in.
I think she's coming in now.
Yeah, she'll come in soon, but I'd like to give at least a little context.
That's right. Okay, so where would you like to start it?
Let's go ahead and just like, again, a little bit prior to where they're at. That's about it. Just so I can, like I say, give it context.
Right here is the beginning of this one. Is that all right?
Let's so asking about taking the time.
You want to go back to the previous one? I mean,
Yeah, let's go back to the previous
All
one.
right.
We'll do it from there and then we'll just let it go. That sound okay?
That common, that.
That's fine. So actually, look up. This is
All right, so 414, Dr. Roy, you're probably at the beach.
Listen, I can't keep this jury waiting any longer. So if this is what, if this is,
And I don't care if you know, I just want to verify something.
I'm gonna go to 5 and find a cutting place and then tell them to come at 1 tomorrow. And you're gonna have to return at that point in time, Mr. John. Bring in the jury, please.
actually.
All jurors present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. Please accept my sincere apologies for this lengthy delay. I hadn't forgotten about you. I knew you were back there. Thank you for your confidence. We weren't taking a long afternoon break. We were doing some important things here. Now we're ready to proceed with continued cross-examination for scheduling planning purposes, we're going to go to about 5, and then wherever we're at, we're going to break and start again tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about being held after hours. Just thank you for your continued patience and attention for the rest of the day. So we'll have Mr. Johnson back up here on the witness stand, and Mr. Tucker, you can proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Johnson, we just put this video up here. Do you know approximately what time this was or when this video was?
11/22/2017.
Okay. Okay. And where are you at?
Sheriff's Department headquarters.
Okay. So this is when after they had brought you down under the guise of your truck, correct? Yes. Okay. And you know, if I remember correctly, you stated that you always told the truth when it came to your story.
I've told the truth, yes. After I admitted my guilt in this,
okay,
I've told the truth.
So, but you, again, clarify, as far as, but did you tell that story?
There were some inconsistencies in the beginning, of course, because of my fear of being incarcerated.
Okay.
But in the long run, the truth came out.
But you vacillated, you didn't lie.
No, I didn't lie.
Okay.
There were no outright lies.
Okay.
There were misperceptions of individuals, because I don't know you too well. I may have confused you two once or twice with each other. There may have been timelines I'm not 100% sure of. But no, there have been no lies.
Okay, let's get to that. I believe I asked you, did you, prior to Captain Phelps giving you that narrative, did you tell any other stories other than that? Did you lie?
Nothing I'm aware of, no.
Okay. We'll go ahead and go to the tape.
Judge, again, the question needs to be more specific. The witness testified that once I owned up to what I did, I haven't lied since. This video goes before that.
Well, I just asked him if he lied prior to that.
Well, in any event, certainly there'll be redirect, and right now you can proceed with the presentation of this evidence.
Oh, of course, now we're stuck.
Okay, so this is on the 6th.
The video's stuck.
Oh,
there we go.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, I'm not sure what your position here
I'm
is.
sorry.
I thought we were...
Probably at the beach, so you definitely go. You're not going to walk back.
Wait, can we please stop it a second?
Oh, and turn it towards your agency. You're absolutely correct.
I just want to...
I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and...
I'm just unclear if you're going to be questioning him during this?
Well, I can stop any questions as soon as, again, we have enough to answer it.
Okay, but I prefer that you be out that way rather than over here.
And do you mind if I turn it towards the jury?
Oh, yes, I don't mind if there's a better view for
Judge, if you would ask that he be at the podium when he's asking questions of the witness.
Well, it's hard to work the thing and be at the podium at the same time. That's all. It's just this logistics.
Can everybody see the screen? Okay, the gentleman seated at the far end is a little bit iffy. Okay, does that help, sir? Thank you. So
can see this.
The state can see it. Can you see it? Yes, okay, so if Mr. Tucker's positioned out toward the podium, then that would be preferable. Let's roll him.
Now, let's see. Now, as we said, this is before Penny Phelps gave you the story, correct?
Okay, so this is on the 16th. I talked to him for 7 minutes. Okay. Okay, so 4:14, talk to Roy, you're probably at the beach, so you definitely go, you're not going to walk back. Right, well, that's my Tuesday, man, I'm scared of getting trouble for driving my truck. And I don't care if you go, I just want to verify something, look at me, I want to verify something of what you're telling me. I haven't been able to verify one statement you made with what we have. So it's important to me to verify something.
It's actually really important to you. You've got to understand where we're coming from now.
I do.
This is a motor case.
Yeah, I
Do you
do.
understand that completely?
100%.
So if you tell us one of the things we can't verify,
I'm scared to death.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm still scared.
Well, I am, because if these are the guys that are involved in it, and I've been around them and back and forth, I wish I could have every little detail exactly what you want to know about my day, because
You mind if I look at your phone?
go ahead, man.
I appreciate that, Marty.
Yeah. I don't really want to get into. I want you to give me some stuff so I can verify. So we got from 414. You're probably at the beach. I understand you could. I mean, honestly, what did I do Friday? I was working, so it's a little easier. But it is hard to pinpoint downtimes. I get that. There's no doubt about that. We have a license plate reader. Have you ever seen those? Heard of those? Okay, they have like on some paths or toll. They have different variations like that. We have them here. So we have your truck. I have pictures of your truck hitting tag reader. And that's why I asked, did anybody else drive? Is it common for someone else to use your truck? Okay. So, and we have video. Alright. So you tell me a time or something in a ballpark, we can verify, okay, he was going to this location. He wasn't with Roy, or he was with Roy. He wasn't with this person, or he was with this person. So remember, we talked to these other two gentlemen for a long time. They told us a lot of things. Okay? Things that may or may not help you right now. Things that may or may not be true, you know. Exactly. So that's all right. I'm glad we're on the same page. Yeah, dude. All right. Fucking everything. So do you remember meeting with Mike? Maybe 2 weeks ago. Okay. So keep going from there.
Told him not to come back to the house. I got David's cell phone from him because there was one of the things that Dave when he got out of jail.
Just to be clear, you just asked about Maddie. Is that the Maddie that I asked you about earlier, Matthew Gideon?
I don't recall. I don't.
Okay. You don't recall. You don't recall. That's fine.
He's asking me to get his cell phone to make sure that we have it when we got out of jail.
What do you think they told you? What do you think Tyrone would tell us about you?
I have no clue. None.
No idea.
None. Do you mind if I could 1 second?
Yeah.
Really curious about something.
Yeah.
Okay. When I talked to you a few minutes ago, yeah, we were a little bit, but we're not close.
Well, but after the court date, man, we've got phone numbers and he contacted me after my truck. Yeah, he wants me to let him know what's going on at the house. I want to let him know what's going on at the house. If I'm not there, he's not there.
I'm curious about that time of year around the Tom phone, according to times he gave us. You're calm, worry. What I'm sure you guys talked about.
I'm asking if there's anything down. You know, I mean, you can talk before my records. You can do anything with my phone. You can't answer it.
That's not a problem.
I don't have any problem with you doing that at all. You know, like I said, I could call him, ask him if anybody was there, or if he was there, or... You heard that conversation? No, I don't know. I don't remember. I just remember calling if it was, you know... I don't remember these things. I don't. It's been a few days already. Well, but I mean, I don't remember having it done. Yes,
I'm sorry.
Rory with the girl, right? And you're calling that, or he's calling you at 4:17 in the morning?
4:17 in the morning.
Yeah. Not going by the
Well, no, don't think about that. Don't think about that because
That's a good idea. And you understand,
because the
basically, we don't have to talk to
right, because the police is there. And he's telling me, I think he was asking me what was going on. Okay. That day on that Saturday, 4:17?
Yeah, in the morning on Saturday.
Saturday?
Yeah.
They made a murder on Friday night.
So that was, okay, that's what I was a little confused, but yeah, no, that was because the police searched for the house and did everything, and he's calling me asking me what's going on, and I told him, sent it.
Now, so far, Mr. Johnson, would you consider any of that a lie?
No, I mean, I really don't, and I don't have 100% recall of what was discussed, what was communicated in phone calls. I'm not lying at this point. I don't think I've divulged the truth. It may be by omission from fear of being implicated.
You don't remember what you were talking about with Rory Wilson on the night of the crime?
No.
Right afterwards?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Combs, is there a reason you say that didn't happen? Is there a reason he would say that that's not what he called you? Not that I'm aware of, but I'm pretty sure that the only thing he interested me is what's going on. You know, what the fuck is going on? So. I'm not trying to be, I promise I'm not trying to help you out. Right. So far, you tell me things, all of a sudden I'm catching you that, something's not quite honest. Be copied, I know you said you're scared about driving, all right? Put yourself in our shoes. None of this is looking good, and you're not helping us being able to verify anything. Well, I mean, I'm trying to do the best I can. I mean, I don't get part of it. I can never find anything wrong in my friggin' life, dude. And, like, you know, I want to make sure that my shit's safe. And have you ever been arrested before? Like, yeah, but I just got arrested for paraphernalia, you know? What about Dallas? I've been arrested for tickets. Anything else with Dallas? No. Any reason there would be an assault with a deadly weapon from Dallas? No. Assault with a deadly weapon? No. Okay. Not me. Gotcha. Don't have it on the record. I've got like a Class A misdemeanor. That's petty theft. It was like $100,000 out of Bonnie, Texas. You know. So we ran your right. I don't have one. You know. I've been on probation one time for DWI. Yeah, whenever I was 21 years old. You know. Yeah. Roy did the same thing with his phone. Oh, yeah. He didn't think a little different than theirs. You have a problem? You have a problem with it? No, I don't have a problem. Nothing? No. So what's your problem? Why would I have an issue with it? I thought we were trying to keep Dallas, you know what I mean? We were trying to keep a place over our head. You know what I'm saying? And I was the only who really had enough common sense though. You ever crossed them in a bad way? You ever did them wrong or anything? No. Never done anything. So they say anybody? No. I mean, like as far as I knew, you know, we're wrong ways, you know, but we were cool. I was there, you know, back in the day, Ron, help keep the shit, you know, together. Try to get the life back on. Try to get, you know, a court case going on, you know, with the cause number, the eviction. Like, you know, I told him I'd do whatever I could to help.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean, I was having trouble stopping it where I wanted to. So did you just say you were homeboys, your friends?
We were.
With Rory Wilson?
We were, for lack of better terms, yeah, we were in acquaintances with each other's. Okay. Yeah, we had no negativity toward each other at this point in time.
Okay, but homeboys is a little different.
It's a lack of a better term, per se.
Okay.
But friends, no.
Still don't think you're lying here?
No, I don't, Tucker. I'm having a hard time accepting the truth is what I'm having a hard time dealing with. The hard time accepting the fact that I'm caught. That's what I see. I see fear in my eyes of being persecuted, being prosecuted for this crime. That's what's starting to come into my awareness is that
okay, I wasn't asking what was in
I'm
your
being
head.
caught.
Mr.
I
Johnson,
need
Mr.
to
Johnson.
admit.
Mr. Johnson, I wasn't asking what was in your head. I was asking.
You're asking me if I lied. I did not lie.
He gave a responsive answer, so now we'll move on to the next.
I haven't got to my question, Your Honor. I was asking. I didn't ask what was in his head. I'm asking what came out of his mouth.
I did not lie.
Well, I believe that encompassed, if you still think you're not lying, is asking what's in his head. So I think it was a responsive answer, so we can go on to the next.
What's wrong with that? So, I would have any problem and have it all. My feeling was there was some really bad luck between you and Roy. You know, some very bad luck. No, not at all. When I'm trying to figure out what could you have done? I mean, no, I think that's what you know. I've been done anything to anybody, man. You can find anybody that knows me whatsoever. I'm not violent. I'm not aggressive. I don't start fights. You know what I mean? I don't. I don't. I've seen enough violence to last a lifetime, man. You know. And for him to say that he's mad at me.
Matt, no, I just, my feeling, listening to him, the details of his side of the story, the reason we're here.
Really?
My feeling was, damn, this guy must have really crossed him to be coming in here talking like this with us.
I don't have any feelings. I mean, I don't.
Don't sound like it, man. You don't think that you don't sound like it.
No, dude, I've lived a good, decent life.
You spend a lot of time trying to get.
I have my vices. I have, the things that I like to do, but I've never.
You know the big difference of when he gives us a time or something, we've been able to verify.
You know, I don't know how to do that.
Okay. If you let me explain to Your Honor that there's sections here. That's what, this is not the complete video. The videos were given to both the state and to the defense in sections.
Yes, members of the jury, this section of this one long interview or interrogation is now going to be succeeded by the next section. So it's not all on one drive. So.
Thank you.
Don't know, I can remember times I just don't. I wish I did. I can't go to that shit. I mean, I really do wish I could remember times better. You know. I know I have to write everything down so I can remember this shit. You know.
Travis, I'm going to take you big deep breaths. I'm going to try to keep my time lined up right now. Right now, I'm really upset. It's not at you, okay? And you and I have had some good conversations over the last couple of days, and I'm going to tell you what has just happened and why I'm so upset. We are picking up April right now, and we're taking her to the safe house.
Okay.
And the reason we have to do this is because Ty threatened to kill her and me. Yes. Yes. So two of these people in the story,
Yeah.
an organization who have nothing to do with any of it,
No.
have not been told, you better stop talking. You better start running. Because if anything more is done to the police, I'm going to take care of you and your baby. And I've got a 7-year-old first-time mother who is scared to death that she's going to get killed merely for telling the truth.
And I told her to call this morning if she needed anything and give her my phone number and if I needed to. Because I came back to the house and then I called you guys, told you and got my stuff to get out of there. I told April, she told me not she needed anything at all to give me a call and I would come back and help her.
Travis, the really sad part of the story is that we had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people.
Okay, just to clarify, we just heard what Captain Phelps told you about me supposedly threatening April, right?
Yes.
And you did talk to her that morning, correct? Talked to her the morning when you gave her your phone number and all that.
April?
Yeah, April Walker.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and did she seem distressed? Did she seem like, did she seem like she had been threatened?
From my assessment, no.
Okay, thank you.
That are involved. And most of the people in the story are good, decent people. And you're one of the good, decent people in the story, Travis. You really are. You're a guy who falls back from hard luck and his reputation in life moved it forward and positive. You did everything you could with a bad situation after the hurricane. You get victimized. You lose your tools, you lose your cooking utensils, you scratch your truck, and you still stay positive. You're not the one out there saying, I'm going to beat you, I'm going to kill you. What you're doing is you're doing the right thing, talking to the police, trying to get this stuff straight. You're one of the good guys in the story. Rory's one of the good guys in the story. Detroit is doing right by April. He doesn't have a lot of money, but he was working. He got a somewhat decent place to stay. The conversation you and I had last night. It's not the Taj Mahal that you were looking at, but it was a room, and it was a place, and it was safe.
I'm trying to make it as safe.
I know. Yeah, and Travis, you've been doing right by everybody. And Rory was right by April. He knows she's scared. He knows that it's her first baby. He's proud to be with her, and he's proud to be having a son. He's waiting for that baby to come into this world. So there's good people in the story. You're a good person in the story. April's a good person in the story. Robert, Detroit is a good person in the story. The asshole in the story, you and I both know who the asshole in the story is. No, we both know. Don't ask the question. You and I both know who the bad guy in the story is. You know. And he's only making it worse forever. How the hell do you go to
Just out of curiosity, did you just say, is it Ty?
Yes, I did.
And she, again, why would you say that?
I don't know, because the simple question is, you know who it is? Is it Ty? That's a responsive answer
the asshole.
in
To quote, I'm the
a
asshole.
conversation. Yes, this is with the
Okay.
applications.
Just checking.
a 27-year-old, 9-month pregnant woman and tell her to her face, I'm going to hurt you and your baby. I'm going to take care of you and your baby if you don't stop running your mouth. What's April trying to do? Find out what's going on with Detroit. She's home alone.
Yeah.
Scared to death.
Yeah.
Ask a simple question. You know what she said to you.
Yeah.
How come Rory's stuff is on the internet? And Ty isn't. And you honest with her and said, well, Hurry's in jail, and Ty's not. And her staying with you. How did that happen?
I told her, I said, I don't tell her fucking things about all this.
Correct. I think what happened is, let's talk about the people living in the treehouse. Let's talk about the good people in the story and the non-good people in the story. That's what the people living in the treehouse. Addicted to crack, selling their body for crack, people coming and going worse than the place that you're living in, because there's no one in that treehouse that's trying to take care of the property. That's too old.
Where's the treehouse?
The place across from CDA.
Okay, I've heard about the
Crack den. Yep, the crack den. You know what? And you know the kind of people that are hanging out the crack den.
No, I don't. Never been.
Now, to be clear, you're not lying here.
No.
You don't know the treehouse. You haven't been there.
No, never in my life. Before I moved, before
But
I come here
when
after
you're
the
giving
hurricane,
this- when
I've
she's
never
asking
been there
you,
before.
had you been to the treehouse already?
After this, yes, this is after the incident. Of course, this is November 22nd. The incident happened November 17th. That's a ridiculous question. Of course I know that where the treehouse is now.
That's not what you're telling her.
I didn't know that's what it was called. I knew where it was. Nobody referred to it. We're going to the treehouse. I didn't know what it was called. We're going over here to this place where the crack is. That's what I knew of it. I didn't know it called the treehouse. Never heard it referred to that till this incident.
The crack den is what she calls it, right?
Yes, I called it that.
So you think you're being honest here?
I know I'm being honest here.
Okay. Let me get here. Sorry, Your Honor, my eyes are not as good as these.
Yeah, and I believe that.
Never been over there. Like, I don't.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I think here's what happens. They get a little bit of money. $1,000 for crackheads. We'll go in, we'll make it quick, we'll come out, no one will know us, we'll make sure that we got masks, we'll make sure nobody knows us. They don't need the $1,000 to smoke up crack, we need the $1,000 to live. We'll do right with the money, we'll do right by all of us in the place on 2nd Street. Let's make this fast and easy. And I know you were part of the plan. Now I also know, hear me carefully, Travis, I also know that that plan never included hurting anyone at all. Because had there been discussion and you talked about hurting someone, you never would have participated. Because you're not that guy. You're not that guy that's going to sit down at a table with people and say, yeah, let's go beat somebody up. Let's go rape somebody. Let's go rob somebody. Let's go kill somebody. That's not you. You're a guy who's trying to survive. That's you, Travis. Now, could I hear you? Could I see you saying, let's go get some money to make life a little bit easier for us? Yep. Because that's the kind of guy you are. You're struggling. I get it. You lost all your tools. You lost all your cooking supplies. The food that you're living is mold infested. Your mattress got wet. It's hard. And you're struggling. And there's this, let's go get a little bit of money to make life a little bit easier. And you didn't go into the tree house. You didn't. But you drove them there. You drove them there, Travis. We got your truck on video. The camera right where you parked it. When you pulled off the Long Island and parked your truck, and Detroit and Ty got out of that truck, all three of you are on a camera video. Now you did the right thing, because you dropped them off and then you got the hell out of there. You're gone. You don't know what they did in the treehouse. You don't know about it until after. The plan wasn't to go up in there and hurt anybody. The plan wasn't to go up there and kill anybody. The plan was go up there, get the money, get your ass back, and then we'll split the money. That's the plan. And then everything went bad. And it wasn't Detroit that broke bad. You and I both know who broke bad. Who went off script, Travis? Who? The same guy that threatened a 27-year-old 9 months?
Hey, Travis. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. That sounds pretty familiar as far as stories go, correct?
Sounds, yes. The implementation or implication of specifically who did this was off, but she was on point with her narrative.
Goes into detail, correct?
She was on point with her narrative, yes.
Okay. Now, again, you haven't said anything about your story at this point, right? The story that you've been telling. Okay, so you say Phelps gave you your narrative, right?
She created the narrative that existed. She brought to light the narrative, not my narrative, not her narrative, but the narrative in question.
Well, that's what we're here to figure out. But okay, to get in a question here. Okay, you say that she got the narrative, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now she couldn't possibly be throwing you a lifeline, could she?
No. No, she was being a good detective and telling me exactly what she was doing.
I mean,
asking him if she's throwing him a lifeline, it calls for him to speculate. That's what she's doing.
Well, I'll overrule the objection.
now, Mr. Johnson, you testified already that you were afraid of a life sentence, that you were upset because you were afraid of a life sentence. Is that correct? That you were afraid. You were afraid right here, correct?
I was afraid of being, yes, charged with murder.
Okay. You're afraid of being charged with murder. When Penny Phelps told you this story, did it all of a sudden, were you afraid, or?
I was in shock.
Okay. Okay. And just, you were in shock. Okay, let's play a little bit longer here.
Pregnant woman. And that's not you. He broke bad. And he did the one thing no one talked about. There was nothing planned to hurt anybody or kill anybody. And now you've all been living with that for the last 5 days. Nobody's left. Everybody's had a difficult time with it. You know the one guy who's walking around loving it? Bragging to everybody today. I stood out in Detroit. He's in jail, a free man. He thinks this is funny, Travis. He's bragging. He's not filled with guilt. He's not filled with remorse. He's not having trouble sleeping. He's not mourning the life of another human being. And old man, you know what he told us last night? Man, I heard he got stabbed 7 times. He was bragging about it. There's 2 sides to the story, Travis. The side of all the people that got jammed up in a bad...
Now, Mr. Johnson, would you agree that, again, it seems to be that Captain Phelps is implying heavily that I had something to do with this?
Yeah, she's trying to coax the truth out of me.
But she's using me to do it, correct?
Of course she is.
And, okay, we'll keep on going.
Anyway, those are good people who made mistakes. The other side of the story is the bad person did a bad thing and feels really, really good about doing a bad thing. That's not you. What I need you to talk to us about, Travis, is you got to give us your side of the story. You got to let us know, because I believe in my heart and soul, you're one of the good guys on the good side of the story. You're not over here. You've never, your whole life's been over there. You're not violent guys. You've never demonstrated to hurting anybody. You're a good person that got just all jammed a really bad thing. And the really sad thing is, Travis, you weren't even up in there. You drove them. We got you on camera. You drove past the house at 4:08, real slow, so everybody could see where it was and where they were going to go when they came up out of there. And a little bit after 8 o'clock, you come back and you park your truck right in front of that camera at the gate. And they get out. Ty gets out. Detroit gets out. And then you did the smartest thing here. You don't get out of the truck. You get out of there. You get out of there. And then everything goes to shit. And now here you sit.
Oh, okay. I don't know whether it's stopped or whether it's paused. Mr. Johnson, just to clarify here, you haven't said anything about me at this point, have you?
No.
Okay. And as far as you know, nobody else has either, right?
As far as I know, is what they're telling me. That's as far as I knew.
Yeah, I mean, but
anything,
as far as
that's all I knew.
as far as you know what they're telling you, correct?
Yes, all I know is what they're telling me.
Okay. And you know, let me make sure that this video actually stopped and it didn't have any more to go.
Stop it.
They didn't.
Stop.
Let's go to the next section.
Oh, well, here, I'll let you do it again.
So, on to the next section. That segment's completed. So, again, continuation on another section of the same interview.
Good guy. Stuck up in his bad stuff. Trying to live past what the heck happened. Trying to deal with it every day. I know you're on it. And we're here to make sure, I get it, and we're here to make sure that you are not going to get hurt. April's scared me up too. She's at our legal house right now, Travis. So when I tell you that you are going to be safe, I'm telling you you're going to be safe. But in order to make that happen, I got to know what happened. I got to make sure, Travis, you're a good guy.
You just told us. You just said it.
You tell me it. That's what I've been telling you.
No, Travis, you can't.
Don't leave anything out, Travis, from the start.
I'm scared.
I get it.
Travis, if my captain does, you're not going to get hurt.
Now, Mr. Johnson, what was your response when she said, you know, is this what happened?
I told her what had happened. I told her that she was on point with her narrative.
Did you just say, you just said it?
Yes.
Okay.
I said, she just said it. There were differences.
What I'm saying is, so far you haven't told her anything about your story, right?
No.
Okay. And she just nails it on the head, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oops, hold on. Let's bear with that going. That's the excuse me.
He's not going to get hurt.
So we're sitting up there coming, and there, much up for gas and get on through there. And I said to Deb that, you know, if I'm out, or if I said anything or did anything sideways or whatnot, I figured the best thing I could do was just try to keep doing what I was doing and be the right guy and be the right thing.
Travis, I can't tell you how happy it made me today when I talked to you earlier to hear that happened.
Yeah. Travis, sorry, Mr. Johnson. Would you agree that, yes, if you were actually there and participated, it would be very easy for you to know the details to fill in that story?
Know the details of what?
The narrative. Phelps's narrative. Would it be very easy for you to fill in those details?
Yes.
If you actually were there, took part in it?
Yes.
Okay. And as more than a driver?
As more than a driver.
Well, she gave you, you're the driver now. This is where it comes from, right?
No, this was the truth. I was the driver. It was my truck. Of course I drove it.
Okay. What the operative term here, I guess everybody's used, is, were you the getaway driver?
Yes.
Okay. But this is the first time we've ever heard of this.
In this scenario from another detective.
Any
she was
detective.
identifying me as
any detective.
Yes, I was being identified as the
this is the first time.
driver.
This is the first time it's come up, though, right?
They did it earlier in the previous part of the interview. David Fernandez was saying we have pictures of your truck.
But did he say you were the getaway driver?
I don't recall.
Okay. I know we just watched it, but okay. But for this purpose, yes, did Phelps just call you the getaway driver?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Now, again, you haven't offered up anything at this point. Right? You haven't told anybody anything.
No.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object.
I'm going to sustain, sustain the objection. That's an accurate characterization of what was just presented on the tape. He hasn't told anybody anything. It's not.
Oh, that's not true. You're right. You're right, Your Honor. I made a mistake in my wording there. Okay. You didn't specifically give them any details of your involvement in the crime prior to this?
No.
Okay.
And the other thing I did, it's been a good part of, my existence when I was here before I left the union.
Because I am the first time worried about you, worried about me, worried about Detroit. Because in this story, I saw all the people.
Hold on, I'll pause it.
Were the they that were talking about going to the trees? Who's with you?
There we go.
Is there some difficulty in hearing?
I can try and do that.
Okay, let's try.
Let's see. Actually, if I may, just get a little closer to make it easier.
Okay, however it's easier to operate.
We may scoot closer so they can hear better.
We're having that talk. It's the time where we have to talk at.
Inside the house.
Upstairs where you were, we put down the
My wife, just needs to connect with them. That's how exactly attack, okay?
Take a breath. Take a
deep breath.
Take a deep breath. You're good. You're good. We're not in a hurry. We're safe. Travis, you're safe. We got you, buddy. You're safe.
You're in the place you can be right now.
You're in what? Respect.
I did come down.
I don't.
And you want this. We have that. You know that.
That's exactly why we're talking to you. We know you didn't do this. We never meant for it to happen. Never. Never.
Trying to get along with everybody in the house, so that I wouldn't get But I don't know, you know. I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. I don't know what to say. Travis, if I'm saying the truth, and that's what you're doing, that's the best thing you can do. Whatever you guys want me to do. Whatever you say. We want you to, if we just want to tell the truth, Travis. That's all we want. And whatever that you say.
Travis, did you just tell her you will do anything they want you to do?
So at this point, I would cooperate with them 100%, yes.
You said specifically that.
Okay, what are you implying by me saying that? I said I would cooperate with them. Is there a misconstruement of what that meant to you or to me? I will comply.
Mr. Johnson, he just asked a simple
And I answered it. I will comply. That's what that meant.
Okay. We'll move on.
I'm going to help you. I can't want it. We're going to do what we can for you, Travis, okay? We're going to talk to the state attorney and we'll see what we can do, okay? I don't make that decision, Travis. I know that. I know that. Travis, let's get some of the details so I can talk to the state attorney, okay? So it's you, it's Tommy, and it's Roy, and upstairs. And what time of the day is this discussion? How long in the day, how late in the day?
It all transpired within 30 minutes.
Okay.
You know, it was Roy left for a little while. I think he went to Burger King, he came back, and he said to Tyrone about, you know, this is happening, and, you know, and they're doing it. So we're going to get this money.
Mr. Johnson, did you just say that Rory Wilson came back from Burger King and said, let's go get this money?
Yes, when Rory Wilson returned with the information that he had gotten it from Burger King.
Okay, so he's the one that wants to do the robbery on the treehouse,
Yes,
correct?
he's the one who got the information, correct?
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Just clarifying.
They said, you know, we should drive us over there. And I was like, man, guys, I don't really want to be a part of this. But yeah, I'll track you over there. Okay. I said, I would. I said, I'll do it. And I said, I know, whatever's whatever. I'm not looking for a cut or anything like that. I just, you know, want some gas in my truck.
Yeah. Just trying to take care of yourself.
That's all I'm trying to do.
Travis, you're trying to survive. We get it. We absolutely get it. So how much earlier in the day is this talk about going over there before 8 o'clock at night?
Maybe, you know.
Okay.
So, yeah, maybe now.
So who knew there was money up in that house, in that tree house? Who was talking about knowing there was money up there? Was there a dollar amount for that? Did you know how much money was up in there? Did he say how he knew there was money up in there?
Somebody in Burger King told me.
Okay.
Travis, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. Did you just say that
Yes, I
I'm
did.
the one who said there's
Yes, I
money at
did.
the treehouse, and I got it from Burger King?
Yes, that you did.
Okay.
That was inconsistent with mine, number one, confusing you two with each other.
Okay. What does Rory Wilson look like?
He's black.
Okay. Big black man, small black man.
Right. Your name's Tyrone.
Okay. I know my name's Tyrone, but that doesn't make me black.
No, it doesn't. But that was
Okay.
the confusion between the two. Is the
Okay,
name
just-
Tyrone, in my mind, correlates to a black man. Unfortunately, I don't mean to, sound racist, but that's probably where the confusion in my mind started. Because I am not familiar with you two guys that well.
Okay. Well, again, just a minute earlier, didn't you say a minute, maybe
It
two?
was Rory, yes.
It's Rory Wilson.
Question answered, Judge.
Okay.
Already answered this question
Okay, it's crossed.
Okay.
We'll give him a little leeway, so anyway.
I think we've established this. Now, in your story today, who is it?
It was Rory that came back with the information.
Okay.
And clarification, that I don't even recall naming you as the individual with the information. I wasn't aware that I did name you as the one with the information until I had gone over some of these interviews with other people, but the clarification was that it was Rory, not you, that came back with the information.
Mr. Johnson, how many times have you gone over these videos with other people?
Like I said, I've only seen them 4 times. I've only seen this one. This is only the second time I've ever seen this video.
Okay, but you were here, right? You were actually there.
Actually, where?
As far as in this interview, giving this interview, telling this information.
Yes, that was me. That is me.
So, we're gonna go get the money. They ask you to drive the truck. What do they do to get ready to go get the money? Talk to me about what you see in front of them and what they're doing to get it going.
They put on a pair of black pants and a black shirt. One I guess it's called a neck gaiter.
Okay. Who had the net gaiter in? Tyrone. Okay.
Because he's got a beard.
Okay. Did you see Detroit do anything with like a net gaiter or anything?
I think he had, it just looked like a what you could, beanie, hoodie beanie.
Okay.
And a freaking mask.
What the mask look like?
Like a demon.
Okay. Like I mean, you say demon, I see you say, tell me what they describe as demon.
It's sharp teeth. It's like, almost like a dinosaurish type looking thing.
Did Ty have a mask? Okay. So they get dressed in black shirts, black pants. Did both of them have gloves on?
I think so.
Okay. And
I didn't see their gloves. I think they were in the pocket, but I think they had it.
okay. And you see Ty put on a gaiter to kind of hide his goatee. And then Detroit puts on this mask that looks.
Now, Mr. Johnson, you did testify there that yes, I suppose they put on a neck gaiter with, if I remember correctly, it's Jägermeister's written all over it, right?
Yes.
Do any witnesses ever identify that?
Objection, Judge, improper question.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Was there ever a neck gaiter with Jägermeister written all over it recovered in any of the discovery you've seen?
Objection, Judge. He's not the law enforcement officer who's gathering evidence.
Well, to his knowledge, he can answer to his knowledge.
That's what I was asking.
No, to my knowledge, that was never a piece of evidence that was
Okay.
labeled or taken.
Did they ever find another mask? That, to your knowledge?
Outside of the demon?
Yeah.
I think they found like 3.
Okay. And where did those come from, Mr. Johnson?
The warehouse.
But, again, they've never been attributed to anybody that you know of.
Not that I know of, no.
Okay.
Big teeth that looks kind of like a dinosaur. Do they have this stuff on when you first drive by the treehouse? No. Well, it's just three guys riding in a truck. So you're driving, where's Detroit sitting? Front seat, and where's Ty sitting? Behind you. That's everybody that's in the truck. All right. So you drive by, how do you get from the place you stay to go by the treehouse? Tell me when you drive.
Around. They come out, take us around, then go right back to the house.
Back to the house. Now, what you're talking about in that trip past the treehouse when you go by real slow.
And well, they told me that's it right there.
Okay.
And they said, stop right there.
Okay. So the first time you just buy it, and they point it out and tell you where it's at. Okay, so now do you go back to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sitting in the parking lot of the house talking again?
No.
Okay. So now what happens during the second trip to the treehouse?
We went upstairs, they got their stuff, we went back, they got out, and they came, or not they, just Tyrone, okay, back, and I took off.
The second time when you drove
I
it,
didn't see, I don't know what happened on the way.
Okay.
I don't know.
the second time you drove, are you seated in the same spot you're driving?
There are some consistencies here, some. Would you agree?
Somewhat.
Consistencies to your story that you gave today.
Yes.
Okay, there are some, right?
And there are some inconsistencies, correct?
Okay. Now, again, when we were talking earlier, or questioning earlier, again, when did I come back to the warehouse, supposedly?
After I returned. After I'd left you guys.
Okay, and about how long did it take you to get back after you took off?
I don't know exact times, Mr. Tucker. A few minutes, a few seconds. It was relative. For me, it seemed like forever, but it was probably only 2-3 minutes at most, maybe even 20-30 seconds.
Okay.
It's not a very far drive.
It's not a very far jog.
Not a very far walk, not a very far drive,
No.
not a very far run.
Okay. And to be clear, again, your route, she just went over your route. Is that correct?
That's, I believe, what she was doing, yes.
Okay. And would that route be the same route that you were walking with Rory Wilson? Now, the Florida Keys Electric video, when you're seen walking with Rory Wilson,
That's
that's the
Second
same.
Avenue.
That's the same road, right?
That's 2nd Avenue, correct?
And that's the one that you took the truck down, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then you got Rory in the front?
Yeah.
And Ty in the back, and then had you. Now, when they got their stuff, when they said they got their stuff, what did they bring to the truck to go do the report?
But he got his mask and their clothes and gloves.
Okay.
And I think Ty had a, well, razor knife. Not a razor knife, but a diet knife.
But this, like the kind you strap to your leg?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it image? Yeah. Good guy.
Actually, I think there's a video for
It was.
I believe it's the end of the video. It just cut off, that's all. Now, Mr. Johnson, you said that first you didn't, again, in this, did you say that you didn't know whether or not they had gloves, correct?
Yes, I did say that I don't know if they had them 100%. I wasn't aware. I don't recall seeing them today. I don't recall them.
No, it's okay. When Phelps asked you this question again, did you say that they have gloves now?
That's what it sounded like. Yes.
And did you say I had a razor knife?
I said, you had a razor knife? No, wait a minute. It was a dive knife.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Johnson, I guess we agree there are some major inconsistencies here, correct?
I wouldn't say major, no.
Okay. Is there a big difference between a razor knife and a dive knife?
Yes, and I corrected that immediately. If you don't recall, rewind it, listen again, and I corrected that.
Okay. You corrected that.
Yes.
Okay. Did Captain Phelps tell you each part of this story?
No, she did not. She told me her narrative as a detective, what she thought might have happened.
Yeah.
Okay? Due to detective work.
Okay.
I filled in the blanks because she was dead on with her narrative and her motive.
Okay.
And I explained and filled in the pieces for her, Mr. Tucker.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, does she continue to feed you facts as we watch this?
Facts? Yes.
Okay.
She feeds me facts.
Okay.
And I verify them for her.
And you
Sure.
verify them for her?
Yes.
Right. So, again, now what would happen, Mr. Johnson, if those facts aren't true?
Objection, Judge?
Yeah, it's an unclear
Okay.
question.
Okay. Let's put it this way. Has there ever been any evidence or discovery that you have ever seen that verify Captain Phelps' facts?
Objection, Judge, to that kind of a question.
I'm going to sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay. We'll keep on going. Did you queue up the next one, Mr. Mansfield?
Sure.
Thank you. Oh, it's up there. I'm sorry.
or just laying by itself? And a sheet, okay. What color was the sheet? Black. Black, okay. Could you see Rory with the knife? The only knife you saw was the top. Could Rory have had a knife and you just not seen it? Okay, so now, talk to me about how you leave the house and how you get back to the treehouse and what you do when you get back to the treehouse the second time. What happened?
Like there was just one drive around and looked, and then we came back and then went home.
Okay,
Like they didn't even went home.
okay, so you never went back? So let me get this straight. So Travis, you leave the house, and when you leave the house the first time, everybody's ready to go.
No.
Okay.
Well, they wanted to take a look.
Okay, so they take a look, and then you go back home, they go get their stuff, they come back to the truck. So now you're heading back to the treehouse. How do you drive down? Which street do you go?
The out going right, took a left,
And then you
came back down and said,
Just make it be different.
Just because there's been a little bit of confusion here, and did you just tell Captain Phelps that you went from the warehouse to the tree house and then did like a ride around and then came back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and this is where we were having a little confusion earlier, and I'm just hoping you can clear this up. When you went there and you went around, is that when you saw the black sedan?
Not the first time, no.
And not the first time?
No.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, what is it you're signing there?
I'm not signing anything. I'm drawing a map.
Oh, you're drawing the map, okay.
this is where it goes across. Where's the CDS? This is the turn that goes down and around.
Okay.
Start right there, where the stops.
Okay. So each time you come into this loop, just come straight down Second Street. Okay. So when you come this way the second time, where do you park? Where do you stop?
Stop at the stop sign.
Okay. Okay. And
I mean, we're talking at the end of the street.
okay. The end of way behind the marina?
No, the one behind the CDS, not way behind, but
Okay.
yep, right behind.
Okay. And then get out. Do you see him go through the tree line?
No.
Okay.
You see him enter.
But you saw him walk in the direction of the treehouse. What are they wearing when they're out of the truck? What do they got on? Talk to me about what Detroit.
Black shirt and black shorts.
Okay. Does he have the mask on?
No,
Not yet.
Mr. Johnson, did you testify today that you saw us go into the gate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you just tell Captain Phelps?
I told her I didn't see you go into the treehouse.
Okay. Oh. So again.
Because I didn't.
Okay. Okay. You didn't see us go into. You saw us go into the gate, but not into the treehouse. Is that what you're trying to? Is
Yes.
that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes.
Where do you see him put the mask on? You never saw him put it on. What about Tom? Did he get on?
he did have the together.
Okay.
And hat.
Okay. What color hat?
It was kind of a sparkly black hat, almost like one.
Okay.
But not quite, it wasn't blue.
Was there any design on his neck gear, or was it just a dark color on top?
It was kind of, I want to say Jägermeister on it.
Okay. Now you should go toward the treehouse.
Mr. Johnson, did you just say that I wore a hat that
Yes.
looked like yours?
Yes.
And that, again, neck gaiter, Jägermeister, or maybe Jägermeister, right?
Yes.
You say, ooh, this is under, is it when you speak Tyrone?
Yeah, whenever I walked, I see it across the street, and it's flashlight, and I was like, yes.
Okay.
I said, I don't know what's going on. I don't know where it is.
Describe again that you saw running across the street.
I couldn't see that far.
Okay. So you see a flashlight, and you think it was a guy. White guy, black guy? Can't tell.
I couldn't tell.
Can you hear things go by? Can you hear people?
All I heard him saying was, please.
Okay.
I felt like this.
Okay. Do you see Ty come running down the road? How's he coming in?
My passenger side window, or passenger side mirror is broken, so I couldn't, and I just saw him.
Okay. So did you take off and go down 2nd Street to go home?
No, I went straight, like, okay, where it was, turned right.
Went right home. Just got home.
Yep.
Parked the truck.
Yep.
Does Ty come right home?
Yep.
Does Rory come right home?
Yep.
No. When does Rory finally come home? Okay. When you and Ty get home, talk to me about the conversation you and Ty had. What do you see? What did he say?
He really didn't say anything. I was like, fuck, man. Just went down, and he's like, where's the door?
Okay.
It's no big deal. It's no, no.
Do you see any blood on it? Does he have a knife with him? So the dagger is gone. It's missing someplace. Does he have a gator on still? Gator's gone.
Okay, so earlier you testified that you asked Rory Wilson what happened when you got there. Was it to Tom Thumb?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you again?
Not to worry about it.
Okay. And now you just told Phelps, if I've seen here, I guess, would you agree that you just told her that I said?
Not to worry about it.
Not to worry about it. Okay.
Still wearing black shirt, black pants? When Rory comes home, what's Rory got?
Black shorts.
Black shorts? Does he have a shirt on? Shirt's gone. So the shirt's gone. Do you see him with the mask? Mask is gone. And you never really saw him with the knife, so you don't think he has a knife? Did he come home with the knife? What does Rory say when he gets to the house?
Not much at all.
Mr. Johnson, did you testify earlier that when you met Rory Wilson at Tom Thumb that he was still wearing a shirt?
Yes.
Did you tell Captain Phelps in that video that Rory Wilson was not wearing a shirt?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Which one would it be, Mr. Johnson?
Well, I hadn't been shown the video yet of me walking, so I hadn't owned up to that part of me running into him up the street yet. So right now it's just me basically struggling for a description of him best I could.
Okay. Well, again, and I think you said this earlier, I'm not sure. Oh, and you got to excuse me. But no, I think you said earlier, you know it was you in that video.
Yes.
Right? Because you lived it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, why would you need to see a video to know whether or not Rory Wilson was wearing a shirt?
I didn't need a video to see whether or not Rory Wilson was wearing a shirt, but when I was showed the corroborating evidence, the facts hit me in the head like a brick that I was caught, so I needed to come clean about everything. Mm-hmm. And the shirt, relevance of the shirt not being on, being off, wasn't registering to me as a problem at this time.
Okay. But again, you said
I still don't think it's a problem. I mean, inconsistency is what I remembered at the time versus what the facts in the video show. I just don't believe that was a relevant question.
Okay. Oops, sorry. Mr. Johnson, this was, you understand this was a murder, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you understand it was supposedly a stabbing, correct?
Yes, I do.
And that would imply, I would imagine, that you would understand that there would be blood, correct?
That's what happens sometimes when people get stabbed.
I understand this. Mr. Johnson, would you agree that if again we're talking about a murder and a stabbing, that blood on a shirt might be relevant?
It would be relevant.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Did you guys go upstairs?
Yeah, well, he went in and talked to people for a little while.
Okay. When did you guys split up the money?
They split it up and sitting there at the table and handed me $50.
How much money did they split up? Lot, a little bit? Okay. How were the bills? 20s, 10s, 5s, what? 20s? And 5s, okay.
And they smelled like perfume.
The money smelled like perfume. When you saw Ty running towards where you were parked, did you see anything in the field? So he's just running. Is he saying anything when he's running? Just running. And you're gone. Gone. Do you see any blood on Rory when he gets home? Sure. He gets home and go upstairs.
Mr. Johnson, again, you testified today that you saw me running down the street behind you with a bag in my hand,
Yes.
dropping things.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson, would you agree that that is not what you just told Captain Phelps?
That is true. That is not what I just told her.
Okay. Just to clarify, again, would you consider this being honest?
Judge, objection to the question.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
No, I would not consider it being dishonest. I would consider it, for a lack of better terms, not 100% thinking about the chain of events clearly enough to convey exactly what had happened. It's only through time that the scenario, that the situation, that the facts had returned through my studying of myself and the discovery of what truly happened. Because at this time, I'm clearly distraught. I'm clearly under duress and not making a lot of sense. I'm sitting here watching, and I'm not making a lot of sense to myself because of how distraught I was. So details, 100% of the details are not coming out. I do not believe at this time.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, I understand what you're saying. Would you also agree that 5 years, 6 years at this point is a long time to get it right?
It's a long time to reflect, yes.
Okay. And you did get to look at discovery and evidence.
I had my discovery correct.
Okay. And you did have these discussions with investigators, correct?
Yes, I had talks with investigators, correct.
Okay. So, again, would you agree that that is quite a bit of information for you to go over in 6 years?
I would agree. That's a lot of information to go over in 6 years in that discovery, correct.
Okay, so your story should be fairly well solidified at this point, correct?
It is solidified at this point. There have been additional bits of information that have come out, but the narrative has never changed.
Okay,
the story has never changed.
Never changed.
No.
Okay.
No, the scenario of me, Rory Wilson, and Tyrone Tucker being the participants in this robbery have not changed.
Mr. Johnson, have you ever said this story is false?
That this story was false?
That this story that we are watching right here is false?
I do not recall this, no.
Okay, the story you're telling right now is false. Have you ever said that to anybody?
No, I have not.
Okay, good.
At any time, did they tell you that night or any other night that we stabbed somebody? When did you learn that the guy was dead?
How'd you find out? Coconut telegraph. You know, people talking. Did you, it was, a little black man named Paco. What did you think when you heard it? And I knew that I needed to get the fuck out of there because I couldn't leave myself in a safe place because this is not what I want to be. Did Howie ever tell you you better not talk? Did he say anything to you? Did Rory ever say anything to you? So they never, you were afraid because you thought something was going to happen. Do you, Travis, do you know who killed the guy? Did they ever tell you who killed him? If one person did this dead, who would you think would have done that? I don't know either one of their demeanors. Okay. Or you know, I don't know either one of their demeanors well enough to know that they even had the ability in there. Did you see Ty put clothes in a bag? Did his clothes that night they wore and put them in a bag? No, we just went into his room. Did you ever see Rory taking clothes that he wore and put them like in a bag, trying to get rid of anything? Did they ever say anything to you about, hey, take this stuff, get rid of it first? Okay. And so it's $250 to kill a guy with $250. That's pretty messed up, Travis. Pretty messed up.
Did you just say it was your fault there, Travis?
No, I did not. I said I feel like
this
this could be my fault.
Your fault, okay. And again, so you do this robbery, apparently agree to be the driver, right?
Objection asked and answered
Okay.
15 times.
Okay.
Sustain
And again, why would you want to participate in this for, you said nothing?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, answer it.
Rephrase the question again.
I'm sorry. Let me make it a little more clear. Okay. At some point, Travis, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. At some point, you say that, you see us come down in dark clothes, a knife and a pipe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you know it's going to be an armed robbery, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why would you want to participate in an armed robbery without getting paid?
I didn't want to get paid because I didn't know, number one, what was going to be taken. Number two, I didn't know you guys. Number three, I did kind of want to get paid because I wanted gas money in my truck. So honestly, there was motivation for me to get involved. Plus, the addiction in my mind of wanting to get high was another motivating, irrational, but motivating factor for me to participate in this.
Oh, thank you. Now, Captain Phelps, if I remember correctly, just said $250 to kill a man, right?
That's what she said.
Okay. And you're saying that $50 was more than enough for you?
No, I didn't say that, Tucker. I said that's what I was given for my part. Not more than enough. Not that's my cut. I don't know where you want what you are trying to get me to say. I'm saying that the yes or no answers to your questions. No, I did not say that $50 was enough for me to do this job.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, you went on this job, right?
I participated in this
job.
I participated in this crime.
Sustain the objection. It's argumentative. It's been asked and answered. So,
Mr. Johnson,
get through this segment so we can adjourn for the evening. We've got a little bit more here. So, if you have any questions that are admissible, you can go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, have you ever done anything like this before?
Objection, Judge.
I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Johnson. Okay. Let's continue with the video.
You know you can do it, Travis. Not me, discussion about going up there and kill somebody. The plan was to rob, go get someone. Travis, when we get into this discussion, we're talking about it, we stayed like an hour before the robbery happened. What did you think was going to happen to you if you told them, no, we're not doing that? What did you think was going to happen to you?
Really sleeping in that place. I was nervous. I felt like I needed to.
Okay. What did you think they could do if you didn't go along? What do you think was going to happen?
Maybe, I don't know. I was
Okay.
Before we go to the next one. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Mr. Johnson, didn't you testify earlier that you're not afraid of me, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. Would you repeat it? In testified earlier that he was.
I'll change it. I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Did you just tell Captain Phelps that you were worried about what we would do to you?
Yes, context. We, two people against me that I do not know. Yes, I was worried about that.
Okay. Again, now, I assume, again, well, maybe I shouldn't assume. Mr. Johnson, you know, how much training did you get in the military?
Ample for my MLS.
For your MLS, yes.
Ample training for my MOS.
Oh, ample. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I just didn't catch that. All right, so you got ample training for your MOS. What would that include?
Basic training in AIT.
Okay, and what was your AIT?
AIT is called Advanced Individual Training. My AIT was infantry training.
Okay, and what would that entail? Would that entail hand-to-hand combat?
That would entail many facets of being an infantryman. Hand-to-hand combat being one, yes.
Okay, would that entail firearms?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, how about knives?
Not so much, no.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, did you have a large collection of knives?
I did.
When this occurred?
I did.
Okay. And were those knives ever taken into custody by the investigators?
After they executed search warrant on my truck, yes.
Okay. After they executed a search warrant on your truck. Now, didn't you say that?
Tucker, did you have any more questions pertinent to
Oh,
this?
but pertinent to this view, you're right. Hold on, Your Honor. For time. We're already over 5 o'clock, Your Honor. Would you like to go to tomorrow at this point?
Yeah, I wanted to complete any questions pertaining to this particular segment. And
I think
that's done, then.
Yeah, I think we're good with this segment and previous at this point.
All right, thank you. So we're going to adjourn for the evening, members of the jury. Again, thank you for your patience, for your attention, for your time. I mentioned at the beginning that I do have to do a few other dockets during the course of this. This isn't the only case or the only division I have, so tomorrow morning I have some arraignments and some special set hearings and motion calendar, so we're going to start at 1 o'clock. So if you can please have your lunch beforehand, and I'll do my best to pick up at 1 o'clock. Have a great evening. All right, the jurors are gone, so just to get an idea, what do we, I assume we're going to continue with the cross and get an idea of how much longer you expect that to last, Mr. Tucker?
I actually I wasn't expecting this long. I changed up to watching the entire video, which is fine. But I wouldn't imagine I'd have much longer, Your Honor. I mean, we're coming in at 1 o'clock, am I correct?
Yes.
So I would imagine, I don't know, maybe, because I can't remember exactly how long.
It's almost over. I mean, like, I think we're literally 5 or 10 minutes from the end of it.
Okay.
Well, if that's the case, Your Honor, I mean, there's not much after this. I mean, I could probably go within an hour, which would give Mr. Mansfield plenty of time for this.
Well, there is such a thing called redirect, so I'm going to need some time for that. And we, Judge, we are going to have to put our medical examiner on after we're done with this witness tomorrow because he's not available Friday. So I believe our DNA analyst is available Friday, so we might have to just do a switcheroo there. That's not going to be a problem. I don't know. Well, somebody's going to, I mean, we're going to have to figure it out. But we will finish this witness and go forward from there.
Okay, so hopefully it won't take that much longer. So, Johnson, you're back tomorrow. We're starting court at 1. I don't know if there's any instructions. Again, Mr. Mansfield's witness, to what time would you recommend?
We'll have you here at 12:30, Travis, right outside the courtroom. Yes.
All right, so otherwise, don't be discussing your testimony with anyone, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I have one question. Just out of curiosity, these video segments that we've just been publishing, they haven't been admitted into...
Judge, I was going to on my redirect, go ahead and move them in because they need to be in evidence.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Yep. So, all right, so let's be prepared to start at 1 and move forward expeditiously. But have a good evening. You all set over here?
Yes,
got everything?
Yes, we got everything. Thank you.